Chapter 468. Su Yan did not ask any more questions. De Gang quickly suppressed the thoughts in his heart and then led Su Yan into the house. De Gang's house was very special. The reason for that was because the other houses were built next to each other. This was very understandable. In such a dangerous environment, building next to each other would naturally bring about a sense of security. If an accident really happened, everyone could take care of each other and help each other in the shortest time possible so that they could deal with it together. However, De Gang's home was located far away from the city. This design was undoubtedly stupid. Normally, it would be fine. However, if any demonic beasts came, this place would be in a very awkward situation. Even if the villagers wanted to help, it would be very inconvenient. In this house, only De Gang and his sister lived. When De Gang was here, it did not matter. After all, De Gang's strength was in the dragon realm. He saw with his own eyes that the black killer snake was easily killed by De Gang with a fork. If it was him, there might be a big battle. It was even possible that he would be directly swallowed by the black killer snake. However, since De Gang was going to hunt during the day, what should be done here? It did not need a large beast. As long as there was a flying insect, it would be a fatal threat to Aya. However, Su Yan did not ask this question. Aya was a kind and capable girl. Although she did not have spiritual power, her cooking was not bad. After De Gang helped her to process the meat, she began to roast the meat quietly by herself. De Gang's house was very special. In front of the house, there were fields with some vegetable sprouts. Su Yan saw clearly that these vegetables were wild vegetables. This was because he had seen them outside when he followed De Gang here. The reason why it was special was because the other villagers had never seen such a field. At night, the aroma of roast meat quickly filled the air. Even Su Yan was drooling. Hee, brother Su Yan, my sister's culinary skills aren't bad, right? Being able to enjoy her cooking is your greatest fortune today, De Gang said proudly. Yes, brother De Gang is right. I've never enjoyed such delicious food before, Su Yan replied loudly. These words were not a lie. Of course, there were countless delicacies in the 5 counties, but Aya's culinary skills were unique. It wasn't that her food was the most delicious, but it was definitely the most special. When the barbecued meat entered his mouth, there was a refreshing taste. It was as refreshing as mint. Moreover, the meat was extraordinary. This was the meat of a wild beast in the dragon realm. Even after being burned, the spiritual energy within could still be clearly detected. It's good that Big Brother Su Yan likes it. You should eat more. Big Brother said that eating more meat will make you stronger. Aya smiled sweetly. When she smiled, her eyes narrowed slightly, making her look extremely beautiful. Su Yan didn't hold back and wolfed down the meat in big mouthfuls. However, compared to De Gang, the way he ate was simply too elegant. De Gang's eating speed and appetite were as terrifying as his strength. After dinner, De Gang cleaned up an empty room for Su Yan, then returned to his own room to sleep. He had to fight in the mountains during the day. Just as he said, the mountains were too dangerous. There were countless hidden dangers. Even he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to enter the mountains safely. Everything in the mountains was extremely dangerous. For De Gang, today's wild beasts were simply not worth mentioning. However, it was impossible for him to do this every single day. Thus, he had to ensure that he was in peak condition. Without a doubt, sleep was the best method to restore his strength. The night wind blew. A faint sound of a bamboo flute entered Su Yan's ears. The sound of the flute was very beautiful, like a leisurely spring. However, in the sound of the flute, there was a sadness and loss that couldn't be hidden. Su Yan quietly walked outside. Under the night wind, his fine black hair danced in the wind. The girl looked up at the sky, and the flute emitted a low sound of resentment and admiration. It was the girl's heart. Su Yan didn't interrupt her. Knowing that the song was over, Su Yan sighed and walked to the girl's side. Aya, you don't seem happy. Su Yan said to Aya. No, I'm very happy. Aya raised the corner of her mouth, revealing a smile. However, no matter how one looked at it, this smile seemed somewhat bitter. She raised her head and looked at the sky. After pondering for a long time, she finally asked, "Big brother Su Yan, you're from the outside, right?" "Yes, I came from the outside," Su Yan said. There was nothing to hide, and he waited for the girl to continue. However, Aya pondered for a long time, and then sighed faintly and said, "Aya too." These few words suddenly surprised Su Yan. Never had he imagined that Aya actually didn't belong to the Grand Myriad Mountains as well. Big brother said, "I was blown into the mountains by the black wind, and it was Big brother's father who saved me, and then adopted me," Aya said softly. Su Yan didn't speak, and just listened quietly. However, Aya was cursed by the mountain god. Her voice suddenly became very low, and there were sparkling tears in the corner of her eyes. She suppressed the sadness in her voice and spoke intermittently. "Aya was cursed by the mountain god, and in order to save Aya, my father died. Moreover, Aya never had any power, and I couldn't train my power. If it wasn't for Big Brother De Gang taking care of me, I'm afraid I definitely wouldn't be alive today." Aya's few words made Su Yan feel endless bitterness. This girl must have lived a very hard life. Big Brother De Gang said, "There are many things that can't be changed, and we can only silently accept it. However, I know that Big Brother De Gang isn't satisfied." Aya paused, and then continued, "Big Brother De Gang is very powerful, and his talent is very good, and he works harder than any of the villagers, so now Big Brother De Gang's strength can be ranked in the top 5 in the village." This was also the reason why De Gang was respected and paid attention to by the villagers. After all, the strong would be respected no matter where they were. If it wasn't for Aya, Big Brother De Gang's life would definitely be very good, and there would be girls in the village who would marry Big Brother, but Aya suddenly sighed. Even if she didn't say the following things, Su Yan knew. Since she was cursed by the mountain god, then to this small village, she was an ominous existence. Even if De Gang had great strength, no one would take this kind of risk to marry De Gang. This was very easy to judge. If the villagers would accept Aya, then their houses wouldn't be so remote. This girl was already very pitiful, and then the villagers treated her as an ominous person, and even she herself began to think so. "Big brother Su Yan, I'm sorry, I unknowingly said these things to you," Aya said dejectedly. Su Yan smiled, and then walked to Aya's side and sat down. Aya was clearly a bit resistant to this action. She said in a low voice, "Big brother Su Yan, please don't get too close to me, because I'm scared." "Okay, Aya, don't be sad. How are you an ominous existence? You are clearly a beautiful fairy," Su Yan said with a smile. "Besides, I also came from the outside. If you are an ominous person, then am I not?" Su Yan asked. "No, it's not the same, because father will die." Aya's voice became even more sorrowful. "Listen, Aya, your father died to save you. This is indeed a very sad thing, but this is your father's choice. This also means that he chose to exchange his life for yours, so your life is very heavy, because you are carrying your father's hope," Su Yan said to her word by word. Hearing Su Yan's words, Aya was a bit startled. "Carrying my father's hope?" she whispered to herself. "Yes, carrying your father's hope to live. I think, if De Gang and your father were still alive, they would definitely be unhappy when they see you like this. What do you think De Gang is working so hard for? Is it just to eat meat?" "No, definitely not. He is the same as his father. He also wants you to live a happy life," Su Yan said again. Hearing Su Yan's words, Aya fell into silence. "Actually, Aya has nothing to be unhappy about. To have Big Brother De Gang with me is the greatest happiness for me. It's just that Big Brother De Gang is determined to help me remove the curse. I don't want him to do that," Aya said in a low voice. "Actually, as long as Aya dies, Big Brother won't have to work so hard." Su Yan felt strange, because from the beginning, this beautiful girl said that she was cursed by the mountain god. What is this so-called mountain god's curse? At this time, Aya's expression suddenly changed. Su Yan clearly felt a kind of aura emitted from Aya's body, this is actually a kind of demonic aura. At this moment, in the distant sky, there was a sudden movement. Su Yan stood up abruptly as his eyes glowed brightly. But the next moment, he was alarmed again. Because at this time, the red light on Aya's body was actually getting stronger and stronger. Curse, the curse is acting up, big brother Su Yan, quickly, leave me. Aya suddenly exclaimed, and then ran out of the courtyard. Su Yan was startled, he instantly understood Aya's meaning. As long as Aya dies, big brother won't have to work so hard. This silly girl. At this moment, in the sky, a bat suddenly flew over at an extremely fast speed. Su Yan didn't have time to think, he directly called out the Scorching Sun Sword. When the Scorching Sun Sword entered his hand, a blazing light directly rose up. Evil creature, get out of my way. Su Yan roared angrily, the sword light directly turned into a bolt of lightning, turning into thousands of rays of light in mid-air, directly piercing towards the bat. The bat was directly pierced by Su Yan's sword, it directly let out an extremely mournful cry, on its body bursting into balls of flames, burning its body with a bang, then finally turned into ashes. A whoa, roar, however, this was far from the end. At this moment, all kinds of wild beasts roared, and Su Yan clearly felt that the target of these damned fellows was most likely Aya. Is this the curse? Su Yan didn't have time to think, he directly roared, "De Gang." In fact, without Su Yan's voice, De Gang had already woken up. Holding a steel fork, he directly broke open the door. On his simple and honest face, there was a murderous aura. Damned beast, stay away from my sister. He was like an angry dragon, letting out an angry roar. Then, the steel fork directly turned into a deadly scythe, directly piercing through the body of the wild beast. Su Yan, protect my sister. De Gang roared, and at this moment, Su Yan stepped on the sword dragon, already flying towards Aya. Under the envelopment of the demonic light, Aya's delicate and pretty face actually had a gorgeous appearance. And on her fair cheeks, there was an additional wrinkle. This is a demonic pattern. Su Yan panicked, but at this moment, he didn't dare to be negligent, but what surprised him was that at this moment, Aya's speed was actually so fast, she was clearly just a little girl without the slightest bit of spiritual power. However, Su Yan's strongest point was his speed, and at this moment, with the presence of the sword dragon, finally, at the critical moment, Su Yan directly caught up with Aya. At this moment, a shadow suddenly fell from the sky. It was a very ugly winged flying dragon. After seeing Aya, its eyes burned with madness, and it suddenly pounced from the sky. This flying dragon's body was covered with ferocious scales, and it opened its bloody mouth, revealing long teeth full of tooth wax. It opened its bloody mouth wide, and crazily bit down below. Because it was flying too fast, the winged flying dragon's two wings directly slashed through the air, making a whistling sound, and then a graceful sound instantly exploded. It made people feel as if their souls were trembling. Beast, die for me. The immortal sword technique suddenly attacked. If it was in the past, it would take a period of time to gather power to use this kind of 10,000 mammoth divine skill, but at this moment, with the support of the boundary of the two mountains, his power was no longer small matter. This sudden burst of power was absolutely terrifying. The shadow of the immortal sword condensed and directly swept across the air. The winged flying dragon was directly slashed by the immortal sword technique, and with a slash, blood burst out. However, this winged flying dragon was really too powerful. This was a true demonic beast of the dragon realm. Even Su Yan's full-strength sword only managed to push it back, and it only made it bleed a little. The long sword in Su Yan's hand once again burst out a ray of light, the long sword madly sweeping the surrounding void, collapsing one ray of light after another. The sword light swept the void wildly, all bombarding the flying dragon in midair. However, the flying dragon's scales were ferocious, and when the sword light swept over, it only shot out flames. It couldn't withstand the slightest bit of damage. This was simply terrifying, but now was not the time for Su Yan to be shocked. Taking advantage of the gap between the winged flying dragon's retreat, Su Yan directly swooped down, and then directly hugged Aya in his arms. Chapter 469. D*Amenit. Su Yan was alarmed by the sudden attack of the group of bats. He sensed an extremely powerful demonic aura from this group of pitch-black fellows. If he was entangled by such a group of things, not only Aya, but even he would not have a good ending. At this point, how could he not be nervous? 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill, Torrential Storm of Rose Blossoms. Fortunately, the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill could still be used. The powerful 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill exploded at this moment, and countless sword auras burst out. Although this place was strange, it was not outrageous. Although this group of bats was strong, it was not outrageous to the extent that the entire group of bats were in the dragon realm. Su Yan had not cultivated the torrential storm of rose blossoms to a high level. If he faced a dragon realm elite, it would not be much of a deterrent. But to a spiritual sea realm elite, it was still very lethal. At this moment, the sword auras burst out, and the boundless sword auras suddenly rotated. In an instant, the pure white pear blossoms bloomed with a bright red radiance. The bright red color was naturally the blood of the bats. Su Yan supported the dragon blood ice fire shield, and directly enveloped Aya within, preventing the blood from staining Aya's body. Aya just curled up, and her whole body was trembling like a frightened bird. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood what the so-called curse was. That was the demonic aura. Aya actually had such a strong demonic aura on her body. She was clearly not a human. No, to be more precise, she was clearly not a real human, but a half-demon. The blood of the demon race flowed in her body, but also the blood of the human race. Normally, she looked like a human. But once the blood in her body was activated, the demonic aura on her body would burst out directly. The strong demonic aura trembled continuously, and even turned into an ink-like color. At this moment, even Su Yan felt that there was a powerful force repelling him. But at this moment, he definitely could not let go, because once he did, Aya would be drowned in the blood of this group of bats. Su Yan, don't come back. Run. Su Yan brought Aya closer to De Gang, but at this moment, De Gang's anxious voice sounded. Su Yan's heart was shaken again. Naturally, he could hear the urgency in De Gang's voice. However, what kind of person was De Gang? De Gang's strength was far greater than his. However, at this moment, he actually issued such a warning. There was only one explanation for this, and that was that he had encountered a powerful opponent. Even he didn't have the slightest confidence. At a time like this, Su Yan naturally couldn't turn back. Because if he did, he would be putting himself in danger. However, although his previous torrential storm of pear blossoms had exterminated a large number of bats, it was still not enough. But it was only a small piece. Just as he was hesitating, countless bats flew over from the horizon. What was even more dangerous was that there seemed to be an obvious shadow among them. This shadow continued to soar, as if it was an evil spirit that was constantly roaring. Su Yan already felt fear from the bottom of his heart. He deeply understood that if this continued, he was afraid that only death would await him. Now, his only way out was to return to the village. As long as he returned to the village, he would have a way to live. In this village, everyone was an expert, and even De Gang was only ranked 5th. If the people of the village appeared to protect him, then the crisis in front of him could be resolved. Torrential storm of rose flowers. Su Yan brandished his sword again, and with a swing of his sword, it turned into a boundless light shadow that rushed forward. The sword chi surged, and countless blood rain was set off. Su Yan stepped on the sword dragon, and directly passed through during this period. This speed was as fast as lightning, and relying on this extreme speed, he finally broke through the blockade. No. At this moment, Aya seemed to have sensed Su Yan's movement. She was still in pain, but she already said, "Don't return to the village." Su Yan naturally understood that this kind girl did not want to bring trouble to the village. However, at this point, if they did not move closer to the village, they would probably die here. In the village, there were so many experts. As long as they were willing to help, they would be saved. However, at this moment, a withered branch suddenly shot out from the village. This withered branch did not deviate, and it just happened to land on Su Yan's path. In front of him, there was a man in black short-sleeved clothes. His long hair fluttered in the air, and a powerful aura was emitted from his body. "Don't come close to the village or else you will be killed without mercy." These few words made Su Yan's heart extremely angry. This damned guy, he clearly had the ability to save people. However, not only did he not choose to save people, but he also refused to let them in. She is an ominous curse. She cannot be allowed to enter this village. This voice was so cold that it made people's hearts turn cold. At this moment, Su Yan fiercely gritted his teeth. If it were not for the fact that this person's cultivation was above his, he would have disregarded everything and ruthlessly beaten this guy up at this moment. "Brother Su Yan, let me down. If you enter the village alone, they will not stop you. Aya is an ominous person. She caused father's death and brother's life to be so difficult. Aya should have died long ago." The girl in his arms smiled gently at Su Yan. Under the shroud of the black aura, her smile was actually so beautiful and holy. Su Yan's heart was fiercely stabbed. "Aya, don't be silly. De Gang has protected you for so long. How can you let his efforts go to waste?" Su Yan continued to circulate his sword chi as he spoke to Aya. "Su Yan, go to the cave, quickly go to the cave." At this moment, De Gang's voice sounded again. Su Yan looked in the direction of the voice and was immediately shocked. At this moment, he finally understood why De Gang was in such a sorry state. That was because his opponent was simply too terrifying. It was actually a Tyrannosaurus. A 5-meter-tall Tyrannosaurus was chasing after De Gang. It had the sharpest claws and an extremely terrifying tail. That tail could easily shatter rocks with a swing of it. Just as De Gang and Su Yan were talking, the Tyrannosaurus had already seized the opportunity and swung its huge tail directly, then whipped De Gang's body. Su Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. De Gang's body was so strong. If it were him, he would have spat out blood with just that one hit. "Go quickly, don't delay, the demonic Bat King is coming," he immediately roared. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was suddenly shocked. When he thought of the huge shadow that he faintly saw earlier, he did not dare to stop at all. He immediately urged the sword dragon to move at its maximum speed, then flew directly toward the cave that De Gang had mentioned. The roars of the demons became louder and louder, and the black aura on Aya's body became heavier and heavier. That kind of aura was comparable to the dragon's might emitted by a powerhouse in the dragon realm. She was clearly just a weak woman, but she was able to release such a terrifying aura. If it were not for the fact that Su Yan was not afraid of such a terrifying aura, he was afraid that his strength would have been suppressed at this moment. At this moment, the cave was only a few hundred feet away from where they were. For him, who was riding on the sword dragon, it could be said that he could reach it in an instant. However, at this moment, a silent sound wave suddenly rushed toward him. The appearance of this silent sound wave directly caused Su Yan's body to gradually become numb. The demonic Bat King. He was suddenly shocked. Although he had expected that the demonic Bat King would be very powerful, he did not expect that it would be powerful to this extent. Just the sound wave that was emitted had affected him. If this continued, he was afraid that he would definitely die here. Damn it, just a little bit more, the sound of 10,000 swords. At this moment, he suddenly activated his power, and within the radius of his spirit sea, the 10,000 swords suddenly let out a sword sound. The sonorous sword aura was drawn but not released, and finally broke free from the shackles of this powerful sound wave. At this moment, he was less than 100 feet away from the cave. The distance of 100 feet could be covered in an instant. However, at this last moment, there was a shadow that directly covered Su Yan's head. Gigantic wings, terrifying fangs, and that pair of strange eyes. A formless sound wave surged out again, and at this moment, the sound of 10,000 swords was directly interrupted. In the end, Su Yan's realm was not enough, and the gap between him and the terrifying demonic Bat King was too big. The demonic Bat King only attacked once, and all of Su Yan's methods were completely neutralized. Damn it! This time, not only did he feel numb, but his body was completely imprisoned. For a moment, his strength was no longer enough to control the sword dragon, and his entire body fell straight from the sky. Damn it, quickly activate it. He crazily roared in his heart, and then his spiritual power seemed to have dissipated, and there was no movement at all. At this moment, Su Yan even hoped that the power of the demonic dragon's heart would erupt again. The demonic dragon's heart was a huge threat to him, but at this moment, after being attacked by the demonic Bat King, he was afraid that he would immediately die. However, in this mysterious place, the demonic dragon's heart seemed to have disappeared without a trace. From the moment he entered this place, he could only feel the movement of a heart. At this moment, the demonic Bat King's huge figure had already arrived below them, and it was as if Su Yan had taken the initiative to bring Aya straight into the demonic Bat King's mouth. It's over. At this moment, Su Yan truly felt the threat of death, and his entire person was completely disheartened. As fast as the cave. Just as Su Yan was in despair, suddenly, another bright light shot toward them. This was De Gang's voice. Chapter 470. It was also at this moment that Su Yan felt that his strength had returned once again. Celestial Sword Technique. With his spiritual power restored, Su Yan did not hesitate at all. He immediately activated the Celestial Sword Technique and slashed at the Monster Bat King. At the same time, he activated the Sword Dragon and rushed into the cave without stopping. The sword light fell on the Monster Bat King's huge body, causing the Monster Bat King to stop. However, only a moment later, the Monster Bat King rushed towards Su Yan again. Su Yan turned around and looked at the crazy Monster Bat King. His heart was beating wildly. This place was a dead end. The Monster Bat King's strength was simply incredible. If it insisted on barging in, he and Aya would probably die here. Previously, he really had no way out. Because of his trust in De Gang, he directly entered this place. Now, he regretted it. Just as Su Yan's heart was filled with fear, the Monster Bat King's huge and ugly face had become very clear. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was about to jump out of his chest. However, at this moment, there was suddenly an extremely dazzling flash of light in the cave. Gah! An extremely unpleasant screeching sound was heard. This terrifying sound was extremely unpleasant to hear. The powerful sound wave was really enough to make one's heart and soul shatter. However, even though it was a terrifying sound wave with such terrifying lethality, Su Yan and Aya were safe and sound. After a while, Su Yan discovered that the golden light outside the cave had not only blocked the Monster Bat King's attack, but it had also blocked its attack. Such a method was really incredible. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood why De Gang insisted that he bring Aya here. This seemingly very ordinary cave actually had such a magical power. Even the Monster King in the Dragon Realm could block it. The Monster Bat King suffered such a violent impact and was obviously in great pain. However, it was still unwilling to give up. Its huge body continued to sway at the entrance of the cave. However, he also knew the power of this cave. Moreover, he had suffered a great loss before, so he did not dare to enter this place. At this time, Aya's condition gradually stabilized. After an unknown amount of time, De Gang finally killed a bloody path and broke into this place. Seeing De Gang enter, the boulder in Su Yan's heart finally fell. De Gang, are you okay? Su Yan asked. It's nothing serious, just some superficial wounds, De Gang said indifferently. His answer made Su Yan smile bitterly. Su Yan had personally witnessed De Gang being whipped by that huge demonic beast. If he was in De Gang's shoes, he would have already lost half of his life. However, De Gang merely smiled as though nothing had happened. Just how strong was his body? However, Su Yan also knew that this place seemed to be very strange. Many people and many things could not be seen with common sense, so his heart calmed down a little. De Gang sighed, looked at Aya who had fallen into a deep sleep, and said sincerely, Su Yan, thank you very much today. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid Aya would be in danger. Su Yan heard De Gang's concern for Aya in his words. He also admired this feeling, so he said, "What's the big deal? If you treat me as a friend, then don't say such nonsense." Hearing Su Yan's words, De Gang was stunned, then said with a smile, "Indeed, I treat you as a friend. If I say such things again, it is indeed too unreasonable. Then, it is indeed my fault." De Gang grinned. Su Yan also smiled. At this moment, he knew that De Gang really treated him as a friend. De Gang looked rough, but in fact, he was a meticulous person. Although he was very friendly to Su Yan before, in the end, he did not have absolute trust. Su Yan could feel this. After returning to the house, although De Gang directly went to rest, there was still an indistinct divine sense on guard. However, it was different now. After this time, he was really relieved about Su Yan. "De Gang, what is this place? Why can't such a powerful monster enter here?" Su Yan asked directly. De Gang stopped smiling and his face became a bit dignified, then said, "This is an ancient temple. There is a great power left by the gods, so even these powerful monsters can't enter here." "Ancient temple?" Su Yan couldn't help but ask. "Yes, according to the ancient legends of the village, there was once a god here, so it has such a great power that even these monsters can't shake it." De Gang looked at Su Yan and continued, "I know you must be wondering why we don't live around here since there is such a great power here, right?" Su Yan nodded. This was indeed the question in his heart. Since this so-called temple ruins had such a great power, it should be much safer if everyone gathered here. However, the place where the village was located was not around here. Although it was not far from here, it was definitely not close. However, De Gang was quick to provide the answer. According to the records of the village, the god of this divine temple has disappeared. All that is left is a powerful divine power. However, since there is no god here, even if the divine power remains, there is no divinity. Such a divine power could very well be a disaster. Hearing De Gang's words, Su Yan was silent. Indeed, as De Gang said, this kind of power that no one could control was really dangerous. If it suddenly erupted one day, no one could control it. "If I had a choice, I wouldn't let you bring Aya here. Now, I just hope that before these monsters retreat, the divine power here will not erupt," De Gang said with a sigh. At this time, if this terrible power erupted, it would definitely be a terrible disaster. Su Yan could already foresee this terrible scene. "By the way, De Gang, about Aya, she is not a real human, right?" Su Yan asked directly. De Gang's body shook, and then he said, "Yes, although I don't know where you came from, your knowledge must be extraordinary. This matter can't be hidden from you. You are right, Aya is not a human. To be precise, she is an elf." "Elf?" Hearing this, Su Yan was stunned. "Yes, according to my father, Aya is the child of a tree demon and a human. That tree demon is one of the most powerful great demons, and has an extremely terrifying demon spirit power. Because of this, Aya's father is a human expert. Unfortunately, he can't be compared to her mother." De Gang continued, "My father and Aya's father are best friends, so no matter what, my father will not abandon Aya. He even sacrificed his life for her. I know that Aya has been very sad all these years. Many times, she even thought of ending her own life. But since I am her brother, I will never let any harm come to her." His face was incomparably resolute, and filled with an indescribable determination. Seeing De Gang's appearance, Su Yan sighed in his heart. A person like De Gang was a real man. "Then what should we do in the future?" Su Yan asked. De Gang sighed. It was likely that this question was troubling him as well. "I do not know either. All I can do is to take one step at a time. I can only hope that before the day I die, I will be able to find a qualified guardian for Aya." Hearing De Gang's words, Su Yan sighed in his heart again. "Brother, no, Aya doesn't want you to die." At this time, Aya had just woken up. She just happened to hear the last sentence, and immediately let out an anxious and sorrowful cry. De Gang stroked Aya's forehead, and then said with a smile, "Don't worry, Aya, brother won't die." He used his smile to comfort Aya. It could be seen that Aya was very weak now. Not long after, she fell into a deep sleep again. At this time, there was still a long time before daybreak. Outside the cave, the monster kings were still unwilling to retreat. "Su Yan, you are still not strong enough," De Gang suddenly said to Su Yan. Su Yan nodded. Then he smiled bitterly. Of course, he understood this problem. However, his cultivation speed was already very fast. In the entire 5 continents, there was probably no one who could compare to him. However, even so, compared to a freak like De Gang, he was still very far away. At this time, De Gang said, "After today, I will take you to train. I can see that your bone structure and foundation are very good. I think you will be able to raise your strength quickly," De Gang said to Su Yan. Hearing this, Su Yan was immediately pleasantly surprised. What he lacked the most now was strength. If he could raise his strength, that would be the best. Although he didn't know if the strength he raised here would be counted in the outside world, it was still a good thing to be able to raise his strength. After another one, suddenly, an extremely strong golden light bloomed at the entrance of the cave. At this time, the monster Bat King, the ironclad Tyrannosaurus that appeared earlier, and another giant spider actually started to attack the door at the same time. The 3 terrifying monster beasts released an extremely terrifying light of death at the same time, and directly shot towards the cave. "Damn it, those bastards are going to attack without caring about anything." De Gang's expression became serious. Although he knew that there was an extremely powerful force here, these 3 beasts were extremely powerful and terrifying monster beasts. The attack of one monster beast was already enough to cause the cave to shake, and now there were 3 monster beasts attacking with all their strength. This kind of terrifying power was simply unimaginable to ordinary people. Chapter 471. A purple ray of light, a black ray of light, and a blood-red ray of light charged towards the ancient cave. An extremely terrifying power erupted between the heavens and the earth, creating an incomparably powerful and terrifying aura. This kind of terrifying power slowly descended, shocking everyone to the extreme. What was even more terrifying was that the 3 rays of light actually merged into one at this moment. When the 3 powerful rays of light merged, the power within directly increased. Not to mention Su Yan, even De Gang was worried that the power of the divine temple ruins would be able to withstand the impact of such a terrifying power. The speed of the death ray was far faster than imagined. In just a moment, it had already arrived in front of the cave, and then directly collided with the cave. The collision of the 2 forces directly caused the most intense rumbling sound. The entire cave began to tremble. Above the cave, layers of ashes continuously spread down, and even some broken rocks appeared. De Gang protected Aya in his arms, and then finally gritted his teeth and said, "Su Yan, quickly, let's go inside." After saying that, he had already directly walked inside. Su Yan did not hesitate at all, and directly followed De Gang into the depths of the cave. Just a moment after Su Yan left, the entrance of the cave actually began to collapse. If not for De Gang's foresight, Su Yan and the others would have already been crushed under the huge rock. After an unknown amount of time, the entrance of the cave finally calmed down. However, it was now pitch black inside. It was already night, and now that the entrance of the cave was directly sealed, there was not a single bit of light. Now, it should be safe. It's just that it's a bit troublesome to get out. De Gang hugged Aya and sat on the ground. It was obvious that even someone as strong as De Gang was exhausted. Previously, he was directly swept by the tail of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. It was definitely not as simple and easy as he said. "De Gang, are you alright?" Su Yan asked. De Gang shook his head and said, "It's nothing serious. It's just that I can't suppress my injuries. I need to recuperate for a while. Su Yan, I'll rely on you to guard this place." After De Gang finished speaking, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Su Yan couldn't see how he was doing it, but there was an aura like a coiling dragon circling around his body. This aura was very strong, and Su Yan knew that it was absolutely impossible for his spiritual qi cultivation to reach this level. The cave was abnormally quiet, but Su Yan's heart was becoming more and more uneasy. This feeling of unease made him very uncomfortable, which made him directly grab the Scorching Sun sword in his hand. The Scorching Sun sword released a flame-like radiance, finally illuminating the surroundings. The moment the radiance shone, a soft cry suddenly rang out. This cry was like the howl of a cat in the dark, but also like the cry of a baby in pain. In short, it was abnormally unpleasant to the ears. Su Yan was extremely shocked. In just a short while, he was already covered in cold sweat. Suddenly, a shadow flashed past. The speed of the shadow was extremely fast, and Su Yan couldn't see it clearly at all. However, he could still vaguely see that it was a humanoid figure, but this figure was somewhat transparent. Spectre. This word directly appeared in Su Yan's mind. At this moment, the spectre appeared again, and this time, it actually directly pounced towards Su Yan. Damn it, could it be that the radiance of the Scorching Sun sword attracted the spectre? This thought flashed through Su Yan's mind, but at this moment, he couldn't care too much. He directly swung his sword down, and a thin sword mark flew out. As the sword light approached, Su Yan finally saw the true face of this spectre. Although this spectre was in the shape of a human, it didn't have a face, and looked very scary. However, Su Yan had experienced life and death. If he was afraid of even this, then he wouldn't have lived until now. No matter what, since this spectre had already attacked him, then he had to kill it first. The long sword in his hand had already bloomed with a brilliant light, and this kind of fierce killing intent directly slashed towards the spectre. Before it got close, the spectre began to melt like a snowman. When the sword mark directly passed through it, the spectre completely dissipated. However, although the spectre dissipated, Su Yan's heart didn't relax at all. Instead, it was piercingly cold. Get out of my way. At this moment, he turned around and directly slashed his sword behind him. This sword light shuttled back and forth in the air, bursting with the most brilliant and intense light, directly slashing in front of Aya. However, while Su Yan was dealing with the previous spectre, 3 more specters appeared and pounced on Aya. At this moment, De Gang was using his skills to suppress his injuries, and Aya was in a deep sleep and couldn't wake up. If she was entangled by this spectre, it would be very troublesome. Fortunately, at that time, the blood dragon's eye directly burst with light and detected everything. Otherwise, everything would be too late. Die. The scorching sword light finally directly killed the 3 specters, but Su Yan was shocked. The specter's speed was too fast. In just a short while, they had already arrived in front of Aya. Damn it, this place is really strange. Su Yan laughed bitterly, then raised his guard. The current Aya was like the Tang Sanzang in the myths of the previous world. No matter what kind of monster it was, it would want to snatch a piece of meat to eat. Her body had a strong demonic power, which was a huge attraction. At this moment, there was suddenly a golden light in the cave. When the strong golden light appeared, it immediately illuminated the entire cave as if it was daytime. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood the true meaning of the so-called temple ruins. This place was really magnificent. On the stone wall, there were extremely exquisite carvings. These carvings were familiar to Su Yan because Su Yan had also seen such carvings on the walls of the pagoda. However, compared to the pagoda, the carvings here seemed to be filled with an indescribable power that could attract people's minds. Could it be that this is the so-called power of the gods? Su Yan thought to himself. Woo woo woo. At this moment, sobbing sounds suddenly came from inside, and these sounds were approaching this place. In just a short while, Su Yan could already see a dense number of ghost shadows coming towards this place. Damn it. Su Yan's scalp was numb. Facing so many specters, he felt shocked. Isn't this the temple? Where did so many darn things come from? Although he was shocked, Su Yan also understood that he definitely could not let these things come close. Otherwise, he would immediately die without a burial place. 10,000 Mammoth Sacred Skill, Torrential Pear Blossom. Su Yan directly circulated his spiritual power and displayed the 10,000 mammoth sacred skill. The sword chi was like frost, and it bloomed like thousands of pear blossoms. It was like a group of butterflies that suddenly rushed forward. The sword chi of the instant sword went straight into the group of specters. However, in the next moment, Su Yan was shocked. His torrential pear blossom sword chi could even kill a large group of demonic bats. However, at this moment, it had no effect at all. The sword chi went through the specters and directly dissipated. However, these specters were still safe and sound. What? Damn it, these specters are stronger than before. Su Yan took a step back. At this moment, he also noticed the difference. Previously, the specters that were killed by him were in human form. However, at this moment, the densely packed specters were in the form of demonic beasts. Moreover, there was a mysterious gray power in their bodies. It was this power that directly made his sword chi useless. Damn it. Su Yan took another half step back. Suddenly, Su Yan had a flash of inspiration. Specters. Are the soul-suppressing seal and the red spirit fire miraculous effects on souls? How could I forget this? At this critical moment, Su Yan suddenly remembered this matter. Previously in the divine dragon abyss, even a 1,000-year-old monster like the black demon was full of fear of the soul-suppressing seal. When the black demon entered Su Yan's sea of consciousness and fought with Su Yan, he used the soul-suppressing seal to cause great trouble for the black demon. At this moment, Su Yan directly took out the soul-suppressing seal. His retainers suddenly activated the sun-colored glazed sword scripture and directly shouted, "Soul-suppressing." As soon as these two words appeared, they exploded like thunder. The terrifying sound of thunder directly exploded in the sky. Under the endless light, it was as if everything had turned into smoke and dust at this time. With the direct injection of his spiritual power, the small soul-suppressing seal suddenly came to life. The entire seal shone with golden light, directly covering the light in the cave. The golden light burst out and directly rushed forward. In the next moment, it had already shone above the terrifying specters. The specters did not have any reaction at all when facing Su Yan's rainstorm pear blossom sword chi. However, at this time, the specters at the front began to struggle in pain. The murky aura of death that had enveloped them dissipated in an instant. As expected of the stupa sex treasure, Su Yan did not expect that the effect would be so good. The soul-suppressing seal's lethality toward the specters was simply terrifying. Suddenly, there was a strange feeling in the temple. Su Yan's expression changed. Could it be that there is something in this temple that is related to me, to the stupa sect? Perhaps, this is the key to entering the 6th level. Thinking of this, Su Yan's heart also became hot. He came to this mysterious world after coming into contact with the stone door of the 6th level. At this time, this feeling appeared, and it could be the key to leaving this world. Scarlet Spirit Fire. Su Yan immediately summoned the Scarlet Spirit Fire. Chapter 472. The crimson flame seemed to have come back to life at this moment. A powerful and frightening force burst out directly. At this moment, Su Yan felt that the crimson spirit fire was filled with an indescribable desire. Although Su Yan was in control of the flame, Su Yan was afraid of the crimson spirit fire. However, when he first subdued the crimson spirit fire, he had already seen the intelligence of the flame. He deeply understood that it was inevitable for such a flexible world to be unique. Moreover, the desire was not strong at this moment. Su Yan could completely control it in his hands. The most important thing now was not to worry about this, but to kill these ghosts as soon as possible. The power of the soul-suppressing seal was indeed very strong, but the number of ghosts here was also terrifying. Su Yan gathered his power and then directly injected the crimson spirit fire into the scorching sun sword. When Ugly Uncle forged the scorching sun sword, he took the scorching sun sword and wanted it to become a real divine sword. Unfortunately, his strength was not enough, so he could only forge it into a semi-finished product. At this moment, when the crimson spirit fire was injected into the scorching sun sword, it seemed to have become the soul of the scorching sun sword. Su Yan felt that the scorching sun sword seemed to have improved by a level in an instant. Good, I didn't expect that the scorching sun sword could improve after merging with the crimson spirit fire. It seems that I am one step closer to achieving Ugly Uncle's wish. Su Yan thought in surprise. At this moment, his eyes flashed and he directly charged into the group of ghosts. If it was before, he would not be able to cause any harm to the ghosts. However, it was different now. The crimson spirit fire was extremely harmful to the soul. After merging with the scorching sun sword and activating it with the sun-colored glaze sword scripture, the power of the scorching sun sword was almost fully unleashed. In an instant, Su Yan had transformed into a ferocious tiger. He charged into the group of wraiths. The wraiths were unable to withstand Su Yan's power. With a sweep of his sword, large swathes of wraiths were annihilated. After a full 15 minutes, the group of ghosts was finally wiped out. At this time, De Gang finally finished his cultivation and opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes and saw Su Yan's glorious battle record, he was shocked. Su Yan, you actually killed so many specters? He asked in surprise. Yes. Not long after you went into seclusion, these specters came out in groups. If I don't kill them, we'll be in trouble, Su Yan said with a smile. De Gang nodded, but his expression became even more gloomy. What's wrong? Su Yan asked. De Gang said, we have to get out of here quickly. Legend has it that before the temple existed, this place used to be a demon's den. The temple appeared to suppress the demon's den. I've been here before and encountered specters, but it was definitely not like this. The specters appeared in groups, and the temple has lost its god for a long time. I'm afraid that I won't be able to suppress this demon's den. De Gang said to Su Yan. Hearing De Gang's words, Su Yan was also stunned. Then, he realized the seriousness of the matter. If it was really as De Gang said, then they would be the first to suffer. However, after Su Yan pondered, he said to De Gang, you start clearing the rocks here first, then take Aya and leave. As for me, I'm going to enter the temple's cave to take a look. Su Yan, you're crazy. Do you know that the experts in the village who entered before didn't come out alive? De Gang said directly. The temple ruins had existed for a long time. How could the experts in the village not pay attention to it? Then, there were several experts who entered, but none of them came out alive. As for the experts who had entered, every single one of them possessed strength above that of De Gang. De Gang continued, you don't know how terrifying this temple is. Only death awaits those who enter. It's absolutely impossible to come out alive. So, if you don't want to die, come out with me. I'm afraid that those damn bastards have already left. De Gang, I feel that the things inside are very important to me. So, no matter how dangerous it is, I have to go in. Su Yan said firmly. In that case, I'll go in with you. We can take care of each other. Seeing Su Yan's determined eyes, De Gang knew that this was something that couldn't be stopped. However, since it couldn't be stopped, he followed Su Yan in. However, Su Yan shook his head and said, De Gang, you have to take care of Aya. Trust me, I'll definitely come out. Okay, then you be careful. De Gang said. Big brother Su Yan, don't go in there. Aya feels that there's a terrifying monster inside. Just as Su Yan turned around, Aya's weak voice sounded. Su Yan said with a smile, Aya, don't worry. Big brother Su Yan is very powerful. No matter what monster it is, it will die under Big brother's sword. Su Yan didn't look back and directly walked into the cave. Just as Su Yan retreated, De Gang said to Aya, don't worry. Since he wants to go in, he knows what he's doing. We have to trust him. Now, Big brother will take you out of here. After De Gang finished speaking, he began to use his tyrannical strength to shatter the rocks one by one. Su Yan walked deeper and deeper. This passage was full of light. It was as if he was on a pilgrimage. If it wasn't for the appearance of a group of ghosts before, who would associate this place with ghosts? Suddenly, Su Yan stopped in his tracks. Because there was an extremely huge door in front of him. This door was actually more than 10 meters high. With such a height, it was as if it was a small building. And on both sides of the door, there were two extremely huge statues. In front of this statue, Su Yan felt that he was so small. He stood in front of the door and looked up at the two statues. These were two extremely huge infernal demon dogs. Although they were only stone statues, Su Yan always felt that they had their own lives. Moreover, in front of the infernal demon dogs, there were piles of pale bones. There were human skeletons as well as demonic beast skeletons. This made Su Yan's heart more dignified. Thinking of the words De Gang said to him, Su Yan even had the impulse to directly leave this place. But in the end, he didn't do so. Because he had a reason to move forward. Su Yan stepped forward resolutely and then stepped over the pile of bones. Kacha kacha sounds were heard, which made people's hair stand on end. But Su Yan was not afraid at all. At this time, a long blood-red line appeared in front of him. This blood line was a border. If he crossed the border without permission, then only death would await him. But in the end, he still collapsed. The moment he took a step forward, the infernal demon dog's thoughts were transmitted. Trespasser, die. The word die directly turned into a clap of thunder and exploded in Su Yan's ears. A huge thought appeared, as if it wanted to crush Su Yan alive. Under such a terrifying power, Su Yan only felt that he was like a fallen leaf in the sea, constantly shaking. Damn it! Soul-suppressing seal, chi! He angrily roared and then activated the soul-suppressing seal. As he circulated his power, the soul-suppressing seal suddenly released a powerful golden light. When this light appeared, the endless waves stopped. Su Yan only felt that his sea of consciousness immediately calmed down. At this time, a dangerous aura attacked. He didn't have time to think. His whole body suddenly jumped and then rose into the air. At this moment, a blood-red claw mark directly slashed across the place where he was originally. The power of the claw mark was really unstoppable. Under the terrifying aura, the hard ground was directly scraped up layer by layer, and countless bones were directly crushed. Su Yan took a deep breath and immediately summoned the sword dragon. Then, he quickly flew into the sky at high speed. At this time, the two infernal demon dogs in front of him had actually revived. The aura of such a huge infernal demon dog had already surpassed that of a strong fighter in the dragon realm. Su Yan immediately knew that the two infernal demon dogs had killed these white bone creatures here. At this time, the infernal demon dogs once again pounced on him. The speed of the infernal demon dogs was simply beyond Su Yan's imagination. He had never thought that their speed could be so fast. He used all his strength to circulate his spiritual energy to activate the sword dragon. Every time, he just barely dodged the terrifying attack. However, the speed of the two infernal demon dogs' attacks was getting faster and faster. If this continued, Su Yan was afraid that he would follow in their footsteps and die under the claws of the infernal demon dogs, becoming a corpse. It's obviously impossible to defeat these two terrifying fellows. There must be a way to escape, but I just haven't thought of it yet. Su Yan quickly thought and at the same time, tried his best to avoid the attacks. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a very inconspicuous mark on the forehead of the two infernal demon dogs. Under the gaze of the blood dragon pupil, Su Yan saw very clearly that it was two D marks. This is the mark that the pagoda sword revealed last time. This place is indeed closely related to the pagoda sect. If that's the case, the key to survival lies on this mark. He guessed in his heart. In the next moment, the pagoda sword appeared in his hand. It doesn't matter if it's right or not, I'll take a gamble. Su Yan dodged the claws again, then shouted in a deep voice, soul-suppressing seal. The soul-suppressing seal exploded with a golden light and actually blocked the attack of the infernal demon dogs. At this time, Su Yan suddenly leaped onto the forehead of one of the infernal demon dogs and directly stabbed the pagoda sword into it. Chapter 473. Su Yan heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Fortunately, his guess was correct this time. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not be able to keep his life. At this moment, another terrifying sound pierced through the air. Su Yan did not have time to raise his head. He leaped up and soared high into the sky. At the same time, the scorching sun sword in his hand met the terrifying light. The scorching sun sword clashed head-on with this scarlet claw. Su Yan felt his palm go numb, and he almost could not hold the sword in his hand. At the same time, he felt a tearing pain between his thumb and forefinger, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he managed to block the terrifying claw in the end. At the same time, with the help of the terrifying recoil, Su Yan landed on the forehead of another infernal demon dog. The infernal demon dog immediately reacted. It did not care about anything else and directly waved its sharp claws to slap its forehead. On the sharp claws, a scarlet light shone with an extremely terrifying power. If Su Yan was hit by this attack, he would definitely die. At this moment, Su Yan did not panic at all. The pagoda sword in his other hand pierced into the D mark with extreme precision. In the D mark. The moment the pagoda sword fell, the terrifying sharp claws flew over. Immediately, the sharp claws stopped above Su Yan's head. One could imagine that if Su Yan had been a moment later, he would have died immediately. Su Yan's entire body was lying on top of the hell devil dog's head, gasping for breath. Although it was only for a moment, it consumed an unimaginable amount of energy. This kind of battle was really terrifying. Suddenly, the voice of Kasi was heard. Along with the voice came the sound of a gust of wind. The gust of wind was laced with a boundless chill, causing Su Yan's sleepiness to dissipate. He straightened his body and looked at the door. It was a very grand and majestic hall. However, the most eye-catching thing was not the beautiful decorations in the hall, but a huge skeleton. This skeleton was 20 meters long and nearly 10 meters tall. It was truly a colossal creature. An eerie aura was emitted from the skeleton, and the cold aura that was carried by the wind came from the skeleton. The skeleton's head was facing the door. Its eyes were clearly empty, but they still contained a terrifying power that seemed to be able to devour a person's soul. Su Yan held the scorching sun sword in one hand and the pagoda sword in the other. Step by step, he walked forward. At this moment, all the worries in his heart had been cast aside. Because at this moment, he had already seen the thing that attracted him. It was a small seal, and upon closer inspection, it was somewhat similar to the soul-suppressing seal. However, this imprint was only half complete. Obviously, it was not complete. This mark was not even as big as a palm. He just quietly placed it on top of this huge white bone monster like a small stone that was casually thrown on top of it. However, from Su Yan's point of view, it was this rock that had directly suppressed this huge white skeleton. Su Yan suddenly remembered that when Aya came in earlier, she said that she felt an extremely terrifying demon here. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze fell on him. He suddenly understood that the huge monster that Aya mentioned was probably this terrifying creature. There was no need to say how terrifying a creature that could make Aya feel fear was. However, at this moment, he was directly suppressed. There was no need to say how powerful this imprint was. Perhaps, this is the real key to leaving this mysterious space. At this moment, Su Yan did not delay any longer. He directly took a step forward, and then his entire body shot out like a meteor, landing on top of this huge white skeleton in an instant. Stepping on this huge skeleton, Su Yan's first feeling was that it was smooth. This huge skeleton was actually as warm as jade. However, now Su Yan did not have time to pay attention to this. He bent down and took this small imprint in his hand. This imprint was greenish-brown, and it was engraved with extremely mysterious lines. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to see it at all. Su Yan slightly operated his spiritual power, but this imprint did not move and did not show any abnormalities. He looked around again and found that this so-called temple was beautiful, but it was really peaceful. Finally, he gently jumped and then landed on the ground, and then he was about to leave with this stone imprint. However, he had just walked not far when suddenly, an extremely dangerous feeling attacked him. This feeling of danger was approaching, making Su Yan's heart beat a few times. At this time, he suddenly turned around and found that the huge white bone that was lying quietly on the ground was actually floating in the air at this time. In the pair of hollow eyes, there was a flame constantly jumping. This was a kind of soul flame, and Su Yan could feel an extremely terrifying power in this flame. In the next moment, he immediately understood everything. This huge white bone was the terrifying demon that Aya mentioned, but it was suppressed by this half of the imprint in Su Yan's hand. However, at this time, this imprint was taken away by Su Yan. The moment the imprint left its head, this terrifying monster finally woke up. Just by seeing these two soul flames, Su Yan knew that he was in danger at this time. He did not know what kind of creature this terrifying existence was, but to be able to be locked in such a secret realm, it must be extremely extraordinary. Although the half of the imprint that suppressed it was still in his hands, the situation was completely different. Because Su Yan was too clear that it was already unrealistic for him to suppress this imprint on the other party's head again. The other party's strength had simply exceeded his expectations. What was worse was that the moment Su Yan turned his head, the deep door actually made a trembling sound, and then began to close directly. Su Yan's heart sank bit by bit. At this time, he had become a turtle in a jar in an instant. Damn it! Su Yan immediately flew to the side in the next moment. It was also at this time that an extremely terrifying light directly descended. When this light fell, Su Yan immediately fled. When the first powerful force appeared, Su Yan narrowly avoided it. He did not even have time to circulate his spirit qi, and directly dodged to the ground with a roll. However, before he could stand up, a huge shadow directly suppressed him. The speed was so fast that Su Yan could not dodge at all. Bang! With a loud sound, Su Yan's whole body directly flew out and slammed heavily on the stone wall. This time, it was really painful. The web between his thumb and forefinger suddenly split open, and he could no longer hold back a mouthful of blood and directly spat it out. The pain spread directly, causing his nerves to tremble violently. However, he did not dare to delay any longer. Just this kind of attack alone caused him to be in this state. If another attack came, he was afraid that he would directly die. At this time, he did not dare to joke about his own life. De Gang's strength was really strong. So many huge stones were piled up at the entrance of the cave, but they were still smashed one by one and then opened up. Every time his fist landed on a huge stone, there would not be too much of an explosion, but the stone would directly shatter in an instant and turn into dust. After De Gang's bombardment, clear sunlight could now be seen in this place. If this continued, he was afraid that in a while, he would be able to completely open up this passage. However, at this time, he noticed that Aya's expression was abnormal, and it was very ugly. Aya, what's wrong? De Gang asked with concern. Brother, I saw the demon appear. Aya's voice began to tremble, and it was obvious that she was extremely scared. De Gang's expression was dignified. He never thought that his sister was joking. This was because he clearly knew that his sister was special. Since she had the body of an elf, she had a powerful strength that was unimaginable to ordinary people. This kind of strength was not only reflected in the terrifying power hidden in her body, but also in her perception. De Gang immediately thought of Su Yan. It was not strange that a powerful demon was hidden in this temple, De Gang. However, the appearance of this demon at this time must be related to Su Yan. Brother, it's brother Su Yan inside. He's in danger, you should go and help him. Aya said to De Gang. De Gang also wanted to go in and help Su Yan, but in the end, he shook his head and said, Aya, I can't go in because I have to take care of you. Everyone has to be responsible for their own life. Since this is Su Yan's own choice, then we have to believe in him. De Gang said very seriously. At this time, Aya finally fell silent. She wanted to persuade De Gang, but she also knew that De Gang valued her life more than anything else. However, after pondering for a while, she said again, Brother, Aya can protect herself, trust me. Moreover, I feel that brother Su Yan didn't say something when he went in, and that is, the thing inside might be able to help me unlock the mysterious power in my body. Hearing this, De Gang's expression changed. Of course, he understood why Su Yan didn't say this sentence. It was because he didn't want to get himself involved in this. If he had said this sentence from the beginning, then for Aya, De Gang would have gone in no matter what. Chapter 474. Su Yan was once again slammed into the stone wall. This time, his injuries were even more severe. However, he also realized that this damned bastard seemed to be intentionally tormenting him without actually killing him. This resurrected white bone creature was extremely powerful. Su Yan could not be sure if it was still in the dragon realm. Perhaps, this despicable thing's current strength was that of a venerable. Kacha, kacha, the sound of bones stomping on the ground could be heard from afar. This time, Su Yan no longer had the strength to get up. He lifted his head weakly and watched as this huge and terrifying figure got closer and closer to him. However, he was powerless to change anything. Futu, die. An extremely dull voice rang out. This white bone could no longer speak. However, this voice was released from its soul flames. Just these 3 short words, but Su Yan could already see the intense hatred it had towards the Futu sect. This existence was indeed suppressed here by the experts of the Futu sect. At this moment, 2 rays of cold light suddenly burst out from the huge white bone's hollow eyes. The rays of light fell. It directly enveloped Su Yan. Gradually, Su Yan's entire body floated up. Under the envelopment of this ray of light, Su Yan did not feel any pain. However, in reality, at this moment, he was extremely shocked. This was because this damn thing was actually trying to invade his soul. This method of invasion was definitely not the usual kind of possession. It was trying to sense many things from Su Yan's soul. In other words, it was trying to interpret Su Yan's soul. As long as this terrifying existence succeeded, Su Yan knew that no matter what secrets he had, they would all be exposed. More importantly, this kind of interpretation was extremely harmful to one's soul. To put it bluntly, if this fellow's interpretation was successful, Su Yan's soul would immediately collapse. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, he would become an idiot. Damn it, soul-suppressing seal. Under such circumstances, Su Yan's body could not move at all. He could not even activate his sword aura. Su Yan could only resign himself to his fate. But how could Su Yan accept this? He tried his best to activate the soul-suppressing seal with his divine will, but the pale white light cut off even his divine will. At this time, a severe headache had already hit Su Yan's head. Su Yan only felt that his whole body was going to explode directly. He couldn't wait to die immediately. However, in the end, he was still unwilling to give up. He had braved through fire and water so many times and survived. How could he just die here like this? In the end, the beam of white light finally began to wrap around Su Yan's soul. It wanted to read the memories within Su Yan's soul. However, at that very moment, beams of golden light erupted. Each beam of light transformed into an extremely sharp sword beam that pierced towards the beam of white light. Regal Sword Mantra. These 4 words appeared very heavy at this moment. The scripture of the Regal Sword Mantra had already deeply entwined with Su Yan's soul, protecting Su Yan's soul. At this time, the invasion of the white light made the Regal Sword Mantra feel danger. Therefore, the Regal Sword Mantra directly unleashed its power and ruthlessly attacked the white light. Woo, oh, an extremely dull and painful sound came from the mouth of the huge skeleton. Then, the monster's huge body retreated and almost fell to the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Yan finally broke free from the entanglement of the terrifying light. However, this time, he did not dodge. Instead, he gathered all the strength in his body and suddenly jumped. Soul-suppressing seal. Since this existence was directly suppressed here, it must be afraid of the power of the Stupa sect. At this time, the soul-suppressing seal of the Stupa sect appeared directly. Su Yan expected that it would be able to suppress the other party. However, when the soul-suppressing seal really fell, Su Yan realized that he had underestimated the other party. The soul-suppressing seal did have an extremely strong suppressive power against the soul. However, the monster in front of him was not in a soul state. It still had its own body. Although this body was just a pile of bones, even so, it was already terrifying enough. Su Yan's soul-suppressing seal fell. Although it did have the final effect, it was not immediate. This terrifying thing was still struggling, and the strength of its struggle became more and more terrifying as time passed. Damn it! Su Yan cursed in his heart. He originally thought that as long as the soul-suppressing seal could buy him even a minute, he could directly jump on top of this guy's head and suppress this half of the seal again. However, at this time, he could only persist with this powerful monster. Although his spiritual power was strong and he had the soul-suppressing seal in his hand, competing with such a terrifying monster in terms of energy consumption was simply courting death. A powerful and berserk aura was constantly pulsating, and the pale white radiance was constantly attacking Su Yan. Su Yan felt that perhaps it would only take half a minute before he could no longer hold on. At that time, he would still not be able to escape death. Futu, kill. These few words appeared again, and the voice directly shook Su Yan's mind. Su Yan knew that this damn monster wanted to use its voice as a guide to directly inject the power into his body. Once this power entered his body, then he would really die. Sun-colored glass sword scripture, sword fire-colored glass. Su Yan gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain from his meridians, and directly operated the power of genuine qi. At this moment, this power suddenly appeared, and the flashing sword qi directly took shape, and then directly shot toward the empty eye of the white bone monster. However, it was a pity that the current Su Yan was unable to unleash his full strength. Although this sword qi was unleashed in anger, it still failed on the verge of success. The sword light was directly shattered in front of his eyes. The consequence of this failure was that Su Yan's power weakened again, and the time he could hold on was greatly reduced. The gloomy and terrifying aura had even penetrated the light released by the soul-suppressing seal and suppressed his body. Su Yan retreated again and again. However, at this point, he had nowhere else to retreat to. Boom! At this moment, an extremely violent tremor came, and the closed door directly shook violently. Obviously, someone was bombarding the door. De Gang. At this time, besides De Gang, Su Yan could not think of anyone else who could come here. De Gang's power was indeed terrifying. Such a door finally broke directly after he bombarded it for the third time, and a gap was directly blasted in the door. Brother! Aya exclaimed directly. Without Aya's exclamation, De Gang also knew that Su Yan was in a critical situation at this time, and the next moment might be the moment of life and death. Aya, don't come in. After saying that, De Gang's figure flew up into the sky. Then, he charged towards the gigantic skeleton. At this moment, De Gang's aura completely erupted. Outside his body, there seemed to be the aura of a dragon surrounding him, and his whole body looked extremely powerful and terrifying. Looking at such a terrifying aura, Su Yan's heart trembled. Such a guy was simply a human-shaped treasure dragon. Get out of my way. Perhaps De Gang's power was really too strong, or perhaps at this time, Su Yan had already restrained him. De Gang's fist suddenly bombarded his huge skull. Crack! An ear-piercing roar was directly transmitted, and in the next moment, this terrifying demonic beast finally fell down abruptly. Su Yan only felt his body relax, and his heels were a little unstable. Confronting this big guy really made him unbearably tired. But at this time, he didn't dare to rest. He took a deep breath, then directly jumped up, and his whole body turned into a stream of light. At the same time, the half of the imprint in his hands suddenly activated, and finally, the imprint landed on the skull of the skeleton. This huge skeleton immediately began to shake crazily, obviously unwilling to be suppressed like this. After awakening, he recovered a lot of his strength, and at this time, even if the half of the imprint wanted to suppress him again, it was actually very difficult. The soul flames in his eyes flickered incessantly. Brother Su Yan, his eyes. At this time, Aya's voice directly came. Su Yan was startled at first, then immediately understood what Aya meant. This huge skeleton demon king only had flames jumping in his eyes. Wasn't this flame his soul flame? Thinking of this, he didn't care about how tired his body was, and also placed the soul-suppressing seal on the skull of this big guy, together with the half of the imprint to suppress him together. Then, he summoned the sword dragon and directly flew in front of this monster. Then, he pierced the left eye of this terrifying skeleton with the scorching sun sword, and the right eye with the pagoda sword. The two divine swords directly nailed into the eyes, and the soul flame directly received a terrifying impact, immediately erupting with an extremely terrifying brilliance. Whether it was Su Yan or De Gang, under the stimulation of this brilliance, they instinctively closed their eyes, but this intense stimulation still didn't stop at all. After a full 3 minutes, the dazzling light finally calmed down. However, although it calmed down, the light didn't disappear. Instead, it directly flew out of the bone armor, and then flew out of the door at an extremely fast speed. Aya! How dare you! Su Yan and De Gang shouted at the same time. After all, De Gang's strength was stronger than Su Yan's, and his reaction was the fastest. When the light shot toward Aya, he had already reacted, and his entire body turned into a stream of light and directly shot out. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he was still a step too slow. This light had directly crashed into Aya's body. Chapter 475. Aya, how are you? De Gang finally rushed to Aya's side and asked with concern. At this moment, his heart was filled with self-blame. He blamed himself for not being able to protect Aya, and instead let Aya suffer such harm. Since that light was the soul fire of that terrifying monster, it was naturally extremely powerful. If the terrifying demon that was suppressed here did not have the ability, how could it survive until now? For such a terrifying existence to enter Aya's body, it was simply a disaster for Aya. However, at this moment, Aya smiled gently, and then said to De Gang, "Brother, I'm fine. Don't worry." Her smile was still so indifferent and sweet, which made De Gang's heart calm down a little. However, he was still worried, and then asked, "Do you really think you're fine?" Seeing De Gang so anxious, Aya said, "Brother, I'm really fine." As she spoke, she gently turned around to show that she was safe and sound. However, just as she turned her back to De Gang, a strange smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Although this smile was still extremely beautiful, it showed a sense of eeriness. However, when Aya turned around again, she still had a sweet smile on her face. This, De Gang was speechless. He also did not know what happened. "Brother, go and see Brother Su Yan first," Aya said softly. It turned out that Su Yan finally could not hold on anymore and directly fell on the huge white bone. De Gang looked at Aya again, and after confirming that Aya was really fine, he said, "Okay, I understand." He turned around and was about to walk towards Su Yan. However, at this moment, Aya just smiled. Her palms suddenly pressed towards De Gang's back. De Gang definitely did not have any guard against Aya. He did not expect his sister to directly attack him. By the time he reacted, the palm had already bombarded his back. De Gang only felt his whole body shake, and he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Aya's weak palm was actually more terrifying than the fierce attack of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. Such a terrifying power made his whole body tremble non-stop. "Aya!" De Gang shouted in disbelief. However, at this moment, Aya's appearance had already changed. She put a smile on her face, looked at De Gang, and then said, "Brother, I'm really in pain. I want to live." She slowly walked towards De Gang. However, De Gang did not move, because at this moment, he did not know what to do. Even when facing a terrifying monster beast, he did not have the slightest bit of fear or retreat, but at this moment, he actually did not know what to do. He knew that the person he was facing now was definitely not his sister, but this was her body. If he made a move, he would hurt her. Father had once said that he could never let Aya get hurt. "Brother, I need your blood. Can you give it to me?" Aya asked with a smile, and she slowly approached De Gang. De Gang said, "You want my blood? Okay, I can give it to you, but please leave my sister's body. Otherwise, I swear that I will definitely kill you. When he spoke, he did not have the slightest bit of agitation, but was very calm. However, anyone could tell that under this calmness, there was an extremely strong anger hidden. In this world, there was no one who could hurt his sister, not even a god. Ha ha ha, how stupid. Aya had already walked in front of De Gang, and then raised her hand. Give me your body, and I will let your sister go. How about it? Don't worry, I will keep my promise. Your body is so strong, and your sister is just a weak little girl. I don't care about her life or death. He said. De Gang did not hesitate in the slightest. He nodded his head and said, very well, as you wish. I can offer my body to you. However, you must leave my sister's body. Otherwise, I will kill you. After saying that, De Gang did not hesitate in the slightest. He simply slapped his own forehead. At this moment, he was so determined, without the slightest hesitation. However, at this moment, an unforeseen event suddenly happened. Su Yan, who was lying quietly, suddenly burst out at this moment. Suddenly, a ray of light burst out from his palm, and directly shot towards Aya's forehead. The appearance of this ray of light caused Aya to cry out in shock. Obviously, she was very afraid of this ray of light. This was because this shining ray of light was the half of the golden seal that had suppressed him for countless years. This was a kind of fear that came from the bottom of her heart. Subconsciously, she directly raised her hand, and then suddenly screamed. In the next moment, an extremely powerful force directly burst out. When this force was displayed, a terrifying radiance vibrated, and actually blocked this half of the seal. However, although this half of the seal was blocked, it was not directly repelled, and instead, it suppressed his forehead. The power on it flickered with a faint golden radiance. What a powerful force, a fairy. At this moment, Aya cried out in surprise. She suddenly realized that the little girl's body that she had taken over was actually so powerful and terrifying. At this moment, she finally understood that this little girl was the legendary fairy, a baby born from the union of a powerful fairy and a human. At this moment, her heart was filled with excitement. She only felt that she was in high spirits, and was filled with indescribable joy. Even if this half of the golden seal was right in front of her, she was not afraid at all. However, at this moment, Su Yan had already rushed over. De Gang, help me control Aya. I can drive that thing out of Aya's body. Su Yan directly said to De Gang. Hearing Su Yan's words, a ray of light flashed in De Gang's eyes. Without any hesitation, he directly attacked, and then a powerful force burst out, piercing directly into the ray of light, and immediately grasping Aya's arms. Aya, forgive brother. De Gang said softly in his heart. At this moment, the great demon that had taken over Aya's body had already sensed that the situation was not good. He suddenly let out a sharp roar, like the crazy roar of a bat, directly bursting out from her throat. This terrifying sound wave was extremely dazzling to the soul, and accompanied by this horrifying scream, an extremely powerful force burst out. Aya did not know how to use the power in her body, but as a top demon king, he could release this power, even if it was just a little bit. De Gang's skin and flesh were impacted by this power, and immediately all of them burst open, and blood flowed out. However, De Gang did not care about such injuries at all. He only held tightly onto Aya. Su Yan. De Gang roared. At this moment, Su Yan had already arrived in front of Aya, and the soul-suppressing seal was placed on Aya's head. Su Yan directly shouted, Pagoda soul-suppressing seal. A powerful seal directly appeared, and after this seal appeared, it directly drilled into Aya's mind. Great power of the temple, support my body. Su Yan suddenly raised the pagoda sword, and at the same time, circulated the power in his body. Under the support of this power, a ray of brilliance was immediately released. This light directly pierced into the ceiling. Then, the temple instantly seemed to come alive, and at this time, 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 at the peak of the brilliance, directly poured into Su Yan's body. At this time, Su Yan's eyes released a golden light, and the dragon's soul hidden in his eyes became abnormally quiet. Warm power filled Su Yan's body, and Su Yan was like a god. Just when he fell into a deep sleep, he felt the call of the temple. Through the pagoda sword in his hand, he finally began to connect with the temple, and could use the powerful power of the temple. The moment he was supported by the temple's power, he felt that he was omnipotent. Gang slowly let go of Aya, and his eyes were full of surprise. He was shocked by everything that was happening at this moment, which was close to a miracle. Under the continuous release of the golden power, a ray of soul light finally slowly rose from Aya's body. "Evil creature, come back!" Su Yan directly shouted angrily. Then, the ray of light directly trembled, and finally, slowly moved toward the half of the seal. Gradually, the half of the seal changed, and finally, it became a complete seal. "Pagoda Temple, awaken!" Su Yan softly shouted again. The brilliance of the temple became extremely bright, and in the next moment, the entire mountain trembled. Then, all the rocks turned into dust and dissipated. "Gang, don't worry. Leave Aya's problem to me," Su Yan said to Gang. In the golden light, he had really become a god. Then, a pagoda seal appeared and directly entered Aya's body. In the next moment, a gray power appeared in Aya's body. This was the terrifying demonic power in Aya's body. Once this demonic power exploded, even Gang would find it difficult to suppress it. Moreover, it would attract the attention of demons, causing Aya to be in danger several times. If it weren't for Gang's protection, Aya would not have survived until today. At this moment, Su Yan actually directly refined this power. "Aya, I can help you, but you will lose this powerful power and become an ordinary person. Are you willing?" Su Yan asked Aya. "I'm willing." Without any hesitation, Aya directly nodded. Chapter 476. Buddha's Return to One, Divine Fire Burn. Su Yan shouted again. The power extracted from Aya's body was absorbed into the Buddha's seal. The treasure that belonged to the Buddha's gate was finally complete. The soul-suppressing seal and the Buddha's seal released their radiance at the same time. The two divine seals shone brightly and intertwined, condensing on both sides of Su Yan's body. Su Yan's aura was sacred and powerful. Even Gang was slightly weaker than Su Yan. Su Yan's entire being became more and more sacred. After that, the two golden seals directly entered Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan's strength was raised to the peak. What followed was an extremely dazzling radiance that rose to the end of the world. This surging radiance directly rushed into the temple. At this time, the entire temple shook and gradually rose into the sky. At this time, the people in the village were completely shocked. A few experts stood at the forefront of the village, constantly vigilant of the changes in the temple. This was too big of a commotion. For so many years, they had never approached the temple, afraid that the explosion of power in the temple would affect them. However, this sudden appearance of power was stronger than any other time before. This power was so strong that it threatened their lives. But at this time, they did not dare to act rashly. Before they understood the situation, if they acted rashly, their lives might be in danger. It was at this moment that an extremely powerful ray of light was suddenly released from the temple. The moment this ray of light descended, these experts felt their souls shaking. However, this wasn't because of fear, but because of faith. Suddenly, someone said, "God has returned." The person who spoke was the one who stopped Su Yan and prevented Su Yan from returning. However, at this time, he no longer had the arrogance from before. Instead, his face was full of shock, and his eyes were filled with the light of devotion. In fact, he had already begun to prostrate himself. At that moment, Su Yan, who was in the temple, seemed even more mysterious. Gang looked at Su Yan in a daze and then said, "So, Brother Su Yan is actually a god?" In his opinion, such a thing could only be done by a god. If it wasn't a god, who else would have such an ability? Back then, even a powerful figure like his father couldn't solve the problem for Aya. However, at this time, Su Yan directly extracted the power from Aya's body. At this moment, Su Yan wasn't paying attention to this. His consciousness was transmitted to the distance along with the few rays of light that had just shot out. In this mountain forest, which was called the 100,000 Mountains by the villagers, several powerful demon kings suddenly raised their heads at this moment. When that ray of light arrived, they were shocked. Whether it was the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, the demonic Bat King, or the terrifying demonic spider, they all seemed to have been immobilized. They couldn't even move. Since you are all raised by my stupa sect, come back now. Su Yan's voice was like a god's, resounding throughout the world. In the end, although these terrifying demons were extremely unwilling, they still followed the light and returned. When the light disappeared, these demons also fell into the stupa seal. Together with the demon that was suppressed at the beginning, the 4 demons were imprinted in 4 different directions. At this time, Su Yan also understood the true name of this imprint. It was the 4 directions seal. The moment the 4 directions seal returned to its original position, Su Yan suddenly felt a mysterious power directly appear. The moment this power appeared, he felt as if everything around his ears was shattering. The temple began to turn into nothingness. Even De Gang and Aya began to gradually disappear. It's fake. All of this is fake. Su Yan muttered to himself. At this time, he was extremely shocked. He couldn't believe that everything he had experienced was fake. Although he had only been in this mysterious world for less than a day, the experience was so real. At this moment, this world began to shatter and even disappear. The 4 directions seal quietly floated in front of him. It was just that the 4 directions seal was no longer the same as before. After this world was shattered, everything was like a picture scroll that swept towards them. As time passed, the power of the 4 directions seal grew stronger and stronger. At this time, Su Yan finally opened his eyes. He completely understood everything that had happened. It didn't matter if it was real or not. This world was originally constructed by the 4 directions seal. Back then, the Stupa sect was at its peak. However, because they fought against the Devil's sect, they gradually declined. In the end, because of an extremely terrifying battle, the Stupa sect had no choice but to fall to this state. This 4 directions seal was also damaged and was hidden in the door. The damaged 4 directions seal's power dissipated and finally constructed this world. Now that the 4 directions seal had been restored, this illusory world had also disappeared. When everything returned to tranquility, Su Yan stood outside the door with a sense of loss in his eyes. It was as if his soul had left his body. De Gang, Aya, they are actually just evolved from the 4 directions seal? Su Yan picked up the 4 directions seal in his hand and said helplessly. It seemed that the 4 directions seal's power was really strong to the extreme. To be able to construct such a realistic world, it was much stronger than illusions. Illusion and reality. It seems that I still can't see through this. Su Yan laughed bitterly. He was just a passerby. These things didn't have much to do with him. He only needed to understand what kind of world he was in. However, he couldn't be as cold as ice. Naturally, he couldn't let go of such things. Brother Su Yan, why are you sad? You have liberated this world. We should be thanking you. Just as Su Yan was lamenting, a gentle voice suddenly sounded. The moment this voice appeared, Su Yan suddenly became happy. Brother De Gang. That's right, it's me. Brother Su Yan, you don't have to be sad. We didn't die. Moreover, our world didn't shatter. It just returned to its original state. De Gang's voice sounded. Return to its original state. What's going on? Even though Su Yan was used to seeing all kinds of scenes, he was still surprised at this moment. He didn't understand what was going on. Brother Su Yan, you're really stupid. What brother means is that our world originally existed in the 4 directions seal. It's just that the 4 directions seal was damaged, so there were many monsters. These powerful monsters are the manifestation of the demonic sect's power. Now, you've used the Buddha's sword and your blood to revive this world. Naturally, we'll return to our original state. A crisp voice rang out, causing Su Yan's expression to change. Aya? Su Yan was even more pleasantly surprised. This beautiful yet sorrowful little girl actually still existed, which made him even more joyful. It's me. Brother, you can think of it this way. Me, Brother De Gang, and the people in the village are all the weapon spirits of the Four Directions seal. The divine temple is the core of the seal. Now that everything has been restored, this is the best thing for us. Aya spoke once more. Brother Su Yan, as long as the Four Directions seal still exists, we won't be destroyed. Right now, you've become the master of the Four Directions seal. If you need it, you can even summon us to help you in battle, De Gang said. Of course, you need to expend Buddha's force to summon us. Even if you want to communicate with us, it's the same. I feel that you haven't cultivated the Buddha's force that truly belongs to you, so our connection is about to be severed. You just need to remember that the Four Directions seal is the key to the 6th floor. Enter the 6th floor, or perhaps the 7th floor, and you'll be able to find the source of Buddha's force. De Gang's voice became fainter and fainter. Brother Su Yan, you must go to the 7th floor. Su Yan took a deep breath and digested the information he had just received. The sense of loss in his heart had already disappeared because everything that he thought had disappeared still existed. Although De Gang and Aya had only exchanged a few words, Su Yan had already figured out the gist of it. He held the Four Directions seal in his hand. This golden seal was currently emitting a gentle golden radiance. Su Yan no longer hesitated and directly placed the Four Directions seal on the door. As the Four Directions seal was placed down, the door suddenly began to flicker with a glass-like radiance. Then, the door actually gradually turned into nothingness and finally dissipated. Su Yan had finally stepped into the 6th floor of the pagoda. When he stepped into the 6th floor, he immediately felt a sorrowful aura. The 6th floor of the pagoda was simply beyond his expectations because it was actually a graveyard. Wordless tombstones stood there for a long time, giving off an indescribable sense of sorrow. Su Yan only felt an indescribable sense of oppression at this moment. This kind of sorrow actually emanated from the depths of his soul. Are these the places where the seniors of the Buddha sect were buried? Since I, Su Yan, have already become the successor of the Buddha sect, I naturally have to kowtow to you. After Su Yan sighed in his heart, he knelt down and respectfully kowtowed 9 times in the direction of the graveyard. The moment Su Yan finished kowtowing, all the tombstones seemed to come to life at this moment. Every tombstone began to emit a golden radiance. As the golden radiance spread, Su Yan was immediately enveloped in it. Chapter 477. Su Yan already knew about what had happened back then. In order to resurrect the great devil heaven master, the crazy devil sect did not hesitate to sacrifice the entire Qian territory. The pagoda sect had fought with the devil sect because of this. In the end, both sides suffered great losses and the devil sect disappeared. It was only recently that they began to move again. The pagoda sect, on the other hand, had suffered great losses. They could only leave their inheritance in this inconspicuous burial sword tomb until Su Yan, the fated person, arrived. The golden light was the pagoda chi. The golden light wrapped around Su Yan's body and gradually seeped into his skin. His strength was increasing little by little, and his entire body was becoming stronger. At this moment, he suddenly felt like he was a King Kong. That's right. The invincible golden body is a powerful cultivation method for the cultivation of the body. With the nourishment of the Buddha golden chi, my body will definitely become stronger. Su Yan's eyes shone with a golden light. His entire aura was rising. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. This kind of increase lasted for a moment, but suddenly there was a change. It turned out that the golden aura was flowing through Su Yan's body, but when it reached his heart and finger bones, it stopped. 2 powerful black auras suddenly erupted and directly resisted the golden aura. Su Yan was very clear about this black aura. It was the aura of the heavenly demon and the devil dragon's heart. In the world of the square seal, these 2 auras seemed to have disappeared. However, now that they had returned to reality, these 2 auras appeared again and directly exploded with an extremely powerful force, attacking Su Yan. Feeling the impact of this force, Su Yan immediately felt an extremely terrible pain, as if this force was going to tear him apart. This kind of pain was not something an ordinary person could endure. Good, although this aura is strong, it is very good for me. I can use this to cultivate the invincible golden body. Su Yan took a deep breath and suppressed the pain in his eyes. Instead, it was replaced by incomparable madness. The pain caused by the collision of Devil Chi and Buddha Chi was simply indescribable. However, he was not blinded by the pain. Instead, his entire body was rejuvenated. Then, he began to cultivate the invincible golden body. The invincible golden body was the Stupa sect's peerless body refining technique. At this moment, Su Yan was forcibly activating it. In the blink of an eye, the violent aura kept colliding, and the pain was doubled. However, Su Yan had no intention of stopping. His body began to devour the two terrifying auras at the same time. Be it righteous or demonic, Su Yan will subdue them all. The two of you want to use my body as a battlefield, so how can you not pay your taxes? Su Yan grinned, looking extremely like a demon. After that, his eyes flashed as he immersed himself in his own will. Under the impact of this pain, Su Yan's heart actually became calmer and calmer. The pain did not make Su Yan crazy. Instead, it made him feel calmer. At this moment, Su Yan's entire body revealed a very special aura. It was hard to say whether it was righteous or evil, but this aura revealed an indescribable truth. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the tombstones. This voice sounded like the Buddhist chanting from Su Yan's previous life. When this voice entered Su Yan's ears, it made Su Yan's entire person become solemn. This was because Su Yan had heard the supreme incantation. Just now, Aya, who was in the square seal, told him that he must enter the 6th and 7th floor of the Stupa sect. At this moment, the importance of it was displayed. The 6th floor was imparting a technique, and it was the Stupa sect's most unfathomable Stupa boundless technique. This incantation was truly profound and unfathomable. Every word contained an unparalleled mystery. Among the techniques that Su Yan knew, other than the regal sword mantra, there was no other existence that could compete with it. Su Yan operated the invincible golden body and crazily devoured the heavenly demon aura and Stupa golden chi. At the same time, his mind began to absorb the power of the Stupa boundless technique. The Stupa boundless technique was chanted continuously. Su Yan's heart was like still water. After an unknown amount of time, the heart-wrenching pain finally disappeared. The aura from the heavenly demon finger bone and the power from the demonic dragon's heart dissipated at the same time. It seemed that the Stupa sect's power had won this battle. However, this was not strange. After all, this was the Stupa pagoda. If the heavenly demon finger bone and the demonic dragon's heart had won, then the Stupa sect was not worthy of being called a powerful sect that almost destroyed the devil sect. Su Yan woke up again. At this moment, there was a golden light shining in his eyes. His entire being was filled with an indescribable spirit. The 6th level of the Stupa pagoda has really given me a lot of benefits. He could not help but sigh. At this moment, his entire being's spirit was completely different. Not to mention other things, just the strength of his physical body had undergone an earth-shattering change. In fact, he even had the thought of directly contending with De Gang. De Gang was a powerhouse in the dragon realm. Moreover, he was an extremely powerful existence. However, Su Yan really felt that his physical body, which had been entangled by the aura of the righteous and demonic paths, was terrifyingly powerful. If the 100 Beasts Elder was still alive, Su Yan would not have had to rely on the power of the demonic dragon's heart to defeat him like last time. Su Yan thanked the tombstone once again. Seniors, disciple Su Yan has received your help to obtain the infinite Stupa pagoda technique. Although disciple is not talented, as long as I am alive, I will bring the Stupa sect back to life and let the glory of Stupa shine in this world once again. Su Yan's words were sincere. At this moment, as if it understood Su Yan's words, the golden light changed again. In the end, it actually turned into a door of nothingness. Su Yan was stunned at first. Then, He smiled in his heart and stepped in without any hesitation. He originally thought that if he wanted to enter the 7th level of the Stupa Pagoda, he would definitely have to go through more difficult conditions. However, he did not expect that the door to the 7th level would open so easily in front of him. The key to enter the 6th level was the Four Corners seal. If Su Yan was not strong enough, he would not have been able to save Aya with Degang and successfully restore the Four Corners seal. The key to the door to the 7th level was these tombstones. These heroic spirits who had already died in battle were the real gatekeepers. If Su Yan was not righteous, he would not have been able to find the door to the 7th level no matter what. If he had gained their approval, there would be no need to set up a life and death test. Therefore, Su Yan stepped in easily. The moment Su Yan stepped through the door, a golden path immediately appeared under his feet. On the path, there were hundreds of golden petals. These were all real works of art. They had unimaginable charm. However, although the golden petals were beautiful, Su Yan did not pay attention to them at all. His gaze was attracted by the golden light in front of him. It was a 9th grade lotus platform. It was filled with a noble and sacred aura. When Su Yan's gaze landed on this lotus platform, the demonic dragon's heart in Su Yan's body started to beat wildly. It was as if it had encountered a terrifying heaven and earth. The heavenly demon finger bone also released an extremely dense demonic aura. When he was on the 6th level, the heavenly demon finger bone was clearly suppressed by the pagoda golden chi. However, at this moment, it released a powerful light again. At this moment, Su Yan took a step back. Countless rays of light bloomed in his eyes. At this moment, the golden lotus had already ascended and was flying towards his body. After trying hard to calm his heart, Su Yan gradually began to condense his power. Then, the pagoda infinite technique that he had obtained earlier began to slowly circulate. The 9th grade lotus platform landed in front of Su Yan. Then, it gradually shrank and drilled into Su Yan's body. This time, Su Yan did not panic. Instead, he calmly waited for the golden light to arrive. After the 9th grade lotus platform turned into Su Yan's body, it gathered towards Su Yan's heart without stopping. It was not the demonic dragon's heart, but his own heart. The lotus platform seemed to have completely fused with his own heart. The demonic dragon's heart felt threatened and wanted to go berserk. However, before the demonic dragon's heart could go berserk, the heart that had merged with the 9th grade lotus platform released a ray of light that fell on the demonic dragon's heart. It was as if a layer of golden clothing had wrapped around this power. This process was extremely short. It was almost only a moment. Su Yan's face was solemn. He had finally received everything. The 6th level was the pagoda infinite technique, and the 7th level was the 9th grade lotus platform. These two things were the peerless treasures of the pagoda sect. Obtaining them also meant that Su Yan had truly obtained the inheritance of the pagoda sect and became a disciple of the pagoda sect. At the same time, the problem of the demonic dragon's heart was temporarily solved. At least after being suppressed by the golden light, the demonic dragon's heart could not constantly transfer the demonic dragon's blood into his body. It's time to leave. Su Yan did not linger and was about to leave. However, at this moment, the entire pagoda tower suddenly shook. As the pagoda tower shook, the surrounding mountains also began to shake. The entire Wushuang city felt the obvious tremors. Many people thought that there was an earthquake at this time, and for a moment, they were frightened. Su Yan watched the changes in the pagoda tower. In just 5 breaths, he left the pagoda tower. The pagoda tower shrank and finally entered Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Chapter 478. When Su Yan walked out again, the sword well had completely disappeared. Such a commotion naturally alarmed the people in the burial sword tomb. Many disciples had already arrived at this place. However, none of them noticed Su Yan's appearance. Not long after, Ouyangqing finally appeared. At this time, he was fully deserving of being the eldest senior brother of the burial sword tomb. At this time, his brows were tightly furrowed. Looking at the collapsed sword well, he finally sighed. Sigh, what an eventful time. Although he didn't know why the sword well collapsed, its importance to the burial sword tomb was self-evident. However, the collapse of the sword well made his heart heavy. Coupled with the young man he met earlier, this made him even more worried. You all go back first. Don't spread this matter. Otherwise, you will be punished for the crime of betrayal. His voice spread out among the disciples. The disciples were as silent as cicadas in winter and answered, yes. Just as Ouyang Cheng turned around, a familiar voice sounded, Senior Brother Ouyang, long time no see. Senior Brother Ouyang was almost scared out of his wits. Su Yan. When he saw Su Yan, Ouyang Cheng was pleasantly surprised. Seeing Ouyang Cheng like this, Su Yan couldn't help but be startled, then said, Senior Brother Ouyang, did something happen? Ouyang Cheng had always been indifferent. If nothing happened, he would never show such a state. Ouyang Cheng didn't beat around the bush and said directly, Su Yan, something did happen. A few days ago, a young man broke into the Su family and took away your cousin Su Tian. Hearing Ouyang Cheng's words, Su Yan frowned. Oh. Senior Brother Ouyang and that guy met? Su Yan asked. Ouyang Cheng smiled bitterly and said, yes, we did meet and even fought, but I was no match for him at all. Then, Ouyang Cheng told Su Yan the situation at that time. Su Yan listened quietly and then asked, Senior Brother Ouyang, according to what you said, this person is from the devil sect? Definitely, and he didn't deny it, Ouyang Cheng said firmly. Hearing this, Su Yan's eyes flickered. He wouldn't forget what the black demon said before he was killed. A very young but very terrifying devil sect powerhouse. Could it be the devil sect's crown prince? Su Yan's eyes flickered. To be honest, at this moment, he was looking forward to meeting that person. He wanted to see how powerful the devil sect's crown prince was. Brother Ouyang, do you know where this person from the devil sect went? Su Yan asked directly. Ouyang Cheng shook his head and said, I don't know, but Su Yan, there's something I have to say. Although you are very powerful and far beyond my imagination, that person is too terrifying. I can't feel his limit at all. Ouyang Cheng's eyes flickered with fear as he recalled the scene at that time. When I faced that person, I felt like I was facing an abyss. You have already left the Su family, and I don't think that person would hurt Su Tian, Su Yan sighed. He understood what Ouyang Cheng meant. At the same time, he also knew that with Ouyang Cheng's character, he would definitely not exaggerate. Since he said that this person was extremely terrifying, then that must be the case. Otherwise, the always proud and arrogant Ouyang Cheng would not say such words. However, no matter how powerful that person was, Su Yan would still choose to face him. This wasn't just for Su Tian, but also for himself. Su Yan represented the Stupa sect, and the Stupa sect and the Devil sect were natural opposites. Therefore, even if that person didn't take Su Tian away, as long as he appeared, Su Yan would still have to meet him. The only difference was that it would be sooner or later. Now that the other party had come knocking on his door, he had no reason to refuse. Senior Ouyang, I know what to do about this matter. Although I have already left the Su family, I still owe you a debt of gratitude. So, please take care of the Su family. As for Su Tian, I will bring her back. Su Yan said very seriously. Ouyang Cheng sighed. He knew his junior brother too well. He knew that once Su Yan had made a decision, it would be difficult to change it. Su Yan, that person said that he will wait for you at the mouth of the East Sea for 3 days. After 3 days, he will leave the 5 counties and head to the Jianghu continent. Su Yan, to be honest, I don't want you to meet him. You're already very powerful now. There's almost no one in the 5 counties who can be your match. As long as we don't provoke them, you'll definitely get better and better, right? Moreover, you should know how Sister Linglong feels about you. If something happens to you, she will be very sad. Ouyang Cheng sighed and finished speaking. When Ouyang Cheng mentioned Xiao Linglong, Su Yan was first stunned, then he smiled bitterly. What did I, Su Yan, do to make Sister Xiao Linglong fall in love with me? Brother Ouyang, I know you like Sister Linglong, so don't give up. I, Su Yan, have enough love debts. After he finished speaking, Su Yan's entire person had already disappeared without a trace. Ouyang Qing still wanted to say something, but he could only be stunned. When Su Yan came, he didn't see it clearly. When Su Yan left, he still didn't notice it. I really didn't expect him to be so powerful now. Maybe he can survive in front of that person. Ouyang Qing could only smile bitterly. At this moment, Su Yan had already stepped onto the sword dragon and was flying towards the mouth of the East Sea. At this moment, Su Yan was still at the level of the boundary and perimeter mountains. However, his combat strength was already extremely terrifying and could not be measured by common sense. Even if he was facing a Dragon Realm expert, Su Yan was confident that he could fight and even win. Of course, Su Yan wouldn't be arrogant because he knew that this person must be a terrifying person to be able to make Ouyang Qing feel like he was as deep as the sea. If this person was really the Devil's Sex Crown Prince, then he would be even more powerful. But no matter what, he would only know after meeting him. If he didn't change after meeting him, then he would immediately retreat. This wasn't Su Yan's style. Su Yan's speed was extremely fast. Like a meteor, he cut across the sky. According to Ouyang Qing, today was already the last day. If this guy took Su Tian away, then it would be troublesome. At the mouth of the East Sea, a huge battleship stopped by the shore. This huge battleship was extremely ferocious. It was like a terrifying sea beast, giving off an extremely dignified and oppressive aura. On the deck of the battleship, a young man in black stood. His gaze landed on the surface of the sea. His eyes were filled with a deep aura. Beside him was a young girl. It was the Su family's Su Tian. Young Master Shangguan, are we really leaving? Su Tian asked softly. She turned around and looked towards the shore. Her eyes were filled with reluctance. Before that day, she was practically carefree. She was the Su family's little princess. She worshipped Su Yan and wanted to become strong, but she had never thought of leaving home. However, the appearance of this man in front of her changed everything. He said that he wanted to take her away, and she agreed. He said that he wanted to return to Zhou. He asked her if she was willing to leave with him. She agreed without any hesitation. She was very sure that this man didn't do anything to her, let alone force her. But she still followed him here in a daze. Shangguanxing turned around and looked at Su Tian. Then, he smiled and said, Tian, you can't bear to leave? Su Tian was slightly stunned. Then, she nodded and said, yes, of course I can't bear to leave. After all, that's my home. Before you appeared, I never thought that I would leave home one day. Shangguanxing stood up and walked to the railing. Then, he said, it's hard to leave home. This is what you should do. It's just that everyone can't control their own fate. Wouldn't it be boring to stay at home for the rest of your life and never see the scenery outside? Look at the sea. If you stay in the Su family, I'm afraid you'll never have the chance to see such a magnificent sea. He shouted loudly. After hearing Shangguanxing's words, Su Tian suddenly felt that she didn't want to go home so much. Young Master Shangguan, when did you leave home? Su Tian asked. Her voice was still sweet and calm. She didn't have the slightest awareness of being a prisoner. In fact, Shangguanxing didn't treat her like a prisoner. Me? Hee, your question is quite special. However, I've never had a home, so I don't know when I left. Shangguanxing stretched. At this moment, he suddenly smiled faintly. In the end, it's still here, in the end? Who's here? Could it be? Su Tian suddenly thought of someone. Shangguanxing said to Su Tian, yes, you guessed right. It's your brother, Su Yan, who's here. TSK, he's really powerful. His entire body is filled with an extremely strong aura. He's indeed qualified to be my opponent. Su Tian looked at Shangguanxing's appearance and suddenly panicked. On one side was his brother, who was also the person he admired. On the other side, although it had nothing to do with her, she really didn't want anything to happen to the person in front of her. Sheng Wanxing smiled at Su Tian and said, "Don't worry, I won't hurt him." Chapter 479. Su Yan finally stopped in the air. The sword dragon floated in the air, and he stood on top of it, looking at the person who had appeared in front of him. Sheng Wanxing grinned and said, "Su Yan? Ha ha ha, I've been waiting for you for a few days. I'm really happy to see you." Hearing this, Su Yan was startled at first. He was not used to meeting people like this. However, he then said, "Sheng Wanxing? Are you the Devil Sex Crown Prince? Let Su Tian go. She's innocent. For someone like you to make things difficult for a little girl, it's not something to be proud of." Just like that, Su Yan and Sheng Wanxing stopped in mid-air and said these words. Beneath their feet was a turbulent sea. Looking at Su Yan, Sheng Wanxing suddenly laughed. "No, I'm not the crown prince you're talking about. That's just a dead person, and I'm not." He continued, "Of course, I won't let you take Su Tian away. I like her very much, so I've decided to make her my maid. Of course, if you have the ability to defeat me, then I naturally won't stop you from taking her away." The moment Sheng Wanxing finished speaking, he immediately flew towards Su Yan with a burst of speed. The powerful force caused endless waves to splash. The waves immediately swallowed Su Yan and Sheng Wanxing. At this moment, Su Yan directly held his sword horizontally. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the scorching sun sword immediately shone with a blazing light. As the sword fell, the sword light circulated, and the powerful force seemed to be able to shock the world. The powerful light fell, and it was as if the clouds were flying within. The first confrontation between the two of them was completed at this moment. Su Yan's scorching sun sword had the most domineering and fierce power, but Sheng Wanxing only used his bare hands to block Su Yan's power. Although this attack seemed to be evenly matched, Su Yan knew in his heart that he had actually lost in this first confrontation. Even though he had lost, Su Yan did not panic at all. After this confrontation, the two of them did not make another move. When the seawater finally settled down, Su Yan said, "You're really strong." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "My friends said that the feeling you gave him could be described in 4 words, as deep as the sea." "Your friend? The one in the burial sword tomb?" He's too weak, that's why I have such a feeling. However, your strength really surprises me. Su Yan, you do indeed have the qualifications to be my opponent. However, now is not the time." Sheng Wanxing smiled again and said, "Although you are already very strong, if we were to fight to the death, I would be able to escape unscathed." "I don't doubt it." Su Yan nodded. The other party's words were extremely arrogant, but Su Yan didn't have any objections because he knew that the other party wasn't exaggerating. Right now, he could indeed fight with him, but his true strength was not comparable to the other parties. However, if they were to fight to the death, it was hard to say who would win. After all, Su Yan had obtained the true inheritance of the Stupa sect. At the very least, he still had the heart of the demonic dragon and the heavenly demon fingerbone. If these powers were to explode, the power would definitely be terrifying. Not to mention a dragon realm expert, Su Yan felt that he could even drag the other party down with him. However, this was not the time to fight to the death. Once he used these methods, Su Yan felt that he wouldn't have a chance to survive. Stop fighting, stop fighting. It's really boring. What's the point of fighting when you know the outcome? I still want to bring Su Tian back to the 9 continents. If you have enough confidence to defeat me one day, then come to the 9 continents to find me. If you can defeat me, then you can take her away. Oh right, I also have a girl with me. Her name is Lu Lan." Sheng Wanxing's words caused Su Yan's expression to turn cold. Although Su Tian was his sister, they had barely known each other since they were young. However, the 2 words, Lu Lan, were too heavy for him. "Lu Lan is in your hands. What did you do to her?" Su Yan asked coldly. Sheng Wanxing did not care about Su Yan's killing intent. He only said, "For the time being, Lu Lan is still very safe." At least for the next year and a half, she will be very safe. However, Su Yan, you don't have much time. If you still can't go to the 9 states in a year, then Lu Lan will be sacrificed to the heavenly demon lord. Sheng Wansheng's expression had become solemn. This time, I came to the 5 states to see what other qualities this man who is so valued by her has. Fortunately, you're not bad. If you were worse, I would have killed you directly and let Lu Lan give up. Sheng Wansheng's words were so aggressive. Previously, when he said that he could retreat in a life and death battle, Su Yan did not feel angry. He even felt that it was reasonable. However, at this time, he was really angry. Lu Lan was the first woman in his life. When the devil's sect took her away, Su Yan could only watch but could not do anything. This unwillingness was something that no one could understand. He cultivated diligently and constantly experienced life and death situations. However, he never dared to forget that woman. This was because he was afraid that once he forgot, he would never be able to find her again. At this moment, he finally heard news about Lu Lan. Well, Su Yan, I'm going to leave. Although you are very strong now, you are still not my opponent. I hope that when we meet again, the result will not be like this. Sheng Wansheng turned and left. Su Yan watched him leave but did not stop him. This was because he knew that even if he chased after him now, it would be useless. He could not defeat Sheng Wansheng, let alone take Su Tian away unscathed. The world of the 9 states, huh? I will definitely go. Su Yan watched as Sheng Wansheng returned to the battleship and disappeared into the vast sea. Su Yan did not return to the Su family. However, he instructed a disciple of the burial sword tomb to pass a message to the Su family, telling them that he would bring Su Tian back. Then, he went directly to the Heaven and Earth organization. Yunhe's disappearance caused the entire Yunxian alliance to be in a state of panic. Although they had successfully defeated the Black Fiend Alliance and even killed the 100 Beasts demon because of Su Yan, people were still uneasy. Moreover, Su Yan had not appeared for a long time. Therefore, rumors began to spread. Some said that both Su Yan and the 100 Beasts demon were severely injured, so he went to treat his injuries. Some said that Su Yan was cultivating in seclusion. What was even worse was that some said that Su Yan was afraid of the battle and ran away, ignoring them. Although Lei Wanjun and Reverend Heavenly Sword had used thunderous methods to suppress these rumors, how could such rumors be so easily suppressed? Another day had passed, and the situation in the Heaven and Earth organization was getting worse and worse. Since the previous day, people had started to go missing. At first, it was only 1 or 2 disciples, so Lei Wanjun and Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword thought that they were afraid of the war and secretly ran away. Although they were angry, there was nothing they could do. After all, although they had won a battle, the Yunxian Alliance's situation was not optimistic. However, the Black Fiend Alliance was different. There were rumors that there was an even more powerful expert in the Black Fiend Alliance who was about to be resurrected. As soon as this mysterious rumor appeared, it immediately caused everyone to be even more terrified. They had personally witnessed the 100 Beasts demon's terrifying prestige. Although the old demon was killed by Su Yan in the end, their deputy leader, Su Yan, also went missing. Moreover, the 100 Beasts demon had previously said in public that their leader, Yunhe, had already betrayed them and joined the Black Fiend Alliance. As a result, there were disciples who secretly left the Yunxian Alliance. It was something that could not be helped. However, the next day, nearly 20 people immediately went missing. Among these missing people, some were from the Sound of Thunder's sect, some were from the Fengxian sect, and some were from the Heaven and Earth organization. Lei Wanjun couldn't hold himself back any longer. He even wanted to personally capture these deserters. In the end, he still managed to bring a few of them back. However, these people had already become corpses when they were brought back. Their life essence had been completely sucked dry, and their faces were filled with extreme fear. It was as if they had seen a ghost. In an instant, the Yunxian Alliance, which was already in a state of panic, became even more chaotic. Another day came. Although the Yunxian Alliance sent an order to increase their cultivation realm and also sent more people, there were still people who went missing. Even the Fengxian sect's Fangyuan realm elder was injured. It was also on that day that the Black Fiend Alliance attacked again. Billowing black fog rushed towards the Heaven and Earth organization. The thousand-cloud universe Great Array was broken by the 100 Beasts demon last time and had yet to be repaired. The Black Fiend Alliance's attack was definitely a huge blow to the Yunxian Alliance. However, the Yunxian Alliance had no choice but to brace themselves and fight. After a great battle, the Yunxian Alliance naturally suffered heavy losses. However, the Black Fiend Alliance also paid a heavy price. In an instant, the foot of the Yunxian mountain was dyed with blood. Sky Sword, I keep feeling uneasy. Lei Wanjun stood in front of Sky Sword's spiritual master and said worriedly. Sky Sword's spiritual master sighed, then raised his head and said, "How can you be the only one feeling uneasy? Who in the Yunxian Alliance isn't like this?" Lei Wanjuan's expression turned sluggish because he really couldn't refute Sky Sword's spiritual master's words. However, he quickly continued, "Sky Sword, you have always been meticulous. Can't you see that the Black Fiend Alliance's actions have been very strange recently? After these two great battles, everyone's losses were equal. Their losses were even more than ours, but they are still like this. Is there some secret in this?" When Lei Wanjun said this, Sky Sword's spiritual master immediately frowned. Chapter 480. Seeing Yun Wanxing enter, Lei Wanjun and spiritual master Heaven Sword's expressions became uneasy. That ominous premonition became even stronger. They knew Yun Wanxing the best. They deeply knew that this woman had inherited her father's calmness. If she didn't encounter something shocking, she would definitely not be like this. But now, she was in such a hurry. From this, it could be seen that the current situation was extremely bad. Yun Wanxing couldn't be bothered to catch her breath. She then said, "Seniors, things are not good. Those dead bodies that didn't have time to be burned have all stood up and turned into zombies. They are charging towards the heavenly cloud mountain." As soon as Yun Wanxing's voice fell, Lei Wanjun and spiritual master Heaven Sword's expressions changed. There was no need to say how serious this matter was. Countless people had died in these few battles. Hundreds and thousands of corpses stood up and charged towards the Heaven and Earth organization. This was a huge crisis. For the disciples of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance, this was even more terrifying. One had to know that among these people, not only were there their former enemies, but there were also their dead comrades and even brothers. However, at this time, they had to attack their former comrades and kill them again. This in itself was a terrifying torture. And that wasn't all. After the resurrection, the corpses became extremely difficult to kill. If they couldn't kill their vital points, then they wouldn't stop advancing at all. In the past few days of fighting with the Black Fiend Alliance, they had already exhausted a huge amount of energy. But now, they still had to face such a terrifying attack. This was simply a nightmare of nightmares. Lei Wanjun, spiritual master Heaven Sword, and the other experts from the surrounding area arrived at the battlefield. They saw countless corpses slowly charging up the mountain from the foot of the mountain, while the disciples of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance could only retreat again and again. The sword chi and wind blades had little effect on these fellows. Death chi, it's death chi. Those guys from the Devil's sect are really bold. They actually dare to use such a perverse method. Aren't they afraid of being punished by the heavens? Lei Wanjun shouted angrily. Then, he directly flew into the sky. Disciples of the Sound of Thunder sect, listen to my command. Use lightning techniques to attack the death chi. After all, Lei Wanjuan's eyes were sharp. He immediately saw that the death chi was the key. If the death chi did not dissipate, the dead would continue to revive. Disciples of the Profound Wind sect, listen to my orders. Use the Profound Wind to disperse this death aura. After hearing Lei Wanjuan's words, the elders of the Profound Wind sect woke up and immediately called for the disciples. These disciples fought as they retreated. They were originally terrified, but now that they suddenly had a backbone, they finally pulled themselves together and immediately displayed their strength. With the rumbling of thunder and the blowing of the wind, the death chi quickly thinned out. The judgment of the two elders was not wrong. After the death chi dissipated, the movement speed of the undead slowed down, and their fighting strength was greatly reduced. Taking advantage of this short period of time, the disciples of the Qianyun alliance finally launched a counterattack and pushed the front line back. However, at this moment, the black aura that should have been dispersed suddenly began to condense. In the end, it turned into a huge ghost face. The ghost face hovered in the sky as it stared coldly at everyone on Qian Cloud Mountain. Everyone in the Heaven and Earth organization quieted down. Their eyes were fixed on the ground below, and their brains were in a state of hypoxia. At this moment, the momentary joy had already disappeared. This was because the pressure brought by this terrifying ghost face was too strong. Pretending to be mysterious. Why would I, Lei Wanjun, be afraid of you? 10,000 elephant divine skill, unstoppable thunderbolt. Lei Wanjun roared angrily and soared into the sky. At this moment, the power in his hand erupted with infinite rumbles. The flickering lightning could almost compete with the spring thunder. The momentum was so heavy that it could tear people's eardrums. This momentum was already considered unstoppable. However, for some reason, no one felt joy in their hearts. Instead, they felt deeply uneasy. It was as if everyone had already known the outcome. At this moment, Sage Heaven's sword also made his move. Sword whistling in the firmament. Sage Heaven's sword made his move and an immortal sword suddenly condensed. The sharp edge of the sword directly turned into a straight line and charged towards the pitch-black ghost face. The power of this sword was actually stronger than Lei Wanjuan's. Sage Heaven's sword was indeed terrifying. The time he took to enter the perimeter state was much shorter than Lei Wanjun. However, at this moment, one could see that in this short period of time, Sage Heaven's sword's power had actually increased again. His realm might have already surpassed Lei Wanjuan's. This huge immortal sword was launched later but arrived first. It directly soared into the sky and ruthlessly pierced the terrifying black face. Then, Lei Wanjuan's thunderous rumbles finally arrived. In an instant, the radiance directly swallowed the darkness. The world was terrifyingly quiet. Only this terrifying rumbling sound was left. Everyone was waiting for the result. Only the rumbling sound of two powers was left in this world. After an unknown amount of time, the rumbling sound finally faded away. However, in the next moment, everyone was shocked. That was because Lei Wanjun and Sage Heaven's swords were actually unable to shatter that terrifying power. That huge black face still existed, but this time, there was a huge hole. However, such an existence made the ghost face seem even more strange and terrifying. The ghost face's spectacles were still looking at Lei Wanjun and Sage Heaven's sword as if it was mocking their incompetence. This made the two of them even more unhappy. At this moment, their hearts were in a mess. At this moment, Sage Heaven's sword shouted, "Not good. Lei Wanjun, retreat quickly." Just as he shouted, the terrifying existence in the sky suddenly shot down a ray of light. The terrifying radiance fell straight down, attacking Lei Wanjuan's body. What? Hearing Sage Heavenly Sword's shout, Lei Wanjun immediately woke up. However, it was at this moment that a terrifying black light descended from the sky. It wasn't until the black light was right in front of him that Lei Wanjun regained his senses. He immediately unleashed Thunderstorm in an attempt to block the terrifying power. However, it was already too late. Without any suspense, he was directly bombarded by the terrifying radiance and smashed into the ground. Boom! A huge rumbling sound was heard. Then, the entire ground was directly stirred up by a large amount of dust. Senior Lei. Yun Wanqing hurriedly ran over. Fortunately, Lei Wanjuan's cultivation was profound. He didn't die from such a terrifying attack. Yun Wanqing didn't dare to delay any longer. She immediately used the cloudy mist technique and began to heal Lei Wanjun. Under the treatment of the cloudy mist technique, Lei Wanjuan's complexion finally improved. At this moment, Sage Heaven's sword had already used his sword technique and soared into the sky. Wanqing, take Lei Wanjun and leave. However, at this moment, another intense black light ruthlessly pierced down from the sky. Although Yun Wanqing's injuries were much better now, if she was hit by this black light, she would definitely die. Even Lei Wanjun would be directly killed by this terrifying power. Therefore, Sage Heaven's sword had no choice but to take action. His strength was extremely powerful. However, that black light was even more terrifying. The instant that black light descended, Sage Heaven's sword was already prepared for it. Sword Qi as a guide, immortal sword breaks the heavens. At this moment, the immortal sword technique appeared in his hand. That immortal sword could be said to be dazzling and incomparably vast. The dazzling sword light directly soared into the sky. Sage Heaven's sword strength was indeed powerful. He was even more powerful than Lei Wanjun. However, it was a pity that this black light was even stronger. The power of the black light directly descended, pressuring Sage Heaven's sword to the point that he almost couldn't breathe. Quickly leave, quickly. This old man can't hold on any longer. Sage Heaven's sword roared anxiously. At this moment, when the other experts saw that even Sage Heaven's sword was in such a sorry state, fear appeared in their hearts. They didn't dare to step forward to help at all. Hee, Sage Heaven's sword, you really overestimate yourself. However, you killed my senior brother a while ago. Today is the day you die. This is probably retribution. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. This person was Sage Horned Goat's junior brother. His evil martial arts were also extremely powerful. However, during the previous attack, he didn't come to the Heaven and Earth organization. But now, seeing that Sage Heaven's sword was already struggling to hold on and would probably be killed in the next moment, he felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction in his heart. Today, he could finally avenge his senior brother. Of course, at this time, he still didn't dare to provoke Sage Heaven's sword. Although Sage Heaven's sword was already showing signs of exhaustion under the black light, he was still extremely fearful of Sage Heaven's sword. After all, even his senior brother had died in the hands of Sage Heaven's sword. Therefore, his gaze fell on Yun Wanqing and Lei Wanjun. Lei Wanjun was also a famous expert. If he wasn't injured, Sage Horned Goat's junior brother really wouldn't dare to attack him. However, Lei Wanjun wasn't far from death. If he was still afraid in such a state, he wouldn't be a man. Hee, Lei Wanjun, I can see that you're suffering from living. Let me lend you a hand and send you to the Yellow Springs. It's just a pity for this delicate beauty. He sneered, and a black light fell from his hand. It directly rushed in the direction of Yun Wanqing and Lei Wanjun. Yun Wanqing was currently using the fog technique. Even if she wanted to escape, she couldn't. She could only watch as the black light fell and slashed towards her body. Chapter 481. Su Yan appeared directly in front of Yun Wanqing. Without seeing how he moved, he reached out his hand and grabbed the black light. In mid-air, when Taoist Master Jiaoyang's junior brother saw Su Yan make a move, his first thought was contempt. He despised this kid who didn't know anything. How could his illusory cloud light be so easy to deal with? Su Yan wanted to use his hand to catch it. This was simply courting death. However, in the next moment, he suddenly thought of something, and a horrified light burst out from his eyes. He didn't wait to see what the result would be. He directly rose into the sky and wanted to leave far away. Want to leave? Do you think you can? Su Yan's hand finally grasped the illusory cloud light. This power only struggled for a moment in Su Yan's hand before dissipating. Then, Su Yan's speed didn't decrease. He was like a cannonball, rushing straight into the sky. Taoist Master Jiaoyang's junior brother was cunning. He wanted to escape at the first moment, but at this time, he was shocked to find that Su Yan was already standing in front of him. He was also a square sphere realm expert, but at this time, he didn't have the slightest desire to fight. That was because he had already guessed Su Yan's identity. Why? Weren't you very fierce just now? Why do you want to leave now? Don't you want to stay a little longer? Su Yan asked directly and coldly. Feeling Su Yan's aura, that person only felt his whole body tremble. He had already begun to curse in his heart, secretly hating himself for making such an unnecessary move. You're Su Yan? The deputy leader of the Qian Cloud Alliance, the one who killed Lord Hundred Beasts Su Yan, he asked with cold sweat dripping down. Su Yan grinned. That's right, it's me. Now, tell me, how do you want to die? These words were truly overbearing, making this junior brother of Daoist Master Jiao Yang furious to the extreme. However, he was clear about one thing. His strength was not enough for him to release the anger in his heart. Therefore, he only licked his lips and said, Su Yan, there is no enmity between us. Now that you are facing a great enemy, you should consider the big picture. Don't worry, as long as you let me go this time, I will definitely not interfere in this matter again. He vowed solemnly. No enmity? Humph, you attacked Wanqing earlier. This is your way of seeking death. After Su Yan finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to him and directly approached him. The expression of this junior brother of Daoist Master Jiao Yang changed, revealing endless resentment. Towards Su Yan, he truly hated him to the extreme. This brat was really too arrogant. It was only because he was afraid of the other party's strength that he spoke nicely earlier. However, the other party didn't even think of giving him a chance. Since that was the case, they could only fight. What a young brat. Do you really think this old man is afraid of you? If you want to fight, then. His face was full of anger. Black light flowed on his palm, and he planned to fight. However, before he could finish his words, a sword mark had already flashed past his neck, and he was directly beheaded. The scorching sun sword in Su Yan's hand was still swallowing and spitting out crimson light, but his expression was calm. Don't you think you talk too much nonsense? After speaking, he glanced at Yun Wanqing below. Yun Wanqing also happened to raise her head. She saw the concern in Su Yan's eyes, which made her happy. At that moment, Su Yan had already flown to the sky. In order to buy time for Yun Wanqing, Taoist Master Heaven's sword was confronting the black light. However, Taoist Master Heaven's sword was obviously not in a good state. Even his entire body seemed to be on the verge of collapse. It would not be long before he would be defeated. Sect leader, let me do it. At that moment, Su Yan had already flown to the sky. Thunder rumble. He shouted softly, and a powerful light immediately erupted. Terrifying thunder directly exploded, like the roar of the thunder god. As soon as the lightning appeared, it immediately blocked the black light. How dare a mere soul of the dead be so presumptuous here? Su Yan's voice directly spread out, as if he was a god descending from the sky. The light of the lightning defied the heavens and finally bombarded the terrifying ghost face. At that moment, the people of the Heaven and Earth organization, who were fighting bitterly, suddenly heard Su Yan's voice, and immediately became excited. Deputy Leader, the Deputy Leader is back. Previously, when the Qian-Yun Alliance was in danger, the Thousand Cloud Universe formation was broken by the Hundred Beasts Elder, and everyone was in danger. It was Su Yan who turned the tide and killed the Hundred Beasts Elder, which caused the Black Fiend Alliance to completely collapse. Therefore, to them, Su Yan was like a god. Recently, because of Su Yan's disappearance, everyone was on tenterhooks. However, at that moment, Su Yan finally appeared, and directly destroyed that strange and terrifying ghost face in front of everyone's eyes. In an instant, Su Yan's momentum had reached its peak. The two words, Su Yan, seemed to have a strong magic power. Under the stimulation of such power, everyone directly erupted with their strongest power. At that moment, Su Yan walked in the clouds and then shouted again, "All brothers of the Qian-Yun Alliance, retreat!" At that moment, Su Yan was continuing to exert his power in the air. His eyes flickered with light, and his aura also became unprecedentedly strong. The power of thunder surrounded his body. At that moment, Su Yan fully unleashed his power and could completely fight with a Dragon Realm expert. Even if Yunhe was here at that moment, Su Yan dared to directly fight with her. The disciples of the Qian-Yun Alliance were already in great pain from the battle with the corpses. At that moment, when they heard Su Yan's words, they immediately retreated. At that moment, the lightning in the sky finally struck down. Every time a bolt of lightning struck, it would cause a terrifying explosion. Then, everything would dissipate. Not only that, but Su Yan's lightning also directly dispersed the black smoke. Just as Su Yan was showing off his invincible power in the sky, Lei Wanjun finally woke up with Yun Wanqing's help. Sage Heaven's sword landed and asked, "How is it? You won't die, right?" Hearing Sage Heaven's sword's words, Lei Wanjun shook his head and said, "I'm almost there. However, this kid is really a monster." Lei Wanjun didn't have time to care about his own injuries. Instead, his gaze landed on Su Yan. Sage Heaven's sword sighed and said, "When I first saw this kid, I knew that he would definitely not be ordinary. However, I didn't expect that he would have already reached such a level. How long has it been since we last met? He has already surpassed me." Although he was happy to see Su Yan's improvement, he still felt somewhat disappointed when he saw Su Yan surpass him so quickly. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Tian's sword, you old thing, you should admit defeat now. Lei Wanjun seemed to have forgotten that he was seriously injured and only chuckled. Sage Heaven's sword didn't say much to him and only said to Yun Wanqing, "Let's go back first. Wanqing, let the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization heal the disciples of the various sections." Yun Wanqing nodded, "Don't worry. Leave these things to us." The lightning that filled the sky finally struck down, and the group of corpses that were continuously advancing fell down again. When the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization saw this, they all cheered. This wasn't only because they had finally won, but also because of Su Yan's return. Unknowingly, Su Yan had become their spiritual pillar. When they couldn't see Su Yan before, everyone's hearts were on the verge of collapse. However, at this time, Su Yan's strong return gave them a lot of confidence. Not only Sage Heaven's sword and Lei Wanjun, but even the experts of the other sects were convinced of Su Yan's strength. This was because the strength he had displayed was simply too terrifying. Among the crowd, there was probably no one who could be his opponent. However, Su Yan's expression was still solemn in the sky. It was even more solemn than before. "Everyone, enter the Heaven and Earth organization and don't come out. Seniors of the Boundary Realm, please be sure to protect them." When Su Yan's voice fell, everyone was immediately shocked. They had already seen the strength that Su Yan had displayed before. However, at this moment, Su Yan's expression was actually like this. "Come out. What's the point of hiding?" Su Yan's voice rippled again. However, this time, his voice was filled with a majestic aura. At this moment, Sage Heaven's sword, Lei Wanjun, and the others were even more shocked. This vast majesty even made them feel frightened. Just as Su Yan's voice fell, a sneer suddenly sounded. "Su Yan? Hee, interesting." The moment this voice fell, the entire mountain immediately began to tremble. Although the trembling was very slight, it made people feel as if the mountain was about to collapse. This kind of fear quickly spread, and it made people feel even more terrified. Kala. A loud sound was heard again, and then the ground directly cracked. In the next moment, a huge palm directly extended from the ground and grabbed at the sky. The appearance of this huge rock palm gave people an extremely terrifying visual impact. They only felt that they were so small, as if they would be killed at any time. However, Su Yan, who was facing the attack of the huge palm, did not panic. He just watched as the terrifying rock palm kept getting closer and closer. Then, he sneered and said, "Humph. You're using such a method to deal with my mother? You're looking down on me, Su Yan." When the palm finally arrived in front of him, the scorching sun sword suddenly bloomed with a terrifying light. Dancing Fish Dragon Sword. The first move of the Regal Sword Codex suddenly erupted. In both his previous and current lives, he had swung this sword more than 10,000 times. However, this time, the sword was the most powerful and terrifying. This was because the current Su Yan was stronger than ever before. Chapter 482. Although it was only formed by the sword Qi, the ichthyosaur was simply malevolent and terrifying. Vaguely, one could even hear the hissing of the ichthyosaur. Such a terrifying scene shocked too many people. The ichthyosaur was unstoppable. That huge rock palm was so terrifying, but it was still directly torn to pieces. You can only summon such a toy. The dignified devil's sect has become so timid. How laughable. Su Yan shouted again. Just as Su Yan finished speaking, someone suddenly said, "You do have some ability. No wonder you can be so arrogant." When the voice sounded, Su Yan suddenly raised his head and saw that there was an additional person not far in front of him. This person was standing in front of Su Yan, but Su Yan felt that it was so unreal. Su Yan was familiar with this feeling because whether it was the black demon ancestor or the ghost flame ancestor, they both had this feeling. That was because they were spiritual bodies. The so-called spiritual body was a spiritual body, an existence without a real body. Obviously, this person in front of him was the same. However, the feeling he gave Su Yan was different. This heaviness was obviously much more terrifying. Devil Sex Crown Prince? Thinking of the black demon ancestor's words before he died, Su Yan immediately determined the identity of the other party. At the same time, he became more cautious. That person nodded and said, "That's right, it's me. I really didn't expect that after countless years, I could actually be resurrected. This beautiful world is really nostalgic." As he spoke, Su Yan realized that the black aura on his body had become denser. At this moment, Sage Heaven Sword's anxious voice directly sounded, "Su Yan, this guy is condensing the death aura. Quickly stop him." Sage Heaven Sword finally understood why the Black Demon Alliance had launched attacks without any regard for the past few days, even if the price they paid was too heavy and the number of deaths was far more than the Cloud Alliance. It was because these people from the Cloud Alliance were simply chess pieces. The mastermind had sent them over just to send them to their deaths. His ultimate goal was to use the aura of death to revive this guy. A few days ago, a disciple of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance went missing and turned into a dried corpse. It was most likely related to this fellow. Hee, old man, you're smart, but it's too late. You can't stop me. I'll give you a chance now. Submit to me and I'll bestow you with unparalleled power. Otherwise, only death awaits. The Crown Prince's voice was soft, causing people to shudder. Su Yan spun the scorching sun sword in his hand and stared straight at the other party. Too many people have said the same thing to me, but I'm still alive and well. So, there's no need to say such nonsense. If you want to kill me, then let's see if you have the ability to do so. How ruthless. He clenched his fist, and a beam of dark light shot towards Su Yan. Even with Su Yan's eyesight, he couldn't see the trajectory of the light. It was as if the light had teleported. If it was the previous Su Yan, he probably wouldn't have been able to react in time. However, Su Yan had obtained the true inheritance in the pagoda, and it was directly channeled by the power of the divine temple. Although it didn't allow his power to rise to the next level, it made his combat power more profound. At this moment, he instinctively held his sword in front of his chest and shouted, "Settle the universe with one sword." Against such extreme speed, it was best to use the regal sword cannon to deal with it. This was because among Su Yan's many techniques, only the regal sword cannon was the fastest. Almost at the moment when the light arrived, Su Yan had already made his move with his sword. The power to settle the universe with one sword burst forth. The sword aura burned directly, causing an extremely irregular rhythm to appear in the void. The lights seemed to have paused for a moment at this moment. Then, Su Yan's sword slashed across and cut it in half. Such power could be said to be domineering. Su Yan's gaze once again landed on his opponent, Demon Sect Crown Prince. "Let me see just how powerful you are." The scorching sun sword drew a crimson trajectory in the air. Then, Su Yan was already in front of the Demon Sect Crown Prince. The blade slashed down, and the trajectory of the blade was like a stream of blood. However, at this moment, the Demon Sect Crown Prince still had a cold gaze and was unmoved. It was as if he hadn't reacted at all. However, the more this was the case, the more Su Yan didn't dare to be careless. He deeply understood that the demon sect crown prince was definitely not easy to deal with. However, he still wanted to see how the demon sect crown prince would deal with his sword. Ding! An ear-piercing rumble resounded. Su Yan only felt his soul trembling. At this moment, he was truly shocked. Because his opponent had actually blocked his sword so easily. He didn't use any weapon, but only 2 fingers. He blocked the scorching sun sword with just 2 fingers. How powerful was this fellow exactly? He was actually able to do this? Are you surprised? Why are you so surprised that I managed to block your attack? If that's the case, then you've disappointed me. The soft yet cold voice once again entered Su Yan's ears. This voice seemed to carry with it a kind of spiritual pressure. Su Yan calmed down and then channeled the solar-colored glaze sword sutra. The blazing sword chi rushed directly to the sword blade. Then, he turned the sword blade, and a red light immediately appeared. As if sensing the strength of this power, the demon sect crown prince released his sword. Without hesitation, he let go of his sword. He stared straight at Su Yan, then suddenly smiled and said, "Interesting. This seems to be the Buddha sword sect's ability. You must be the successor of the Buddha sect. I sense a familiar aura on you. I didn't think that this damned sect would still have a successor." Although the demon sect crown prince still had a smile on his face, Su Yan knew that the murderous intent in his eyes had become heavier and more obvious. If you can come back from the dead, why can't the Buddha sect's legacy continue? He and the demon sect crown prince were only separated by a sword. They were destined to be enemies, but they didn't attack at this moment because they were wary of each other. The previous sword attack had shown them the difference in strength. Su Yan deeply understood how terrifying this demon sect crown prince was. There were thousands of death auras on his body. Of course, these death auras weren't formed in the past few days. Most of them were accumulated by the Black Fiend Alliance over the years. However, he wasn't going to let the demon sect crown prince leave because he had the soul sealing seal and the 4 cardinal seal. These were great killing weapons that could restrain the demon sect crown prince. However, the demon sect crown prince was so strong that it would be difficult to defeat him. The demon sect crown prince also knew that it would be difficult to kill Su Yan, who couldn't be judged by common sense. "Do you want to leave me here, successor of the Buddha sect?" The demon sect crown prince asked again. Su Yan nodded and said directly, "Of course. I can sense how terrifying and dangerous you are. Of course, I have to kill someone like you." The demon sect crown prince was able to make the Black Fiend Alliance pay such a price to revive him. He must be a very dangerous existence. Although he was very powerful now, Su Yan believed that as long as he didn't care about the cost, he could still kill the demon sect crown prince. However, it would be hard to say if he waited until the future. Su Yan was confident, but he didn't dare to take the risk. After all, this was a monster that had been revived for thousands of years. As long as there was a chance, the demon sect crown prince could return to his peak. The crown prince shook his head when he saw how serious Su Yan was. He said, "Su Yan, I'll be honest with you. The reason why I've come here today is not because I want to fight to the death with you. Instead, I want you to help me with something." Su Yan found it hard to imagine what the demon sect crown prince would say. He even felt that it was a bit funny. Don't you think that it's too absurd for you to say such words? You want me to help? Let's not talk about our positions, just based on your identity, do you think it's possible? Su Yan asked with a cold smile. No, I think you'll agree to this. Although I've just been revived, I've had people investigate you. I know that you have a friend who was taken to the Jianghu continent. Don't you want to save her? The demon sect crown prince said calmly. What? Hearing this, Su Yan was shocked. The demon sect crown prince actually knew about Lu Lan. What's there to be surprised about? After all, I'm the demon sect crown prince, and I used to be a powerhouse. It's easy for me to know something. The demon sect crown prince continued, Su Yan, I think you must think that you can save her with your own strength, right? Unfortunately, your thinking is too simple. The monster palace has the bloodline of the great ancient monster. Therefore, the demon sect crown prince took away the most outstanding powerhouses of the monster palace to extract their bloodline and let them give birth to a new demon child. I can say with certainty that even if you reach the venerable realm, you won't be able to save her. Hearing the demon sect crown prince's words, Su Yan's face turned cold. The two of them were talking in the sky. The people below had no idea what was going on. What is a demon child? Su Yan asked directly. The crown prince of the devil sect smiled faintly and said, the son of the devil is someone who possesses the heavenly devil bloodline. If his strength evolves, he can even transform into a new heavenly devil. Of course, there are differences in strength between the son of the devil of each generation. Chapter 483. What does this have to do with the monster palace? Su Yan asked calmly. The crown prince of the devil sect smiled and said, if it was in my era, it wouldn't have mattered because the people of my generation wanted to revive the great heavenly demon lord. Unfortunately, we failed in the end. The demon crown prince's voice sounded a little disappointed when he said this. However, this trace of disappointment was quickly concealed. Ever since we left that area, the devil's sect that was struggling at death's door gradually recovered. Then, they began to search for a new power, and this new power is related to the demon clan. The great celestial demon lord's power failed, so it was denied. They wanted to create an existence that surpassed the great celestial demon lord. They called it the demon race. In fact, this plan was very simple. They wanted to find a demon race woman with the strongest bloodline. Then, they would marry the demon's son and give birth to the next generation. The demon crown prince's words made Su Yan's eyes flash with killing intent. He would never let Lu Lan suffer such a fate. Su Yan's anger and killing intent were directly captured by this crown prince of the devil sect. He laughed and said, hee, from your eyes, she seems to be very important to you. Hence, you can't watch her suffer such a fate. Su Yan took a deep breath and finally made a decision. He said, what do you want me to help you with? Ha ha ha, good, good. I like to deal with people like you. The crown prince of the devil sect laughed for a while and then said, don't look down on me just because I'm the crown prince of the devil sect. Those people paid a huge price to revive me, but I'm just a tool. They need my devil's soul to make this generation's son of devil's bloodline purer. At this point, the demon crown prince's eyes were very cold, showing a strong killing intent. Su Yan sighed. This fellow used to be an extremely powerful existence and was hailed as the crown prince of the devil sect. However, the times were different now. A few thousand years had passed. Even if he was reborn, he could only become a tool for others. Since you've agreed to help me, then let's be friends. My name is Duan Mulonghu. The crown prince looked at Su Yan and continued, this time, it's all thanks to you killing the 100 Beasts Elder and the Black Demon Lord. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to break free from this predicament. It turned out that the 100 Beasts Old Demon and the Black Demon Lord were in charge of this plan. Aside from dealing with the Qian Cloud Alliance, another important matter was the revival of Duan Mulonghu. If the two of them were still alive, then Duan Mulonghu's fate would have been sealed. Once he was resurrected, he would be brought to the 9 continents. However, in the battle with Su Yan, the two of them were killed one by Su Yan. Therefore, Duan Mulonghu had a chance. Although he had just been resurrected and was extremely weak, he was still an expert in the past. His strength had already reached the level of a venerable. He easily found an opportunity and used his powerful spirit to control a person in charge of the Black Fiend Alliance. After that, he directly launched an attack on the Heavenly Cloud sect. With the help of the deaths caused by the attack, he absorbed the powerful life energy and finally achieved the goal of revival. I believe that those fellows from the 9 continents Devil's sect must already know that I have escaped from their control. Therefore, very soon, there will be experts coming to kill me. Therefore, I need you to help me block off the power that is chasing after me. Duan Mulonghu directly said. As long as you help me get through this and let me recover my strength, I will help you save your woman. Duan Mulonghu said directly. However, Su Yan shook his head and said directly, I don't trust you. He, brother Su Yan, I knew you would say that. Duan Mulonghu gave a faint smile. Then, he suddenly produced a symbol from his bosom. Brother Su Yan, you can sense it. As he said that, he directly threw the mark to Su Yan. Su Yan was surprised. Then, he directly probed with his power. When Su Yan probed with his power, he immediately raised his head in surprise, your soul. It was no wonder that Su Yan was so surprised. This person actually put his soul into the mark and entrusted it to Su Yan. That's right, this is one of my soul marks. As long as brother Su Yan has this soul mark, you don't have to be afraid of me. To put it bluntly, my life is in the hands of brother Su Yan. As for brother Su Yan's lover, I will definitely have some means to save her. Duan Mulonghu said directly. According to common sense, what Duan Mulong said was indeed true. The soul was the foundation of a person. For people like them, even if they died, as long as their soul still existed, there would always be a chance for them to come back to life. Whether it was him, Venerable Gui Yen, or the Black Demon Venerable, it was the same. However, once one's soul was under someone else's control, it meant that one's life was truly in the hands of another. For an expert from the devil's sect like Duan Mulonghu to make such a decision, it was indeed beyond Su Yan's expectations. Brother Su Yan, you don't have to worry. This is my own choice. Moreover, I trust brother Su Yan. With this mark in hand, I can contact brother Su Yan when necessary. Su Yan held the soul mark and stared straight ahead. He wanted to see something from the eyes of the devil's sect's crown prince. Unfortunately, Duan Mulonghu's body was shrouded in death aura. Su Yan could not see any clues at all. By the way, according to what I know, there seems to be an immemorial demon tree in the monster palace. To enter it, you'll need the ancient spring and autumn wood, mysterious ice-cold iron, Buddha's golden silkworm, and the Milky Way tortoise shell. I happen to know the whereabouts of the Buddha's golden silkworm. He smiled and threw another item over. Su Yan caught the item and looked at it. It was a map. I found this map in the Black Demon Alliance. I took it because it might be useful to brother Su Yan. Whether or not brother Su Yan agrees to my request, I'll give it to brother Su Yan, he said with a smile. Duan Mulonghu's actions did not have any demeanor of a devil sect expert. He was simply a gentleman. However, it was because of this that Su Yan was even more afraid. He knew that this guy was definitely an extremely difficult person to deal with. If he had a choice, Su Yan would probably directly make a move and kill this future great enemy. However, he did not have a choice now. Duan Mulonghu was right. If he only relied on his own strength, it would be a dream to rescue Lu Lan. He had already fought with the devil's sect many times. Although he had won every time, he knew very well. This was only because the true experts of the devil's sect had not arrived. The strength of the Jianghu continent was stronger than the 5 counties. There was no doubt about this. However, the Jianghu continent seemed to have some kind of agreement that did not allow the experts of the Jianghu continent to enter the 5 counties without restraint. Therefore, the devil's sect did not invade. He could make a name for himself in the 5 counties, but once he entered the Jianghu continent and still wanted to be enemies with the devil's sect, he was afraid that he would hit a wall everywhere. He might even be seeking his own death, not to mention rescuing Lu Lan. Moreover, Chu Linger was also in the Jianghu continent. Su Yan sighed and finally said, "Okay, I promise you." Although this was like asking a tiger for its skin, he had no other choice at this time. Duan Mulonghu laughed and said, "Good, I like people like brother Su Yan. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first." After he finished speaking, he suddenly struck out with his palm, directly attacking Su Yan. Su Yan was shocked. He did not expect the Duan Mulonghu to attack directly at this time. Moreover, he did not show any mercy when he attacked. It was obvious that he wanted to kill him. However, after the initial shock, Su Yan directly wielded the long sword in his hand and fiercely slashed out a sword light. The sword light exploded and suddenly rushed towards his opponent. In an instant, the sword light and the palm collided, and an extremely terrifying energy wave exploded. It even blew away the layers of clouds in the sky. After being hit by this energy wave, Su Yan was directly sent flying. At this time, the Duan Mulonghu laughed loudly and said, "Su Yan, it's hard to tell who's stronger today. We'll see tomorrow." Duan Mulonghu disappeared, but Su Yan's heart became heavier. He descended from the sky and Yun Wanqing immediately ran over. "Su Yan, are you okay?" She was really worried. Although Su Yan and the Duan Mulonghu did not fight most of the time, the beginning and the end of the fight were earth-shattering. While the two of them were talking, the Duan Mulonghu also stirred up a black fog that shrouded the two of them. Looking at Yun Wanqing, who was so concerned about him, Su Yan suddenly felt a little guilty. He caressed Yun Wanqing's cheek and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." "But Wanqing, it's really hard on you." Yun Wanqing saw the gentleness in Su Yan's eyes, and then said with a smile, "I didn't do anything. I was just waiting for you to come back. The one who's really tired is you." Yun Wanqing's words made Su Yan sigh. At this time, Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword walked over. "Su Yan, could this person be the Devil Sect's Crown Prince? Also, what's your current situation?" Su Yan said to Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword, "Sect Master, this person is indeed the Devil Sect's Crown Prince. However, we don't have to worry about him now because he should be busy taking care of himself now." Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword was puzzled. Why is that? Chapter 484. After hearing Su Yan's words, Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword's expression turned solemn. Finally, he looked at Su Yan and said, "In that case, you've agreed to his request?" Su Yan nodded and said, "I have no choice but to agree to his request." At this moment, his gaze landed on Yun Wanqing with an apologetic look in his eyes. Yun Wanqing was such a good girl by his side, but he had to cooperate with the Duan Mulonghu in order to save another girl. This kind of guilt filled Su Yan's heart. Yun Wanqing naturally saw Su Yan's guilt. She also knew about the relationship between Lu Lan and Su Yan. Therefore, she said softly, "Su Yan, I support your decision. However, you must be careful. After all, I feel that this Duan Mulonghu is definitely a terrifying existence." Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword also said, "Su Yan, you must be careful when you ask a tiger for its skin." Su Yan nodded and said, "Don't worry, Sect Master. I naturally know the importance of this matter." "Su Yan, what do you plan to do next?" Yun Wanqing asked. "Naturally, I'll first go and get the Buddha golden silkworm. Then, I'll look for the frigid ice mysterious iron. After that, I'll head to the primordial divine tree, hoping to become stronger." Su Yan said solemnly. Although his current cultivation could be said to be the best in the 5 counties, the enemies he would have to face would also become stronger. Soon, he would even have to set foot on the 9 provinces continent. At that time, he would have to face even stronger experts. Therefore, he had to become stronger. Su Yan took out the map and consulted it with Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword and Lei Wanjun. Although Su Yan's strength had surpassed them, in terms of experience, he was far from comparable to them. 3 days later, Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword came to look for Su Yan again. "Su Yan, Lei Wanjun and I have studied this map thoroughly." Hearing Reverend Heaven's Sword's words, Su Yan immediately felt pleasantly surprised. He then asked, "Sect Master, where exactly is this Buddha golden silkworm?" When Su Yan saw Reverend Heaven's Sword's expression, he knew that this place shouldn't be a good place. However, after hearing Reverend Heaven's Sword's words, he still felt apprehensive. "Su Yan, this is the most dangerous place in the 5 counties, the Netherworld Cave." After Reverend Heaven's Sword finished speaking, he was silent for a moment before he said, "Su Yan, there are many ways to increase your strength. You don't necessarily have to rely on the primordial divine tree. That nether cave is truly too dangerous. I'm only afraid that your life will be in danger." Taoist Heavenly Sword said bluntly. It was no wonder that Reverend Heavenly Sword would act in such a manner. After all, the Netherworld Cave was simply a forbidden place. Moreover, it had been like this since ancient times. During the era when the 5 counties had yet to decline, experts had emerged. It was absolutely incomparable to the current era. However, even so, no one had been able to come out of the netherworld cave alive. From this, one could see how dangerous it was. Although Su Yan's current strength was already very powerful, Reverend Heaven's sword wasn't optimistic about him. Su Yan held the map in his hand. There were many markings on the map that would be of great help to Su Yan. Su Yan looked at the map and finally sighed. He then said, "Sect Master, no matter what, I must go to the netherworld cave." What the Sect Master said was very reasonable. Everyone knew how dangerous the netherworld cave was. However, Su Yan had a reason to go. Because he was very clear that according to the current situation, it was no longer possible for him to take things slowly. Although the mysterious devil sect's Sheng Wanxing had told him that he could guarantee Lu Lan's safety for a year, he was still not at ease. Lu Lan's matter had sped up. Moreover, the devil sect's pursuit of Duan Wulonghu was probably coming soon. At that time, it would be a huge test for him. Since a person like Duan Wulonghu could survive from ancient times, he must have his own means. How could it be simple to cooperate with such a dangerous person? Yun Wanxing understood Su Yan's concerns. Although she was very unwilling, she still said softly, "Su Yan, you must be careful no matter what." Yun Wanxing's gentleness moved Su Yan even more. "Wanqing, don't worry. I, Su Yan, will treat you well in this life." The current Su Yan suddenly felt helpless. At this time, he couldn't do anything but make such a promise. Another 2 days passed. In these 2 days, Su Yan personally took action and directly defeated the Black Fiend Alliance. Who knew how many evil cultivators died in Su Yan's hands? Such a series of massacres also finally made Su Yan's reputation known. As long as the members of the Black Fiend Alliance heard of Su Yan's name, they were all scared out of their wits. It was as if they had seen an evil spirit. In a moment, the Black Fiend Alliance disappeared without a trace and didn't dare to appear again. After that, Su Yan left and headed towards the legendary Netherworld Cave. The Netherworld Cave was located in the extreme north of the cold sky. It was the most remote place in the 5 counties. Even if Su Yan rode the sword dragon at half the speed of sound, it still took more than half a month to reach the extreme north. Just as he stepped into the extreme north, a dense cold wind blew. This place was indeed the most dangerous place in the 5 counties. Even a spiritual sea realm expert spirit chi would be frozen here. If the spiritual sea realm expert spirit chi was slightly lower, even a person would be sealed in ice. This was not an exaggeration at all. Su Yan could clearly feel the coldness in the air. The moment he landed from the sword dragon, a terrifying chill directly wrapped around his legs. In just a short while, solid ice had already appeared on his feet. Ordinary people probably wouldn't even be able to move at this time. However, Su Yan directly stomped his feet, and then a powerful force exploded. Under the sudden tremor of this force, the ice directly shattered. Su Yan thought about the direction recorded on the map. Then, without stopping, he circulated his true chi and ran inside. The Buddha's golden silkworm was an extremely unique silkworm. It was similar to the sky silkworms recorded in the novels in Su Yan's previous world. This golden silkworm's body had Buddha's light, so it was not afraid of the cold. Moreover, their food was actually ghosts and evil spirits. The reason why the Netherworld Cave was called the mortal world's most dangerous place was because it was rumored that this place was connected to the 9 nether underworld. The reason why this place was so cold was also because the cold air here drifted out from the illusory region. The fierce wind swept, and Su Yan walked in the cold wind like this. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly stopped in place. Only this time, his body was not frozen by the ice because he circulated his true chi to protect his whole body. The reason why he stopped in place was because he heard movement. There was an inexplicable movement. In such a world of ice and snow, there was actually movement. If it was in other places, Su Yan might not be so concerned. However, it was different here. This was the legendary most dangerous place. There was unimaginable danger. As if they had sensed Su Yan's vigilance, the commotion also stopped. Su Yan frowned. He walked forward for a while, and at the same time, he secretly paid attention. Sure enough, the movement appeared again, but this time, Su Yan had already begun to pay attention from the beginning. Therefore, the moment this movement appeared, Su Yan had already locked on to the direction. "You sneaky thing, come out." The sword in Su Yan's hand suddenly stabbed into the ground. The sword chi directly shot along the ground, and with the violent force, an extremely terrifying force immediately erupted. Rumble. A loud sound rang out, and then the ground actually cracked open layer by layer. Then a huge figure appeared. It was a huge ice snake. According to common sense, snakes would not appear in such a place at all, because snakes were most afraid of the cold. During winter, snakes would enter hibernation. However, the ice snake in front of him had already exceeded ordinary understanding. After this ice snake was blasted out of the ground by Su Yan, its huge body swayed in the sky, and at this time, it suddenly spat out a white mist from its mouth. It was clearly a mist that seemed to be able to disperse with a blow, but it flew towards Su Yan at an extremely fast speed. Su Yan was shocked and immediately knew that he was in trouble. Damned beast. His body suddenly retreated, narrowly avoiding the white fog. At the same time, the scorching sun sword appeared in his hand. Then, with a sudden burst, his entire body flew forward. The speed was so fast that it was simply inconceivable. Su Yan's sudden attack was too fast. Perhaps this ice snake had never seen such a fast prey. In just an instant, Su Yan's sword directly pierced through its body. The ice snake's body fell to the ground with a loud bang, and then a burst of green smoke appeared. This place was so cold, but this burst of green smoke was still floating in the air. In just a few breaths of time, Su Yan's perception sensed that many existences were flying toward this place. Damn it, I've really poked a hornet's nest. Su Yan cursed in his heart, and then quickly ran away. This place was so cold that the circulation of spiritual power was greatly restricted. Therefore, Su Yan did not dare to be too presumptuous and directly chose the most primitive way of running. His speed was extremely fast, but at this moment, he suddenly felt that something in front of him was crashing toward him. Su Yan was shocked and jumped up. Only at this moment did he see that it was actually a snow-white bat that appeared here. Su Yan was absolutely afraid of bats. In the world of the square seal, these bats had brought him a lot of trouble. Among them, there was also a monster bat king that was even more terrifying, making him unable to fight back. Therefore, when he saw this white bat at this time, his first reaction was to directly raise the sword in his hand and then slash down fiercely. Chapter 485. When the flame first started burning, Su Yan did not think much of it and thought that it was just a normal flame. But in the next moment, he was shocked because he realized that his protective spiritual energy was actually burning. This shock was absolutely no small matter. One must know that his protective spiritual energy was so strong that even a normal Dragon Realm expert would need to expend some effort to break through it. However, after the little bat died, the flames that appeared had actually started to burn away his protective spiritual energy. To Su Yan, this little bit of flame was nothing. In a short while, Su Yan would be able to extinguish the flame. However, this already showed how strong and terrifying the flame was. After the initial shock, Su Yan extinguished the flame. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, a zhi sound came from in front of him. Su Yan immediately stopped and cursed under his breath, "Damn it." In front of him, there was a dense group of bats. If it was just one or two bats, he would naturally not care. But even if it was just a group of bats, he could still use the scorching sun sword and use the torrential pear blossom sword chi to kill them all. But at this moment, Su Yan felt a strong sense of danger behind him. It must be an extremely terrifying existence. Even Su Yan did not have the confidence to win against it. If this was not the extreme north, Su Yan might be interested in fighting with this fellow to train himself. But obviously, this was not the place. This place was too terrifying. Who knew what kind of terrifying demon was waiting in the dark? Su Yan was not arrogant. He did not want to die. So he changed his direction and went to the other side. At the same time, to avoid these damned fellows, he did not care about the consumption of his spiritual energy and directly summoned the flying sword dragon. In his body, the blazing spiritual energy of the great sun-colored glass sword manual was constantly circulating, dissolving the cold that wanted to invade his body. The speed of the bat group was not fast. Hence, they quickly disappeared without a trace. Furthermore, this time, Su Yan had also shaken off that mysterious existence after using swift travel. Su Yan sighed and landed back on the ground. In such a short period of time, he had already experienced such a hair-raising matter. It could be imagined that the road ahead would be even more difficult. He identified the map, found the right direction, and set off again. With the lesson from the last time, he did not dare to be careless. He had almost completely restrained his aura. In the process of moving forward, he felt extremely terrifying auras in several places. All of them were above the dragon realm. Su Yan couldn't help but be speechless. If these guys leave the northern ice field, I'm afraid the entire 5 counties will be destroyed by them. Su Yan did not doubt this at all, because the auras in a few places were so deep that even his breathing rate had decreased. Although he had taken a detour, Su Yan still managed to pass through most of the places without any mishaps. At this time, he looked at the map and finally realized that he had passed more than half of the place. According to the map, should be able to reach my destination in about 20 kilometers. Su Yan took out a piece of jerky from his space and ate it fiercely. In such a place, Su Yan did not dare to use spiritual energy to fly. Other than the most basic spiritual energy to resist the cold, he did not even dare to move at high speed. A journey of 20 kilometers in such a cold and snowy environment, even he would need to spend half a day. After he finished the jerky, he continued to move forward. Just like that, after walking for another 6 kilometers in the cold wind, Su Yan finally stopped. His gaze was not looking forward, but to the side. There was an extremely deep and cold aura coming from that side. Such an aura made him palpitate. Cold, yet sharp. Could this be the legendary mysterious ice-cold iron? Although it was only a guess, Su Yan was still very happy. This was because if his perception was right, this trip was really worth it. But should I get the Buddha golden silkworm or the mysterious ice-cold iron first? This was another problem, but after thinking for a while, Su Yan made a decision. The mysterious ice-cold iron is a dead object, after all, but the Buddha golden silkworm is alive. According to the records on this map, the Buddha golden silkworm will only appear at sunrise every day, then it will absorb the essence of the scorching sun and consume the spirits that it devours at night. There's still a long time before the next sunrise, so I should go to the mysterious ice-cold iron first. After thinking about it, he made a decision and directly headed in the direction of the mysterious ice-cold iron that he sensed. The mysterious ice-cold iron was one of the rarest metals recorded so far. The formation of this metal was extremely harsh. It was a meteorite that fell into an extremely cold place, then it was continuously baptized by the cold air for hundreds of thousands of years. If the mysterious ice-cold iron was used to forge weapons, it would definitely be a powerful weapon. During a battle, as long as the weapon came into contact with the mysterious ice-cold iron, it would immediately be contaminated by a layer of coldness. If the weapon was not strong enough, it would probably be frozen directly. However, this was only a legend. In the known history of the 5 counties, no one had ever been able to use the mysterious ice-cold iron to forge a sword. This time, Su Yan came to the extreme north for the Buddha golden silkworm in the Netherworld cave, but he did not expect to feel the unique aura of the mysterious ice-cold iron at this time. Although he did not know if his perception was correct, it was worth the risk. Su Yan finally stepped into the place shrouded by the aura. The closer he got, the more certain he was that his perception was not wrong. Because at this time, the aura had become exceptionally obvious. Kacha, kacha, the sound of footsteps on the snow could be heard continuously. At this moment, Su Yan stopped. A snow mountain that was not tall appeared in front of him. On the peak of the mountain, there was a sparkling light. Under the illumination of the sun, it looked extremely mysterious and beautiful. Su Yan was overjoyed. He immediately knew that this was the mysterious ice-cold iron. Compared to the outside world, the temperature here was terrifyingly low. Su Yan had to speed up the circulation of his spirit qi to resist the cold. He knew that he had to speed up. Otherwise, in less than 2 hours, his entire body would be frozen. At that time, it would be terrible. Su Yan walked to the foot of the mountain. Although the mountain wall was not high, it was very steep. In addition, it was full of ice. It was almost impossible to climb up without using spirit qi. Let's end this quickly. Although the mountain wall made him feel very excited, Su Yan's heart was not at peace at this time. He knew that any place with treasures would not be peaceful. There would even be extremely terrifying demonic beasts guarding it. Although he did not feel a powerful aura here, ever since he entered this place, he did not even feel the aura of a demonic beast. This was too strange. The cold air here was so strong. For some demonic beasts, this place was simply heaven. However, there were no demonic beasts occupying this place. This was extremely unusual. In this way, there was only one possibility. There was an extremely terrifying existence here. Moreover, it was a powerful existence at the sovereign level. It was precisely because of this that no other demonic beasts dared to approach this place. Sword Dragon. Su Yan's thought moved. The sword dragon appeared and flew towards the mountain peak. Su Yan leaped high and then directly stepped on the sword dragon. The sword dragon flew quickly. In just a few breaths, it had already reached the peak of the mountain. Scorching Sun Sword. Su Yan grabbed with his hand. The Scorching Sun Sword had already appeared in his hand from the scarlet parting sword case. The sword light swept directly and immediately slashed at the peak of the mountain. The black iron was naturally incomparably hard, but Su Yan could easily cut open the ice below the black iron. The blazing sword light flashed and the ice was cut open. Su Yan was overjoyed. He immediately used his power to store the cold ice black iron into the scarlet parting sword case. However, at this moment, the mountain range split open. Ka 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 ka. The sound continued. Then, in an instant, the entire mountain peak was completely shattered. The moment the mountain peak shattered, Su Yan's heart jumped. An extremely strong sense of danger rose in his heart. Then, he saw a ferocious face. Just this face alone was enough to make Su Yan's heart palpitate. Dragon. Su Yan was sure that the big guy in front of him was a dragon. Su Yan had seen dragon souls before, but he had never seen a living dragon. He originally thought that in this era, such ancient and powerful demonic beasts had already gone extinct. However, Su Yan found out that he was wrong. In fact, he was very wrong. At this moment, this powerful dragon appeared in front of him. In the next moment, this terrifying monster opened its eyes. Then, a cold breath was exhaled from its nose. Although Su Yan tried his best to hold the mountain wall, his other hand, which was not holding the sword, was still contaminated by this aura. The moment it was contaminated, his hand was immediately frozen. So strong. Su Yan's heart beat wildly, but he did not panic in the face of danger. Scarlet parting sword case. He directly shouted. Under his control, the scarlet parting sword case directly swallowed the cold ice black iron. At the same time, the sword dragon suddenly soared into the sky. What a strong power. Just the cold air from its breath actually froze my hand. Even though he was already high in the sky, he still did not feel safe at all. Chapter 486. Su Yan had already experienced many sonic attacks, but this roar was the most powerful. This angry roar almost made him lose his balance. Damn it, this guy is coming. Su Yan looked down and saw that the ferocious and terrifying guy had completely unfolded. It was a dark blue dragon that was more than 30 meters long. There was a pair of terrifying wings on its back that were fully spread out. Each wing was 15 meters long. At this moment, this big guy spread its wings and its huge body flew into the sky. So fast. Su Yan's heart was beating wildly. He no longer cared about the ice in his hand. Then, he activated his entire body and flew forward. Damn it, no wonder there are no demonic beasts around here. It's because there's a terrifying guy here. Compared to him, the aura that I felt before was just trash. Although Su Yan could fight with experts of the dragon realm, he did not even have the courage to face the frost dragon that was chasing after him. The difference between the two was too big. Frost Colossal Dragon. This must be the legendary Frost Colossal Dragon. It's too powerful. Frost dragons were the legendary dragon clan in this world. They had the noblest bloodline and the strongest power. Even among the dragon clan, they were considered to be royalty. Su Yan did not expect that in this day and age where the dragon clan was almost extinct, he would still be able to see such a terrifying frost dragon. He could not help but curse his bad luck. However, at this moment, he did not dare to stop at all. Otherwise, he would be digging his own grave. Su Yan's speed exploded. At this moment, he did not care about alerting other powerful beings. If he did not move faster, he would be swallowed whole by this frost dragon. Lowly human, leave the frigid ice mystical iron to me. A huge thought was transmitted directly, causing Su Yan to be even more terrified. Frost dragons are indeed the most powerful beings. They can actually emit a human's consciousness. He felt bitter in his heart. Facing such an extremely powerful creature with extraordinary intelligence was simply a nightmare. However, as a member of the immortal clan, he had already fallen into this nightmare and was unable to extricate himself. If this continued, he would definitely die. Although the Stegosaurus was fast, the Frost Wyrm speed was too terrifying. Furthermore, the extreme north was definitely the home ground of the Frost Dragon. The cold air here would restrain Su Yan's power flow. However, it was nothing to the Frost Wyrm. In fact, it was of great help to it. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the Frost Wyrm caught up to Su Yan. Su Yan didn't think that this terrifying frost dragon would forgive him. The black frost iron must have been his private property, but he had stolen it. How could such a tyrannical creature like the frost dragon tolerate such a thing? At this moment, his speed was already extremely fast, and the distance between them was constantly closing. Su Yan turned his head to look. He could already see that ferocious and furious face, and felt that terrifying cold aura. No, I can't go on like this. Otherwise, I'll die sooner or later. The frost dragon was simply too powerful. Along the way, they passed by the territories of many powerful astral beasts. These powerful existences were originally eager to make a move. However, after sensing the frost dragon's aura, they all chose to remain dormant. They hid all of their auras, not daring to show themselves. They were deeply afraid of being noticed by the angry Frost Wyrm. It could be seen that this Frost Wyrm was at least a supreme existence. Let's take a gamble. Su Yan controlled the Stegosaurus to suddenly change its direction and then directly charged in the direction of the Netherworld cave. Su Yan couldn't escape, and he couldn't win in a fight. If this continued, Su Yan would definitely die. The only way to survive was the Netherworld cave. This was because according to the Heavenly Sword Sage, the Netherworld cave was the most terrifying existence in the entire extreme north. It had a supreme taboo existence. According to the Heavenly Sword Sage, a supreme expert had barged into the Netherworld cave and died there in the end. This was also the reason why the Heavenly Sword Sage stopped Su Yan from going there. Even a supreme expert had died there. What qualifications did Su Yan have to survive there? At present, although there were many powerful beings in the extreme north, according to Su Yan's understanding, the only place that could deal with this terrifying Frost Wyrm was the Netherworld cave. As soon as he thought of this, he was already heading there. Lowly human, you've offended the dignity of the Frost Wyrm. You'll have to pay the price. The Frost Wyrm's voice entered Su Yan's ears again, and Su Yan's entire body shook. Dragon's oppression. Su Yan was terrified. There was an inexplicable dignity in the dragon realm, which was called Dragon's Aura. However, how could this Dragon's Aura be compared to a real Frost Wyrm? The Frost Wyrm's body emitted an aura that could be called terrifying. The powerful energy caused one's mind to be shaken, and one would feel as if one's soul was about to split apart. Su Yan gritted his teeth and recovered a little. Then, he immediately shouted, "Soul-subduing seal, soul-subduing." The soul-subduing seal exploded, and a golden light shone in his sea of consciousness. In the next moment, the terrifying dragon's aura was suppressed. Without the oppression of the dragon's aura, his speed finally recovered, and at the same time, his speed increased again. However, after the previous delay, the distance between him and the Frost Wyrm closed again. He could even feel the Frost Wyrm's cold breath. At this moment, the Frost Wyrm's terrifying voice sounded again, "You're actually able to dissolve my dragon's aura. What an amazing kid. Even so, you still have to die." The Frost Wyrm flapped its wings again, stirring up a boundless storm. In the next moment, its speed increased again. The Frost Wyrm indeed had extraordinary intelligence. It quickly discovered Su Yan's goal and released its thoughts again. "Human, do you want to enter the Netherworld cave? You're simply courting death." Su Yan ignored its roar. In fact, how could he not know that he was courting death? However, at this moment, if he stopped, he would die even faster. He had no choice but to seek survival in death. After another minute, the Frost Wyrm's voice sounded again, "Stop. As long as you hand over the Frost Meteoric Iron, I'll spare your life." At this moment, the distance between him and Su Yan was even closer. However, Su Yan was also very close to the Netherworld cave. According to his estimation, it was impossible to stop Su Yan before he entered the range of the Netherworld cave. Therefore, he asked to spare Su Yan's life. However, Su Yan had no intention of stopping at all. He did not even slow down. This was because he deeply understood that the Frost Wyrm behind him was too terrifying. As long as it caught up, he would not have the strength to resist at all. As for the Frost Wyrm's words, he had never taken them to heart. Could it be that you expect a Frost Wyrm to reason with you? This was simply naive. Su Yan was very sure that as long as he slowed down, he would definitely die. He directly transmitted his thoughts and shouted, "Frost Wyrm, do you take me for a fool? If I stop, I'm afraid I'll be killed immediately. Do you want the Frost Meteoric Iron? Then come." After hearing Su Yan's words, the Frost Wyrm's anger completely erupted. "You ignorant and despicable thing. In that case, go to hell." It was still flying at an extremely fast speed, but at the same time, it had already opened its huge mouth. Then, an extremely terrifying aura appeared in front of him. The moment this aura appeared, Su Yan felt extremely cold. He looked back and was completely stunned. "Damn it, that's dragon breath." This thought flashed through his mind, and it was at this moment that the ice-cold chill had already closed in on him. Dragon breath was one of the most powerful and terrifying attack methods of the giant dragon. If he was contaminated by this dragon breath, Su Yan was certain that he would die without a doubt. At this moment, he could not care less. In his body, two hearts were beating at the same time. Under the stimulation of danger, the demonic dragon's heart had also begun to beat. Su Yan's heart was wrapped in the 9th grade lotus platform, which could already be called a Buddha's heart, and the demonic dragon's heart was also suppressed by this golden light. However, at this moment, it had reached an extremely dangerous point. Under the stimulation of a strong crisis, his heart beat at the same time, and his blood suddenly flowed faster. Su Yan only felt that his entire body had reached an extremely excited state. At the same time, the spirit energy in his body also circulated wildly. At this moment, his speed suddenly increased, and then his entire body rose rapidly. At this critical moment, he narrowly avoided the impact of this terrifying power. The corner of Su Yan's clothes touched the outermost edge of the dragon breath and immediately disappeared. This made Su Yan break out in a cold sweat. If the demonic dragon's heart and Buddha's heart had not gone berserk at the same time, he would have died under this dragon breath. He would not have been able to survive at all. At this moment, the frost dragon was shocked. It obviously did not expect Su Yan to be able to avoid its dragon breath. However, what surprised it even more was that it felt a familiar yet hateful aura. The aura of the demonic dragon. Lowly human, you actually have the aura of the demonic dragon on you. The frost dragon's angry roar resounded throughout the land of frost. For the entire dragon clan, the demonic dragon was regarded as a taboo clan. Once discovered, they would be killed at all costs. Su Yan actually had the aura of the demonic dragon on him, which made the frost dragon even more determined to kill him. Chapter 487. Damn it, you damn reptile. You've got a really loud voice. Su Yan cursed. At the same time, his body quickly fell to the ground. Thanks to the simultaneous outburst of both hearts, he entered an unprecedentedly excited state. His current speed was even faster than before. At this moment, he already knew that he had entered the range of the legendary and extremely terrifying Netherworld cave. However, he could not care less. This frost wyrm had clearly gone crazy. It did not care at all and directly chased after him. It looked like it would not rest until one of them was dead. If he stopped, he would not be able to survive at all. However, although his speed had become faster, the frost wyrm's speed seemed to have begun to increase due to its anger. The sound of his flapping wings produced a burst of sound effects. Wherever he passed, the mountains directly collapsed. Damn it, this frost wyrm is so crazy. Why didn't it cause any reaction from the Netherworld cave? Isn't this supposed to be a forbidden place? Su Yan was secretly resentful. The reason he came here was because he hoped that there would be some terrifying existence that could stop this frost wyrm. However, until now, the frost wyrm still did not stop. This caused his plan to fail. In this case, he could only die. However, Su Yan might have really been blessed by the heavens. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a gust of extremely strong cold wind suddenly blew. The violent cold wind swept and covered the sky. It was like a landslide or a tsunami. Su Yan's body was hit by the strong wind. He was unable to stabilize himself at all, and his entire body crashed heavily into a glacier. Invincible golden body, dragon blood ice fire shield. Su Yan was shocked. This power was great. However, at this time, he did not panic. Instead, he directly activated his power. The moment he crashed into the glacier, it finally appeared and then protected him. Even so, he was still injured. He directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yan's body was so abnormal. He also activated the power of the invincible golden body and dragon blood ice fire shield. However, this was still the result. One could imagine that if it were an ordinary powerhouse, they would definitely be dead after enduring such power. After this gale, an extremely terrifying thought was transmitted. Frost Colossal Dragon, you've crossed the line. It was an old voice. The voice turned into shackles, binding the frost dragon. Su Yan nestled in the cave that was smashed out and looked straight at the sky. He was extremely shocked because at this moment, he saw a golden chain actually appear on the body of the powerful frost wyrm, and then it firmly bound its entire body. Seeing such a scene, Su Yan was simply dumbfounded. He only felt that his brain was not enough to comprehend it. What kind of power is this? That Ice Blast wyrm should be at least at the level of a venerable. This power actually managed to bind it. There was actually such a terrifying powerhouse in the Netherworld cave. It was no wonder that this place had been a dangerous place since ancient times. It was truly terrifying. Roar, old geezer, I didn't mean to offend you today. It's just that there's a human thief that I want to kill with my own hands. If you let me kill this lowly reptile, I'll owe you a favor today. If not, then I'd like to see how strong you are. After the frost colossal dragon finished speaking, its huge dragon wings flapped again. Then, a blue brilliance flashed on its huge body. As the blue brilliance shone, the binding power was immediately broken. The golden chain turned into specks of brilliance and disappeared. You're dreaming if you think you can bind me with this little trick of yours. The frost colossal dragon snorted coldly. Then, its gaze fell directly on Su Yan, who was embedded in the glacier. Lowly reptile, I'd like to see how you're going to escape now. Under the gaze of the frost colossal dragon, Su Yan only felt a chill all over his body. His whole body began to tremble. It was not that he was afraid, but that the pressure of the powerful pressure made his whole body begin to tremble. He only felt that his entire soul was about to be torn apart at this moment. Not good. At this time, Su Yan did not care about his previous injuries and directly jumped up. However, the moment he jumped up, his whole body was abruptly fixed in place. Lowly reptile, in front of the great frost colossal dragon, you still want to escape? Die for me. The frost colossal dragons will roar again. Su Yan's whole body was trembling. It was not because he was afraid, but because he was violently struggling. After feeling the terrifying threat of these few people, his two hearts began to beat. The demon dragon's heart and Buddha's heart beat at the same time. His whole body's power became extremely violent. On the surface of his body, there were even changes. There was black demonic aura and golden aura constantly flowing. On the surface of his skin, fine lines even began to appear. These were dragon scales. Even dragon wings were beginning to appear on his back. When the frost colossal dragon saw this scene, its eyes were filled with anger. It really is the aura of the demon dragon. You lowly reptile, you deserve to die. Endless cold light burst out from the frost colossal dragon's huge eyes, and then it flew directly towards Su Yan. A huge shadow shrouded Su Yan, making his whole heart beat faster. He knew that he had fallen into a huge crisis at this time. If this frost colossal dragon landed, he would definitely die. Damn it, power, quickly burst out for me. Regal sword mantra, great sun-colored glazed sword mantra, Buddha's boundless technique, all of them, circulate for me. At this moment, Su Yan did not care much and began to circulate all of his power at the same time. With all of his power circulating, his meridians were immediately overloaded. His whole body was in terrible pain, but at this time, he still did not care and just continued to circulate. Compared to death, what was the severe pain? It was just that there was always a time when a person's strength was exhausted. At this time, the frost colossal dragon's huge figure had landed in front of Su Yan. Die. Offending the great frost colossal dragon, death is the price you have to pay. Then, a terrifying sharp claw came down. As soon as the sharp claw was raised, Su Yan felt a wave of pain. It was as if his body was about to be torn apart. Ah, get out of my way, reptile. Su Yan let out a crazy roar, and his whole body was exuding an extremely terrifying aura. He did not seem like a human at all. Su Yan's power was constantly rising at this time, which made the frost colossal dragon's eyes even colder. Humph, a mere human, you think you can escape from my control just because you have the power of the fallen demon dragon? Now, die. At this moment, the dragon claw had already landed in front of Su Yan. If Su Yan had not circulated the invincible golden body and was surrounded by the demon dragon's aura, his whole body would have been torn apart. However, even so, at this time, he was bleeding all over and was almost dead. This was one of the frost colossal dragon's special powers, tearing. Not only did its dragon claw have powerful strength, but it also had a terrifying tearing attribute that could easily tear its target apart. As the dragon claw got closer, the tearing force became stronger. Su Yan had already sensed that his body was no longer able to resist this terrifying tearing force. This time, he finally lost the gamble with his life. In the face of death, he was helpless. However, at this moment, the powerful tearing force suddenly stopped. The frost colossal dragon's terrifying dragon claw froze on the spot. In the frost colossal dragon's eyes, a look of extreme unwillingness flashed. Do you want to fight with me? The existence of the netherworld cave. He shouted coldly. Although he did not want to offend the mysterious existence of the netherworld cave, he had to kill Su Yan. This was not only because he had stolen the frost meteoric iron, but also because he had the aura of the demon dragon on him. Any dragon would kill the demon dragon in a frenzy when facing it. This was a hatred that originated from the bloodline and soul, and no one could change it at all. In order to kill Su Yan, he did not hesitate to offend the existence of the Netherworld Cave. So what if I fight with you? Frost Colossal Dragon, do you really think that you're invincible? Since you've stepped into this place, then you'll have to fall here. Although this voice was calm, it was full of supreme dominance. This extremely powerful Frost Colossal Dragon was not in his eyes at all, hiding the head and showing the tail. At this moment, the Frost Colossal Dragon suddenly roared, then directly spat out a dragon's breath, which directly rushed toward the mysterious Netherworld Cave. The icy blue light pillar painted an extremely bright light. The powerful force seemed to want to destroy everything. Since you want to interfere, then die. At this moment, Su Yan looked at this terrifying dragon's breath and felt the majesty of the dragon's breath at such a close distance. Only then did he truly feel the strength of this Frost Colossal Dragon. He was very lucky to be able to avoid such an attack earlier. You want me to die? You think you can do that? The dragon's breath was so mighty, but the calm voice was still so clear. Then, suddenly, a gray light directly exploded. The moment this dusky radiance erupted, Su Yan felt as if a volcano that had been dormant for a long time had finally erupted. The overbearing and insufferably arrogant dragon's breath was actually suppressed in an instant. Su Yan simply did not dare to believe such a berserk power. He finally understood why the Netherworld Cave was called a forbidden place. This force was so terrifying that even the Frost Colossal Dragon could not withstand it. The violent force directly shattered the dragon's breath, then rushed toward the Frost Colossal Dragon. Chapter 488. Roar. The Frost Dragon's painful wails resounded between heaven and earth. The terrifying and intense roar shook the ground continuously. It was simply terrifying. The hysterical roar shattered everything in the surroundings. This kind of terrifying screeching sound was truly incomparably shocking. All the surrounding Bing Shan walls shattered at the same time. The terrifying power destroyed everything. The Frost Dragon was still flying in the sky. One of its wings was still intact, but the other wing had been destroyed. Large amounts of blood were dripping from its wing. As the most powerful life form in this world, even in such a cold world, its blood was still boiling like magma. That terrifying and frightening power fell bit by bit, landing on the ice field. The blood did not coagulate because of the cold. Instead, it melted the surrounding snow. What a terrifying power! Su Yan's heart trembled when he saw this scene. He was deeply in awe of this terrifying power. If he were to stand in a world of ice and snow, his body would gradually freeze as long as his spirit energy stopped circulating. The blood in his blood vessels would also slowly dry up. However, the power of this Frost Wyrm was actually so strong. The Frost Dragon's gaze was so gloomy and cold. It was much colder than the 10,000-year-old ice. However, he did not make a move in the end because he knew very well that the existence in the Netherworld Cave was really too powerful. He had suffered a great defeat in just one confrontation. Although this had something to do with his own carelessness, it still showed how powerful this mysterious existence was. His only thought now was to turn around and leave. His body slowly rose into the sky. As he left this area, he looked at the Netherworld Cave solemnly, afraid that the mysterious existence would attack again. Damn it, the great Frost Dragon will definitely come back for revenge. Finally, when he was sure that the mysterious existence in the Netherworld Cave would not attack again, he turned around and left. This time, it was simply a great humiliation to him. Not only did he lose the frost meteoric iron that he had been waiting for countless years, but he also suffered such a heavy blow. The price of losing half a wing was too heavy. It was impossible for him to recover quickly. It wasn't until the Frost Wyrm was far away that Su Yan fell from the sky to the ground. The Frost Dragon was severely injured, and so was he. If not for that mysterious existence's sudden attack, Su Yan would have been torn apart and killed by the Ice Blast Wyrm. The power of the ice blast WYRM was beyond his imagination. Su Yan struggled to get up from the ground. Although the ice blast WYRM had already left, he didn't feel safe at all. That was because the mysterious existence in the Netherworld cave was even more powerful than the Frost Dragon. He had no ability to resist in front of the Frost Dragon, and it was even more so in front of this mysterious existence. He was probably not much better than a clay doll. Su Yan didn't dare to make any movements. He was waiting for the mysterious expert's judgment. After a while, the voice of the mysterious being was finally heard. "Come in." These 3 plain words finally eased Su Yan's nerves a little. At least the other party did not kill him immediately. He deeply understood that if this person really wanted to kill him, he would not have any power to resist at all. He would be killed at any time. Since the mysterious existence had allowed him to enter, his life would not be in much danger for the time being. Su Yan's feet stepped across the ice. A series of cracking sounds came from the ice. Finally, a cave appeared in front of Su Yan. This cave was at the foot of a majestic mountain. Su Yan raised his head, but he could not see the peak of the mountain at all. Perhaps, he could not even see halfway up the mountain. In Su Yan's map, this mountain was named Sky Pillar Mountain. Probably because this mountain was too tall, it was simply a pillar that supported the sky. That was how it got its name. When Su Yan was being chased by the Frost Dragon, he had directly headed in the direction of this mountain. He only paused for a moment before walking into the cave. As for the thought of running away, Su Yan did not even think about it. He had seen clearly how powerful the mysterious existence was. He was afraid that with just a thought, he would be crushed to death. Su Yan did not dare to go against the will of a powerhouse of this level. Perhaps it was because he was injured, or perhaps he was too nervous. Su Yan was trembling slightly at this moment. He walked into the cave and respectfully said, "Senior, Junior Su Yan has been nagging for a long time." A faint nasal sound came from within the cave, which could be considered as a response to him. The moment Su Yan stepped into the cave, he felt that he had entered another world. This was because this place was simply too vast. Su Yan looked into the distance, but he could not see the edge of the opposite side. When he raised his head, he only felt that the top of his head was filled with darkness. He could not see anything, not even the mountain walls. This cave was not cold. On the contrary, it was somewhat warm. The inside and outside of the cave were 2 completely different worlds. However, in this huge space, there was an extremely uncomfortable aura. Just as he stepped into this place, Su Yan felt that his palm that was not covered by clothes seemed to be a little wet. Su Yan glanced at his palm lightly and realized that the water droplets condensed on his palm were actually a faint red color. He did not think that this was the color of blood. It was said that the Netherworld's cave was the strangest and most evil place in the 5 regions. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. The air here was filled with such a thick smell of blood. One could imagine how many lives had fallen here. Su Yan frowned and then stepped in step by step. As he moved forward, he was also looking around. There were all kinds of corpses and bones around this place. It was very frightening. Of course, if it was just some corpses and bones, Su Yan would not be afraid. After all, it was not like he had never seen such a scene before. Whether it was under the Heaven and Earth Organization's Divine Dragon's Abyss or the Square Seal Temple ruins, he had seen similar scenes. However, there was one thing that Su Yan was very sure of. Whether it was in the temple or the Divine Dragon's Abyss, those places could not be compared to this place. This was because those buried here were definitely extremely powerful creatures. The skeletons here, regardless of whether they were in human or beast form, were all surrounded by spiritual energy. Some of the corpses had not even been completely corroded and there was a force entwined above them. The most terrifying thing was that Su Yan even saw a capricious monster. Its body was still intact as if it had not suffered any damage from the passage of time. On the surface of its body, there was even an extremely powerful spiritual energy flowing. Su Yan was sure that if this person was alive, he would definitely be an expert above the venerable realm. This was because even at this moment, the spiritual energy in his body was still above the dragon realm. Even such a person had fallen here. The giant frost dragon was indeed powerful, but compared to these dead creatures, it was not much more powerful. In fact, many of them were even stronger than him. The more Su Yan walked, the more frightened he became. It was said that the 5 counties could not be compared to the Jianghu continent as there were no top experts. However, looking at this place, this was clearly not the case. In the 5 counties, there were indeed powerful individuals who could make decisions for themselves. However, these powerful individuals were all dead. This was such a terrifying thing. The Netherworld Cave was indeed the most dangerous place in the 5 counties. As he went deeper, Su Yan already felt that his flesh was beginning to hurt. On one hand, it was because the previous injuries had finally begun to erupt. On the other hand, there seemed to be an undetectable strong aura floating in the air. This aura was like a blade. With just a light touch, it could directly cut off a person's skin and flesh. It was truly terrifying to the extreme. However, Su Yan activated the invincible golden body at this moment, which dissolved most of the power. After walking for a long time, Su Yan finally stopped. This was because he finally saw the existence that spoke. In front of Su Yan, there was a huge stone pillar. This stone pillar was at least 10 meters in diameter. As for its height, there was no need to mention it. It was impossible to see the top of its head. And this person was on top of this pillar. To be more precise, he was tied to this huge pillar. His hands and feet were bound by chains that looked like pythons, and he was just hanging on top of them. This was a human, not a demonic beast. However, his entire body was covered with a dense and terrifying aura, to the extent that Su Yan could not see his appearance clearly. However, he was very sure that the one who had defeated the giant frost dragon in one move was this powerful existence in front of him. This person's arm lightly shook, and the heavy iron chains let out clanking sounds. The iron chains were full of cold light. This cold light was an extremely extreme power. Not to mention Su Yan, even the giant frost dragon would not have a good ending if it was contaminated by this extreme power. However, this person was bound by this terrifying power. Even after half a minute, Su Yan still could not believe his eyes. How could anyone withstand such a terrifying power? However, he forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and said, "Su Yan, thanks Senior for saving me." Su Yan braced himself and tried to calm himself down. At this moment, the old man spoke, "Junior, what are you afraid of? If I wanted to kill you, do you think you can still live?" Chapter 489. Su Yan was absolutely not exaggerating when he said that. He really admired the mysterious person in front of him. He had personally experienced the power of the Ice Blast WYRM. However, this mysterious old man directly destroyed the Ice Blast WYRM's dragon breath with just one blow. At the same time, he also destroyed half of its wing. At this moment, Su Yan really saw this old man, only to find that he was actually imprisoned in this place. One could imagine the horror in his heart. If such a terrifying character was imprisoned here, then how terrifying would the person who imprisoned him be? Su Yan's heart was like a huge wave, but he became more and more respectful. "Su Yan, thank you for saving my life, Senior." This was a life-saving grace, and Su Yan would never dare to forget it. That person looked at Su Yan and suddenly laughed, then said, "There's no need to say these words. This old man doesn't care about these things." His voice was calm, but there was a sense of majesty in it. "I just don't like this Ice Blast WYRM. Saving your life is just a matter of convenience." That person did not care about Su Yan's gratitude at all. Perhaps it was really as he said. The reason why he named Su Yan was just a matter of convenience, and there was no other meaning at all. However, even if he did not take it to heart, Su Yan could not do the same. "To you, it's just a small matter, but to me, it's a life-saving grace. Su Yan will remember it in my heart. Since you called me in, there must be something you want me to do. Senior, just say it." "As long as Su Yan can do it, I'll do it," Su Yan said sincerely. Although it was just a short conversation, it was enough to let Su Yan put down the fear in his heart. Although this senior looked very scary, he was actually very kind. He did not have any malicious intentions towards him. The black chi on that person's body gradually dissipated, then an old face was revealed. Su Yan took a closer look. If it wasn't for his thick beard and hair, and if he wasn't so old, this person would definitely be a handsome figure. Even though he was in such dire straits right now, he still had his own demeanor. He looked at Su Yan and asked, "When you were fighting the frost dragon, I saw the demon dragon's aura on you. But there was also the pagoda golden chi. Tell me, what's going on?" Su Yan was slightly taken aback. He never thought that this senior would actually ask such a question. This matter was indeed an extremely important secret to Su Yan, but for some reason, he didn't want to hide anything from this old man who had saved his life. So he told him in detail, reporting to Senior, the reason why this junior has the aura of the demon dragon is because this junior has the heart of a great demon dragon in his body. As for the pagoda golden chi, it is because I am the successor of the pagoda sect. After Su Yan finished speaking, he looked straight at this person, waiting for his reaction. Although it was only a few short sentences, it was actually an extremely shocking secret. Whether it was the inheritance of the pagoda sect or the power of the great demon dragon's heart, they were both abnormally terrifying things. According to what Su Yan knew, the great demon dragon's power was extremely strong. It could be said to be the most terrifying and powerful existence in this world. Therefore, its heart was naturally incomparably precious. If this old man in front of him wanted to take away the great demon dragon's heart, or if he coveted the treasures of the pagoda sect, then it would be difficult for him to stop him. Pagoda sect, pagoda sect. You really are the successor of the pagoda sect. Ha ha ha, you really are the successor of the pagoda sect. Hearing the 3 words pagoda sect, the old man actually let out a long sigh. Su Yan could see that this was a kind of joy, a joy that came from the bottom of his heart. Su Yan did not speak. He waited quietly for a long time before the old man calmed down. He looked at Su Yan, then said something that surprised Su Yan. "Su Yan, do you know that this old man is also a member of the pagoda sect?" These words caused Su Yan's heart to shake violently. He had originally thought that in this world, he was the only true successor of the pagoda sect. How lonely and desolate he had been. Although Lu Fei's family was considered the protector family of the pagoda sect, they were not the true successors of the pagoda sect. But now, this old man in front of him was telling him that he was also a successor of the pagoda sect. Su Yan did not have any doubts about the old man's words. He was very surprised that this powerful old man was actually a member of the pagoda sect. Su Yan sighed in his heart and immediately knelt down to pay his respects. Junior Su Yan pays his respects to the senior of the pagoda sect. This bow was sincere. He knew that the pagoda sect had fought to the death to resist the devil sect. In the end, the entire sect was almost destroyed. Everyone in the pagoda sect was noble. Seeing Su Yan kneel so sincerely, the old man laughed heartily. Good, good, this is wonderful. I, Yang Tai Yi, did not think that I, Yang Tai Yi, would be able to meet a successor of the pagoda sect in my lifetime. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Amidst the laughter, the old man suddenly sighed. Su Yan, tell me how the pagoda sect is doing now. As he spoke, there was a hint of depression in his voice. Clearly, he had guessed that the pagoda sect's situation was not very good. Su Yan also sighed and said, reporting to Senior, "I'm afraid that I'm the only successor left in the entire pagoda sect. At least, I haven't seen any other disciples of the pagoda sect." After saying that, Su Yan told Senior Yang Tai everything that he knew in full detail. This Senior Yang Tai was truly an extraordinary person. Hearing Su Yan's words, he suddenly felt a myriad of emotions. It's been 8,000 years. Who would have thought that the pagoda sect would be reduced to such a state? Yang Tai Yi lifted his head and said to Su Yan, "Back then, the pagoda sect sacrificed everything for the sake of the common people. Who would have thought that we would end up like this today? I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this." As soon as he finished speaking, a bloody light flashed in Yang Tai-Yi's eyes. An extremely terrifying and ruthless aura rose from his body. Beside him, a terrifying blood-red whirlwind appeared. At this moment, a powerful force erupted. Su Yan felt an extremely strong force coming towards him. Senior. After calling out, Su Yan didn't dare to speak again. This force was simply too strong. He immediately activated the invincible golden body and activated the dragon blood ice fire shield to protect himself. He had just finished doing all this when the powerful force arrived in front of him. He only felt a strong force hit him, and then his entire body was sent flying. He had already been injured by the frost dragon. It wasn't easy for him to recover from his injuries. But after this collision, the wounds all over his body opened up again. Fortunately, this terrifying attack wasn't aimed at him. Otherwise, Su Yan had no doubt that he would be crushed and disappear from this world. Ah, kill, kill, kill. All of you, die. Yang Tai-Yi continued to roar. As he roared, a sinister wind rose. In an instant, this place had become a land of death. The blood-red aura became even thicker, and the sinister wind flickered in the empty space. Oh no, Senior Yang Tai-Yi must have gone crazy. Su Yan was shocked. He knew that he couldn't get close to Yang Tai-Yi at this time. Because once he got close, it would be difficult for him to escape the fate of being killed. The gap between him and Yang Tai-Yi was like heaven and earth. How could he be a match for him? What Su Yan wanted the most right now was for Senior Yang Tai-Yi to forget about his existence when he was in a frenzy. Therefore, he didn't dare to act rashly right now. He was deeply afraid that he would be discovered and killed by Yang Tai-Yi. Unfortunately, the more Su Yan was afraid of something, the more it came. At this moment, Yang Tai-Yi seemed to have sensed the aura of life. His gaze fell directly on Su Yan. Under the gaze of this pair of scarlet eyes, Su Yan felt that he couldn't even move. Even his thoughts had slowed down by half a beat. Yang Tai-Yi's gaze was even more terrifying than the frost dragon's dragon might. Die for me. Although Yang Tai-Yi's hand was bound by the terrifying iron chain, he still directly raised it and grabbed at Su Yan. Su Yan's body couldn't help but fly directly toward Yang Tai-Yi. In the next moment, his neck was already in Yang Tai-Yi's hand. Damn it, all of you deserve to die. Yang Tai-Yi's mouth was filled with crazy words, and the power in his hand was slowly increasing. Su Yan's invincible golden body was nothing in front of him. At this moment, it was already very difficult for him to even breathe. His eyes had already turned white. But at this time, Su Yan still didn't give up hope of survival. The soul-suppressing seal appeared in his hand. He poured spiritual energy into it with difficulty, then raised his hand with all his might and finally let the soul-suppressing seal fall into Yang Tai-Yi's hand. Senior, wake up. Su Yan was already at his wit's end. He could only take a risk and try. Fortunately, the god of fate was once again on his side. The moment the soul-suppressing seal touched his body, an extremely dazzling golden light immediately appeared. The golden light flickered, appearing extremely dazzling. And within the golden light, there was a faint sound of Buddhist chanting. The golden light covered Yang Tai-Yi's body. Yang Tai-Yi's eyes immediately froze, and at the same time, his hand also moved away. Su Yan's whole body fell from the sky, heavily crashing onto the ground. At this time, the scarlet gale had already stopped, leaving only Su Yan's powerless and painful gasps. Chapter 490. Hearing Yang Tai-Yi's voice again, Su Yan felt like crying. He crawled up and said, Senior, don't worry. I won't die yet. Yang Tai-Yi suddenly laughed and said, You're a good man. But this time, it's fortunate that you have a treasure like the soul-suppressing seal. Otherwise, I don't know how long this madness of mine would last. Su Yan was surprised by Yang Tai-Yi's words. However, Yang Tai-Yi did not pay any attention to Su Yan. Instead, he continued, Who do you think tied me up with the chains made from the netherworld's black iron? I might as well tell you that I locked myself up. Otherwise, who do you think has the qualifications and strength to do so in the entire Gan territory? Yang Tai-yi spoke calmly, but there was a hint of arrogance in his tone. Su Yan didn't doubt his words at all. Even the powerful Frost Wyrm could not withstand a single blow from him. Who else would be able to fight him? Senior, how did you end up like this? At this moment, Su Yan finally asked after pondering for a while. Indeed, since he was so powerful, how did he end up in such a state? If he really wanted to fight, there was probably no one in the world who could stop him. If this senior could leave this place, then even if he entered the 9 regions, no one would be able to disobey him. How did I end up in such a state? It's a long story. Yang Tai-yi sighed and said to Su Yan, back then, those bastards from the Devil's sect wanted to sacrifice the entire Gan territory to revive the great Devil Heavenly Lord. However, they didn't succeed in the end. However, even though they didn't succeed in their mission, they did trigger another disaster. This is the true reason why our Stupa sect has fallen from grace. After hearing Yang Tai-yi's words, Su Yan became alert. He ignored the pain on his body and listened to Yang Tai-yi seriously. After hearing Yang Tai-yi's words, he finally understood some things. One had to know that the strength of the Stupa sect was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. No matter how strong the Devil's sect was, it was impossible for them to beat the Stupa sect to such a state. At this time, Su Yan was the only disciple. It turned out that the Devil's sect had set up the Great Earth Fiend formation back then, wanting to borrow the power of the Gan territory's earth vein to directly trigger a terrifying calamity, wiping out the entire Gan territory. From there, they would use the incomparably terrifying blood chi to trigger the Devil's soul of the Great Heavenly Devil Master, allowing this Great Heavenly Devil Master to return. However, the Stupa sect's interference had ultimately failed. However, although the plan failed, it triggered another terrifying disaster, and that was the Arctic North. According to legend, the reason why the Arctic North was so cold was because the cold air here came from the 9 Serenities hell. This had always been a baseless rumor. However, the Buddhist sect realized that this was not just a rumor, it was real. Although the Great Earthen Fiend formation was successfully stopped, it still triggered a change in the earth veins. And the place that was most seriously affected was the cold land of the extreme north. The terrifying 9 Serenities hell had been directly opened. A powerful force had opened up this legendary gap, allowing that legendary path to open up. And this path was the Netherworld Cave. When the Netherworld Cave's passage opened, mysterious creatures from hell immediately appeared. These creatures from hell could actually ignore the frightening cold of this place, and began slaughtering all life in their vicinity. In the beginning, the Stupa sect and the Devil's sect were locked in a fierce battle. Under the Stupa sect's immense power, the Devil's sect had been suppressed to the point where they could barely breathe. However, the Stupa sect finally learned of the calamity in the Arctic North. The seniors of the Stupa sect couldn't bear to see the lives of innocent bystanders go to waste, so they decided to split their forces into 2 groups. A portion of the outstanding disciples led the troops to fight the remaining Devil's sect members, while the stronger seniors came to battle the terrifying devils from the Netherworld Cave. This was a war, a truly tragic war. In the end, almost all of the seniors from the Stupa sect who came here were severely injured, and the passageway from hell was sealed off. Although the Stupa sect had paid a heavy price, they had finally succeeded. If the story had ended here, it would still be acceptable, no matter how tragic it was. However, the truly terrifying battle had only just begun. Although the Devil's sect was suppressed to the point of barely surviving, when they heard the news, a genius elder of the Devil's sect took the risk to sneak into this place and opened the newly sealed door again. At the same time, he attracted a sneak attack from the Devil's sect's experts. Only the most powerful elder of the Pagoda sect had managed to survive. Although Yang Tai-yi survived, he developed an inner demon, and his entire person alternated between madness and normality. After that battle, many people came here, but these people didn't have good lives. They all died at Yang Tai-yi's hands. Among these people, there might be people from the righteous Tao, or perhaps people from the Devil's sect, but Yang Tai-yi couldn't tell. When he killed, he was terrifyingly crazy, and he didn't care about anything else. But when he calmed down, he was filled with grief and self-blame for the slaughter. He wanted to end it all with death, but after the Devil's Sect elders' sneak attack, cracks had appeared in the Netherworld cave, and creatures of hell would still emerge from within. In the end, his mission still prevailed over the idea of suicide. However, in order to prevent himself from completely turning into a devil one day and then rushing out of this cold land of the far north to randomly kill people, he took advantage of the time when he was sober to find a powerful iron chain made of black iron and bound himself to this sky pillar. In the blink of an eye, several thousand years had passed. Su Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions after hearing the entire story. Firstly, he was furious at the Devil's Sect's despicable and shameless acts. Secondly, he sighed at the Stupa sect's greatness, and lastly, he was shocked at Yang Tai-Yi's strength. Although it was only a few sentences, Su Yan could already hear the horror of the war. But Yang Tai-Yi was able to survive the war, and this in itself was enough to show his great strength. Not to mention, after more than 8,000 years, Yang Tai-Yi was still so powerful even though he was trapped on this stone pillar. He defeated the giant frost dragon with one blow. Senior, may I ask what level your strength has reached? This was the question that Su Yan was dying to know. Yang Tai-Yi glanced at Su Yan and said, "Level? I can't say for sure. Maybe I'm an emperor, maybe a Dao master, but I'm not a holy master." His words made Su Yan's heart beat wildly. Even if he was an emperor, this level was something that Su Yan yearned for but couldn't reach. Su Yan's eyes flashed with brilliance, filled with a desire for power. Senior, Su Yan had just opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say next. Actually, he wanted to ask Yang Tai-Yi how he could help him, but unfortunately, he hadn't even reached the dragon realm, so what right did he have to say such a thing? Su Yan, you're here for the Buddha Golden Silkworm, right? Yang Tai-Yi asked. Without waiting for Su Yan to nod, he continued, you have the aura of cold ice profound iron on your body. That frost dragon is extremely precious to him. He has been nourishing it with his boundless cold energy and dragon chi. In just 100 years, he will be able to melt this profound iron and fuse it with his dragon chi. At that time, he will be able to break through to the Emperor realm. You're quite lucky to be able to steal it from him. No, spring and autumn ancient wood, Milky Way tortoise shell, you have a lot of good things on you. If you add this Buddha Golden Silkworm, you'll have 4 divine items. Are you going to enter the 10,000 demon ancient tree? Yang Tai-Yi was indeed terrifying. These treasures were all stored in Su Yan's space. So far, no matter how powerful Su Yan met people, he couldn't find any clues. However, this person was able to see through all of his facades with a single glance. This was a true expert. Su Yan said, I dare not deceive Senior. That's right. Junior is about to go to the 9 provinces continent and needs to become stronger. Therefore, I want to enter the 10,000 demon ancient tree. Don't worry. Since you're my junior, I'll take care of the Buddha Golden Silkworm. However, Su Yan, this old master has something to ask you for help with. He suddenly sighed. Senior, please tell me. If Yang Tai-Yi wanted his help, Su Yan would definitely not refuse. Not to mention his life-saving grace, he would not refuse Master Futu. Yang Tai-Yi looked at Su Yan and smiled faintly. Finally, he said slowly, one day, if you have enough strength, come and kill me. After hearing this, Su Yan was shocked. His body was even trembling slightly. Senior, please don't be like this. I, Su Yan, will definitely think of a way to cure you. Su Yan knew that the reason why Yang Tai-Yi said those words was because he would occasionally go insane. If possible, who would want to die? Yang Tai-Yi smiled again and said, life and death, at my level, I've already seen through it. Forget it, let's not talk about this topic. The Buddha Golden Silkworm comes out at sunrise every day. Now, there's still some time. Take a rest and meditate for a while. Also, if there's anything you don't understand about cultivation, quickly ask. Yang Tai-Yi said directly. Su Yan was overjoyed. With the guidance of Yang Tai-Yi, who might be a Dao master expert, this was definitely a great opportunity. He no longer hesitated. Then, he held his breath and began to cultivate. Chapter 491. At this moment, Su Yan felt as if his body was burning with fire. The rolling spirit energy moved and circulated in his meridians. The spirit energy had circulated in his body countless times, but it had never been as thorough as it was now. It was as if the spirit energy had nourished every pore in his body. With just one circulation, Su Yan felt that his injuries had recovered significantly. This was simply miraculous. Su Yan naturally understood that this was all thanks to his senior. He wanted to thank him, but at this moment, Yang Tai-Yi's voice sounded. Calm your mind and don't be distracted. I really didn't expect that although your realm is low, your spirit energy would be so dense. You are indeed worthy of being the successor of my Stupa sect. However, although the spirit energy is dense, it can't be fully utilized. Today, I will lend you a hand. As Yang Tai-Yi's voice fell, the majestic energy became even more intense. Under the influence of this energy, Su Yan's spirit energy began to circulate. Before this, Su Yan had thought that he had already utilized 10% of his spirit energy. However, he now realized that this was far from the truth. Although he was powerful in his previous battles, he had not been able to fully utilize his strength. Every time he faced an enemy, he had lost the initiative. However, it was completely different now. At this moment, his strength was already at its strongest. As the spirit energy continued to circulate, he even felt that his entire body's condition was constantly improving. Even his realm was loosening a little at this moment. Stupa as vast as the sea, limitless and boundless. These words were fixed in Su Yan's mind. These words were like an opportunity. The infinite stupa technique that Su Yan had obtained in the stupa pagoda suddenly began to circulate. As soon as Su Yan's spirit energy moved, everything in his body began to be affected. Especially the stupa's heart, which was beating even more deeply. To be able to obtain the stupa golden lotus, you are indeed the chosen one of my stupa sect. Yang Tai-Yi was even more surprised. At this moment, the only reason that supported his survival in this world was the stupa sect. Now that he had confirmed the existence of the pagoda golden lotus, the depression that had been accumulating in his heart for many years had eased up a lot. While the Buddha's heart was throbbing, the demon dragon's heart was also throbbing. The demon dragon's heart stirred and the demon dragon's blood immediately flowed into Su Yan's blood vessels. The demon dragon's aura also entered Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan had already completely entered a meditative state and was unaware of all this. However, Yang Tai-Yi saw everything clearly. The heart of the great demon dragon? You are indeed terrifying, but this is the descendant of my Buddhist sect. How can I let you turn him into a demonic dragon? Humph, since you have entered his body and met me, you are asking for trouble. Maybe I will refine you for real. Yang Tai-Yi was really domineering. One had to know that the power of the great demon dragon in Su Yan's body was extremely powerful. Every time the power of the great demon dragon's heart erupted, Yang Tai-Yi couldn't suppress it. Later on, he had to rely on the stupa golden lotus to seal it a little. However, during the battle with the ice blast dragon, Su Yan already knew that this seal wasn't a true seal. As long as the great demon dragon's heart really wanted to thump, the demon dragon's blood and aura would still seep into his body. For example, when he faced the ice blast dragon this time, the power of the demon dragon's heart still throbbed. Every time the battle reached a critical point, he simply couldn't control it. However, when Yang Tai-Yi discovered the great demon dragon's heart, he wanted to completely seal it and assimilate it into Su Yan's body. This was really inconceivable. At this moment, a stream of light began to flicker in his eyes. Then, a stream of power erupted directly at this moment. Su Yan's body was like an energy furnace, and a powerful force was constantly jumping around. The great demon dragon's heart indeed had its own judgment. When Yang Tai-Yi's power directly suppressed it, it immediately began to riot. This time, the riot was much more powerful and terrifying than any of the previous ones. Obviously, it felt the danger and knew that if it was really sealed, it would completely sink into oblivion, and there would be no chance for it to turn the tables. Therefore, at this moment, the demon dragon's aura madly emerged and directly confronted his power. The confrontation between the two forces was simply a disaster for Su Yan. The powerful impact almost tore his meridians apart. Yang Tai-yi said directly, "Su Yan, don't act rashly. Endure it. Only by enduring this can you solve your worries." Su Yan's character was incomparably tenacious. What's more, this power was indeed a huge disaster for him. Therefore, at this moment, Su Yan could only grit his teeth and continue to circulate the power in his body at the same time. As it continued to flow, his aura continued to grow stronger. In the end, his face was terrifyingly ferocious, but he forcibly endured it. Yang Tai-yi's power was really strong. Even the great demon dragon's heart could not contend against him. Yang Tai-yi sneered and then said, "Great demon dragon, if you were complete, I wouldn't dare to anger you at all. But now, you're only left with a heart. What right do you have to be arrogant?" As soon as he finished speaking, another burst of power erupted. The powerful force fiercely urged and then firmly suppressed him. After an unknown amount of time, the blood and aura of the great demon dragon's heart were forcibly reversed by his power, and then merged with Su Yan's aura. At this moment, Yang Tai-yi shouted again, "Su Yan, use this power to break through to the next realm. Don't hesitate. Hurry." Hearing Yang Tai-yi's voice, Su Yan did not dare to be careless anymore. In fact, he had already felt that the power in his body had accumulated to the extreme, enough to break through to a new height. The 3 mountains of Radius, open for me. The Radius realm had a total of 6 spiritual chi mountains. As for Su Yan, he had already reached the 2nd mountain realm. It was just that the accumulation in his body was too strong. The reason why he was still at the 2 mountains realm was because although his power was strong, he could not fully utilize the spiritual chi. Now, under Yang Tai-yi's guidance, his power had finally reached the extreme. Yang Tai-yi directly refined the demonic dragon's aura, and then completely assimilated it with his genuine chi. In this way, everything naturally flowed, and he succeeded in breaking through in an instant. Su Yan only felt the spiritual chi in his body churning wildly, and then an unstoppable aura appeared. In the end, he succeeded in breaking through in an instant. At this moment, he immediately understood that he was no longer a powerhouse of the 2 mountains of Radius, but the 3 mountains. His power was very strong to begin with. At this moment, with the impact of this power, it was even more incredible. With the explosion of his power, his aura rose steadily. Under his body, the spiritual chi exploded, and immediately tore everything apart. This terrifying aura had actually forcefully shaken the surrounding ground, creating a crater. One had to know that the ground here was soaked in the blood and remnant souls of powerhouses, and it was incomparably hard. The aura emitted from his body had reached a certain level of strength. If a cultivator saw this scene, they would definitely not think that Su Yan's cultivation was only at the Radius realm, but that he had already reached the strength of the dragon realm. Yang Tai-yi withdrew his spirit. He, who was bound on the iron chain, saw Su Yan's aura rise steadily, and the corner of his mouth revealed a smile. "Good, this kid is really not bad. His strength can reach this level, which is really beyond my expectations. It seems that I have to live. I want to see how far this kid can go." At this moment, he no longer had the thought of dying in his heart. At this moment, Su Yan's aura had completely stabilized at the Radius 3 Mountains realm. However, the aura on his body did not stop flowing, but instead became more turbulent. At this point, he still hasn't stopped. Could it be that he wants to use this power to break through to a higher realm? Even Yang Tai-yi was somewhat shocked at this moment. He helped Su Yan suppress the devil dragon's heart, and at the same time, he dissolved the devil dragon's aura and the accumulated spiritual chi in his body. He let the spiritual chi surge, which allowed Su Yan's realm to reach the Radius 3 Mountains realm. However, at this moment, Su Yan did not have the slightest intention of stopping. Instead, he continued to circulate the spiritual chi. Yang Tai-yi was surprised for a moment, but then he laughed. Ha ha ha, good, 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 you have courage. Yang Tai-yi, want to see if you can continue to break through and directly reach the Radius 4 Mountains realm. Speaking of which, he also admired Su Yan very much. He was able to live until now because he was also a genius in the past. When he was in this realm, he was naturally very powerful, far surpassing those in the same realm. However, he secretly calculated before. If he was in the Radius 2 Mountains realm, no, even the Radius 3 Mountains realm, he would not have much of a chance of winning against the current Su Yan. This was what was truly terrifying. Su Yan's strength was really too strong. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes suddenly burst out a flame, and then this flame spread directly, enveloping his body in an instant. It was just a flame burning, but it did not hurt him at all. This is the red spirit fire. How many good things does this kid have on him? Yang Tai-yi exclaimed. However, he was happy in his heart. The more powerful Su Yan was, the happier he would be. However, at this moment, a dark aura suddenly rose from Su Yan's body, and then a strong will appeared. Chapter 492. At this moment, Yang Tai-yi's heart skipped a beat. There was no way he would mistake this aura. The fall of the Stupa sect back then was inextricably linked to this name. Back then, he had participated in the great battle to stop the Earth Demon Great Formation. He had personally felt that majestic and powerful aura. Even though more than 8,000 years had passed, he would never forget it. However, he did not expect that his aura would appear in Su Yan's body. Then, he narrowed his eyes and realized that there was a black jade-like luster shining in Su Yan's left hand. What a cunning thing. I didn't notice you just now. Yang Tai-yi was furious. The heavenly demon finger bone was too cunning. While he was fighting with the great demon dragon's heart, he had hidden himself. In addition, Su Yan had forgotten to mention this to him. Therefore, Yang Tai-yi did not expect that there was such a thing hidden in Su Yan's body besides the great demon dragon's heart. At this moment, he could no longer care about anything else. His entire body erupted with power. A powerful force once again pressed down on Su Yan's body. Unfortunately, his aura had already retreated from Su Yan's body. This time, it was extremely difficult for him to merge his aura into Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was surging like the sea, charging towards the boundary of the 4 mountains. If he forcefully sent his aura into Su Yan's body, it would be equivalent to killing him. Su Yan was the last successor of the Stupa sect. Yang Tai-yi did not dare to act rashly. If something happened to Su Yan, he would become a sinner of the Stupa sect. Therefore, he could only watch as Su Yan's body changed. He did not dare to act rashly. Damn it, great heavenly demon lord, you're really despicable. He loathed the great heavenly demon lord to the extreme. His eyes flickered with endless cold light. Unfortunately, he could do nothing about it. At this moment, he suddenly felt a throbbing. He understood that this was a sign that he was about to turn into a demon. This won't do. I have to control myself no matter what. If I go mad at this moment, then Su Yan will be dead for sure. Thinking of this, Yang Tai-yi forcibly suppressed the demonic thoughts in his heart. At this moment, the battle within Su Yan's body gradually began. In his sea of consciousness, a shadow slowly appeared. This shadow was not very tall. He stood in front of Su Yan and stared straight at Su Yan. Su Yan looked at him, but his heart was shocked to the extreme. Heavenly demon. Back then, he had faintly sensed this shadow, and now, the real person was standing in front of him. How could he not be frightened? At this moment, his entire heart began to tremble. Damn it, this heavenly devil actually appeared in my sea of consciousness. That's right, when Senior Yang Tai-yi entered my sea of consciousness, he did not find this damn thing. This guy is really cunning. Su Yan was shocked, but in the blink of an eye, he had already understood that this was the other party's scheme. Yang Tai-yi's power entered his body to help him refine spiritual energy, and at the same time, to suppress the great heavenly demon dragon's power. However, he did not expect that this guy was actually cunning to this extent. When Su Yan's pagoda art's power attacked his body earlier, he actually went into hibernation without the slightest movement. Even Su Yan felt that this heavenly demon finger bone was not like the great heavenly demon dragon's heart, which had its own will. In the previous battle, every time Su Yan's life was in danger, the great heavenly demon dragon's heart would directly awaken to help him fight. However, this heavenly demon finger bone never had any reaction, as if it was always a dead object. It was also because of this that although Su Yan was afraid of it, he did not attach as much importance to it as he did to the great heavenly demon dragon's heart. However, he did not expect that at this time, the heavenly demon finger bone would suddenly be in trouble and directly burst out with a powerful force. This was simply damnable. The heavenly demon looked at him like this, and under the cold gaze of his eyes, Su Yan's sea of consciousness actually directly rolled with waves, and then directly swept towards him. This was Su Yan's sea of consciousness, but at this time, the heavenly demon's mind directly controlled this place. The power in the sea of consciousness hung upside down, and soon swept towards Su Yan. "Get out of my way!" Su Yan directly roared in a low voice. Naturally, he could not sit still and wait for death, so he directly channeled his power. At this time, the powerful force rolled back and forth, and a powerful and terrifying fluctuation directly swept up. It was like a coiling dragon. The two forces directly met and directly engaged in a confrontation. The result of this confrontation was that Su Yan's body kept retreating. He did not have the power of the heavenly demon at all. At this time, the shadow of the heavenly demon suddenly began to step. The sound of his feet stepping on the water came, and the sound of the water waves was so ear-piercing. In just a few steps, he had already arrived in front of Su Yan, and then directly stretched out his palm to grab Su Yan's neck. Su Yan suddenly roared in a low voice, soul-suppressing. At this time, he had already seen the situation clearly. Although his power had increased, it was still impossible to compare with the heavenly demon's shadow in front of him. This heavenly demon's shadow was really too powerful. Therefore, if he wanted to defeat him, no, or to say, if he wanted to protect himself, he could only rely on external objects. The soul-suppressing seal directly appeared, and immediately began to release a golden light. The golden light flashed, and immediately everything was fixed. The entire sea of consciousness had already calmed down in an instant. The soul-suppressing seal directly suppressed the heavenly demon's shadow, but the heavenly demon's shadow only smiled faintly, and then gently waved his hand. The soul-suppressing seal could no longer descend. What? The soul-suppressing seal was almost always successful against souls. Back then, he was able to defeat the black demon Venerable directly by relying on this item. However, at this time, the soul-suppressing seal actually returned without any effect, which made him extremely surprised. However, at this time, there was a disdainful snort. Su Yan was very sure that the snort came from the shadow in front of him. However, Su Yan originally thought that this was just a guy without consciousness, but he did not expect that he actually had his own consciousness. The light of the soul-suppressing seal was suppressed bit by bit, and at this time, a voice appeared in Su Yan's heart. "Su Yan, use the four corners seal." This was De Gang's voice. Su Yan did not hesitate and directly used the four corners seal. At this time, the four corners seal appeared, but it did not directly suppress the opponent like the soul-suppressing seal. Instead, it directly flashed a ray of light. Then, the shadow of a huge demonic bat appeared. This was the demonic bat king that Su Yan encountered in the Four Corners world. Then, an iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, a huge pillar, and a terrifying white bone dragon appeared. As soon as these four existences appeared, they immediately charged towards the heavenly demon's shadow. At this time, the gang also appeared. He stood beside Su Yan and then said to Su Yan, "The gang, this is the ancient great heavenly demon lord." Su Yan was not surprised that De Gang knew the identity of the other party. Because De Gang was the artifact soul of the Four Corners seal, he must have experienced more things than him. Perhaps the destruction of the Four Corners seal back then was related to the Devil's sect. Su Yan, although this is only a shadow, it is still no small matter. However, now that it has entered the sea of consciousness, we will directly swallow its power, humph. At this time, Gang was not the Gang that Su Yan had met. The current him was a true artifact soul. Just as they were talking, the four powerful demonic beasts were defeated by the demonic shadow. Rays of light appeared from the demonic shadow's body and directly pierced the bodies of the four demonic beasts. These four demonic beasts each had the strength of a dragon realm cultivator. Of course, at this time, they were in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Their strength was limited, but they were still considered powerful. However, they were killed by the demonic shadow in the blink of an eye. From this, it could be seen how powerful the demonic shadow was. Su Yan used the soul-suppressing seal. After Gang finished speaking, he rushed towards the demonic shadow. The two immediately began to fight. Su Yan did not dare to be negligent and directly used his power to activate the soul-suppressing seal. The power of the soul-suppressing seal directly exploded. As the two of them fought, the demonic shadow immediately became sluggish. If not for Gang, he would not have cared about the soul-suppressing seal. However, at this time, he had to consider the influence of the soul-suppressing seal. As the artifact soul of the Four Directions seal, Gang was indeed powerful. However, the terror of the demonic shadow was not to be underestimated. With the help of the soul-suppressing seal, the two of them were barely evenly matched. At this time, a terrifying aura erupted from the finger bone. This aura was actually heading towards the demonic dragon's heart. The great heavenly demon lord's finger bone was actually connecting with the great demonic dragon's heart and then subverting the suppression of Buddha's power. Sensing this change, Su Yan immediately knew that things were not good. If this power succeeded, then Su Yan was afraid that he would immediately die. However, at this time, a clear voice sounded, "Big brother Su Yan, prepare to break through the Four Directions mountain range realm." It was still a clear voice, but at this time, it was filled with extremely strong confidence. He did not know why, but at this critical moment, Su Yan did not hesitate. He did not pay attention to the demonic chi that was rushing towards the demonic dragon's heart. He only circulated his power and then began to attack the Four Directions mountain range realm. When this terrifying demonic chi neared Su Yan's demonic dragon heart, Su Yan immediately opened his eyes. Then, he let out a cry of surprise as a shocking power erupted. The power trembled like rolling thunder that filled the sky. Chapter 493. Good lad, you're really bold. Yang Tai-yi exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, he had already seen through Su Yan's actions clearly. At this moment, a powerful aura began to circulate in Su Yan's body and even directly attacked Su Yan's heart. However, Su Yan did not directly suppress this aura. Instead, he allowed it to circulate freely. At the same time, he used this aura to directly attack the surrounding four mountains. Yang Tai-yi had previously helped Su Yan sort out his own strength. Therefore, he was very clear about Su Yan's strength. Su Yan's spirit aura was extremely strong. Even after breaking through the surrounding three mountains, there was still a lot of energy left. However, Yang Tai-yi did not help Su Yan break through because the spirit aura was in an awkward state. Furthermore, Su Yan's accumulation was strong, so it would be even more difficult for him to advance. He did not have absolute confidence that he could help Su Yan smoothly advance. Because of this, he did not help. At this moment, Su Yan actually used this energy to directly start breaking through. This was really bold to the extreme. This was equivalent to a gamble. If Su Yan won, it would naturally be a good thing. He could use this opportunity to directly attack the surrounding four mountains and improve his strength. However, if he lost, there was no need to say anything. The heavenly demon was not a benevolent person. Even Yang Tai-yi was already breaking out in cold sweat for Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan had completely focused his mind. Like Gang, Aya was also the weapon spirit of the square seal. Moreover, Aya was the most powerful weapon spirit. At this moment, she directly attacked. Just as the demonic aura was about to attack his heart, her clear voice sounded again. The four directions formless, celestial phenomenon collapse. As soon as her voice sounded, the entire world began to change and circulate. Gradually, the heavenly demon's power was directly reversed and instead helped Su Yan start breaking through. Su Yan's heart stirred. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he wasn't willing to give it up. With the help of this violent energy, he began to condense the fourth mountain within his body. In the sea of consciousness, the heavenly demon's shadow suddenly snorted coldly. Obviously, he had already noticed the change at this moment. The heavenly demon's shadow possessed the most cunning intelligence, and its thoughts were simply unimaginable. Since he had already noticed the change, he would not allow it to continue developing. At this time, his whole body began to become thin, and he actually wanted to withdraw from Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Obviously, he had sensed danger at this moment. However, as one of the artifact spirits, De Gang had appeared to prevent him from retreating from his knowledge sea after sensing the changes. How could he let him leave so easily? Stay here. He grabbed at the air, and his pitchfork immediately appeared in his hand. Then, he viciously stabbed at the demonic figure. However, at this moment, the heavenly demon's shadow let out a cold snort again. Then, a powerful and violent energy burst out. He calmly pointed his finger, and immediately, a powerful and violent energy rushed directly towards Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was filled with cold sweat. Damn it! He knew that at this time, he definitely couldn't continue to face it. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would die an ugly death. What was even more terrifying was that De Gang's block was actually useless. Su Yan felt that no matter how he resisted, he would be directly killed by such a finger. He had no way to retreat. Su Yan. De Gang and Aya's expressions changed at the same time. When they attacked, they were very confident that they could directly kill the heavenly demon's shadow. However, at this time, the heavenly demon's shadow suddenly erupted. This powerful energy was beyond their imagination. A mere artifact spirit dares to scheme against me. You don't know what's good for you. The heavenly demon's shadow actually spoke at this time. These indifferent words were extremely arrogant. At this time, the power of the soul-suppressing seal could not be blocked, and the four directions seal could not stop it. Even so, the powerful heavenly demon's shadow was already directly approaching. If it took a little longer, Su Yan would definitely die. However, at this time, a sword light suddenly flashed in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. It was the Regal Sword Soul. Regal Sword Codex, sword seals the universe. At this most dangerous time, the Regal Sword Soul finally appeared. For Su Yan, even the most powerful Buddha's infinite technique was not his foundation. His true reliance was the Regal Sword Codex. His rebirth was thanks to the Regal Sword Codex. At this critical time, the Regal Sword Soul naturally became his last resort. This finger was really too terrifying. The powerful energy was simply about to tear Su Yan's soul apart and pierce through his sea of consciousness. The soul-suppressing seal and the four directions seal were unable to stop it at this time. Even De Gang, Aya, and the few monsters that had appeared previously had all returned to the four directions seal. They had underestimated the heavenly demon too much. At this moment, the only one left to face the heavenly demon was Su Yan himself. However, the closer it was to this moment, the calmer Su Yan's heart became. In his sea of consciousness, he had already grasped the Regal Sword Soul in his hand. The strange thing was that his opponent was clearly a powerful heavenly demon, but at this moment, he was not afraid at all. This was because he knew that he was very strong at this time. The Regal Sword Soul and he were one. His will was the will of the Regal Sword Soul, and vice versa. At this moment, his power skyrocketed, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. At this time, the heavenly demon also stopped and looked at Su Yan. After a moment of silence, fight. A word appeared, and then his body disappeared. Su Yan held the Regal Sword Soul in his hand and directly fought with the heavenly demon's shadow. The combat power of the heavenly demon's shadow was really too terrifying. With a sudden exchange of blows, Su Yan was suppressed to the point that he could not breathe. He finally understood why someone as powerful as De Gang, with the help of the soul-suppressing seal, could not defeat the person in front of him. It was because the strength of this person had reached an unimaginable level. Every move and style of his had an unfathomable artistic conception. At this moment, his powerful strength skyrocketed. Moreover, his attacks were like monstrous waves. After the first attack was blocked, the second attack came. This is the heaven-breaking 10 slashes. As they exchanged blows, the heavenly demon's voice sounded again. At the same time, the first attack had already arrived. A solemn expression flashed across Su Yan's eyes. He knew that the attack in front of him had already reached a terrifying level. If he wasn't careful, he would immediately die. Su Yan endured the 10 attacks. When the 10th attack was over, even he himself could not believe that he had actually blocked all 10 attacks. Very good. Next, the deity vanquishing sword. In the heavenly demon's shadow's hand, a black shadow flashed and a long sword immediately appeared. After the long sword appeared, he directly slashed at Su Yan. Su Yan used the regal sword soul to activate the regal sword technique to counter the attack. Whether it was in this world or the world in his previous life, the regal sword codex was the ultimate sword technique. However, at this moment, the deity vanquishing sword that the heavenly demon used seemed to have a vast and mighty power. As Su Yan fought with the heavenly demon's shadow, he memorized the deity vanquishing sword in his heart. The battle between the two continued. Just like before, the heavenly demon kept suppressing Su Yan. However, at this moment, Su Yan was no longer as battered and exhausted as before. At the same time, he was able to counterattack. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the heavenly demon is teaching me sword techniques? This thought was ridiculous. However, whether it was the deity vanquishing sword or the heaven-crushing 10 slashes, they were all extremely powerful techniques. Thinking back carefully, if the heavenly demon's shadow had used them faster and with more power, he might not have been able to block them. Was the heavenly demon's shadow unable to do so? No, that was definitely not the case. He knew very well that if this heavenly demon wanted to kill him, he could definitely do it. However, he did not, and at this critical juncture. Therefore, Su Yan guessed that he was teaching him. Although this was really unbelievable, at this moment, Su Yan chose to believe it. Have you memorized it? This emotionless voice was heard once again. When this sentence came out, Su Yan no longer had any doubts. This must be it. The heavenly demon was actually teaching him. However, shouldn't the heavenly demon and the pagoda sect be enemies? Su Yan could not understand. Just as he was puzzled, the heavenly demon's shadow dissipated bit by bit, and finally disappeared. At this moment, the spiritual qi in Su Yan's body had reached an unimaginable critical point. In the end, it broke through all barriers and finally reached the realm of the 4 mountains. At this moment, Su Yan's consciousness returned from the spirit's sea to his body. Not bad, not bad. You actually succeeded. Good lad, even I admire you a little. You actually succeeded. You're really amazing. Up until now, Su Yan was still puzzled. He actually succeeded. However, at this moment, he did not have any joy. Instead, he was puzzled. This was a very strange thing. Senior, to be honest, even now I'm still puzzled. Su Yan smiled bitterly. Yang Tai-e thought that he was too happy and did not know what to say. Therefore, he said, why are you so wishy-washy? To be able to reach the realm of the 4 mountains and defeat the heavenly demon at the same time is already very impressive. Even a powerhouse like Yang Tai-e was very wary of the heavenly demon. The fact that Su Yan was able to obtain victory at this moment had already exceeded his expectations. Su Yan smiled bitterly again and said, Senior, I did not defeat the heavenly demon at all. Instead, it was the heavenly demon who taught me a lot. After that, Su Yan told him everything in detail. Chapter 494. Until now, Yang Tai-e's expression was still ugly. His brows were tightly knitted together, and he looked extremely solemn. The great heavenly demon master was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Otherwise, the devil's sect would not have paid such a huge price to resurrect him. They had involved the entire Gan territory and were almost completely destroyed in the end. If it were not for the disaster that happened in the 5 counties, the devil's sect would no longer exist in this world. Such a person must have a motive for everything he did. According to what Su Yan had said, the heavenly demon's shadow had the chance to kill Su Yan in his sea of consciousness. However, he did not do so. Instead, he let go of this opportunity. Not only that, but he also taught Su Yan a battle technique. Whether it was the heaven-crushing 10 slashes or the deity-vanquishing sword, they were extremely powerful and terrifying ultimate moves. Only the higher-ups of the devil's sect could cultivate such powerful moves. Back then, Yang Tai-E had fought with an extremely powerful existence from the devil's sect. That battle was truly earth-shattering. Ordinary people could not imagine how tragic that battle was. The heaven-crushing 10 slashes were unleashed by him. Each strike was stronger than the last, and each strike was filled with boundless determination. Back then, Yang Tai was already an outstanding figure in the Stupa sect. However, when faced with such an opponent, he almost could not block it. Moreover, the devil's sect disciple that he fought with had a lower cultivation level than him. Back then, he had won by a hair's breadth. If he did not have an advantage in terms of cultivation level, Yang Tai-E felt that he would have lost. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the heaven-crushing 10 slashes was. Moreover, the devil's sect disciple had only used the first 6 slashes. Now, the heavenly demon's shadow had taught Su Yan such a powerful heaven-crushing 10 slashes. Not only that, but he had also taught him the deity-vanquishing sword. If Su Yan was the successor of the devil's sect, this might be understandable. However, Su Yan was the successor of the Stupa sect. His entire body was covered in Stupa golden chi. His heart was wrapped in the 9th grade golden lotus and turned into Stupa's heart. What was the great heavenly demon master trying to do? Was he trying to snatch a disciple from the Stupa sect? Isn't this too laughable? After half a day, he finally sighed and gave up on thinking. After all, an existence like the great heavenly demon master was already a super expert above the holy venerate level. Even Yang Tai-E could not see through their schemes. He turned to Su Yan and said, "Su Yan, you must always pay attention to the phalanx of your left hand. It seems that it is far more dangerous than the demon dragon's heart." Although the heaven-breaking 10 slashes and God-vanquishing sword are both extremely powerful combat skills, this old man feels that it is best if you don't use them. Su Yan nodded and said, "Senior, don't worry. This junior naturally understands this principle." The heavenly demon's shadow gave him the feeling that it was intentional. If he could avoid provoking such a powerful existence, he definitely wouldn't want to touch it. However, there were many things that didn't go according to his wishes. "Su Yan, you don't have to worry. You already have the 9th grade golden lotus in your heart. That is the supreme treasure of our Stupa sect. Even if the heavenly demon Fingerbone wants to do anything, it won't be that easy. This powerful combat skill might be a life-saving trump card when your life is in danger." Yang Tai-E clearly saw through Su Yan's worries and comforted him. However, this was also the truth. When one's life was in danger, who would care about the consequences? Even if it was the demon dragon's heart, Su Yan would not hesitate to use it. In terms of dominance, the demon dragon's heart was even more powerful than the heavenly demon Fingerbone. At this moment, seeing that Su Yan was finally relieved, Yang Tai-E nodded and said to Su Yan, "The sunrise is coming, and the Buddha golden silkworm will appear soon. In a while, I will help you subdue a Buddha golden silkworm and let you take it away." At this point, Su Yan also quieted down. In just one day, Su Yan's manager was simply unimaginable. First, he met the frost dragon, then he met this sect senior. At this moment, his cultivation had directly advanced to the 2nd peak. In terms of cultivation, he had already surpassed Immortal Heaven's Sword, Lei Wanjun, and everyone in the Qian Cloud Alliance. If they knew about the speed of breaking through to the 2nd peak in one night, they would probably feel that it was unbelievable. How was this still cultivation? This was simply cheating. Su Yan, you are indeed a peerless genius. This old man doesn't want to die anymore. I want to see how far you can go. Yang Tai-yi suddenly said. The reason why Yang Tai-yi wanted to die was that in the Great War thousands of years ago, he was attacked by the demonic aura of hell. In the midst of the slaughter, he gave birth to inner demons. Once he entered the demonic state, he would kill wantonly. Secondly, because his companions and comrades from back then had all died, he already had no more attachments to life. Therefore, he only tied himself up here. On one hand, he could prevent himself from indiscriminately killing the innocent. On the other hand, he could suppress the creatures from hell. If he died one day, it would be a worthy death. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt that he already had a reason to live. Su Yan said very firmly, Senior, I will definitely cure you and free you from these chains. Yang Tai-yi smiled and then said, Su Yan, if you can cultivate this boundless Buddha technique to the Mahayana realm one day and use the boundless Buddha to purify my soul, I might really be able to get rid of my inner demons one day. However, the black iron on my body can only be cut off by a divine sword. It's just that in this world, a divine sword is extremely difficult to find. Just as Yang Tai-yi finished speaking, Su Yan said, Senior, I already have a divine sword, a real divine sword. After saying that, he directly opened the red fire sword case. After the red fire sword case was opened, it split open and an extremely sharp and ferocious aura was released. When this terrifying aura appeared, the temperature in the entire cave instantly dropped by a lot. This sword was the one Su Yan had obtained from the very beginning, but he did not dare to use it even once. Yang Tai-yi, after a moment of silence, he said, It seems that you are indeed the destined person of our stupa sect. You even have such a divine sword. However, you must remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not use this sword. Otherwise, you will immediately be killed. Divine swords had spirits, and the Godslayer sword was a top existence among divine swords. Its will was unparalleled. If Su Yan used it now, not to mention the covetous eyes of other experts, just this sword alone could directly kill Su Yan. Using the weak to control the strong was simply courting death. Su Yan nodded and said, Senior, don't worry. Naturally, I know that from the moment I obtained this sword until now, I have not even dared to touch it. What I usually use is the Scorching Sun sword. Su Yan took out the Scorching Sun sword. Yang Tai-yi looked at it and said, I don't know why your luck is so heaven-defying. Although this sword has no spirit, its body has barely reached the standard of a divine sword. With your current strength, you can just barely control it. Time passed bit by bit, and Su Yan and Yang Tai-yi continued to talk. Perhaps it was because they had not talked for too long, but Yang Tai-yi and Su Yan talked about many things. Unknowingly, dawn was about to arrive. In the dark netherworld cave, rays of golden light began to appear. Su Yan immediately knew that this was the Buddha golden silkworm. Each golden silkworm was only the thickness and length of a finger. After the golden silkworm appeared, it immediately went to the entrance of the cave and began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At this moment, the moonlight had not yet set, and the sun was gradually rising. It was time to gather the essence of the sun and the moon. This thing is the Buddha golden silkworm. Don't think that it is unremarkable. In fact, it is a first-class murderer. It can devour the essence of the sun and the moon, and can also devour the ghosts of hell. It has a very powerful and terrifying power in the Tao of souls. Yang Tai-yi said to Su Yan. If it were not for Yang Tai-yi's reminder, Su Yan would probably not have noticed this. It was because the appearance of this golden silkworm was too good at disguising itself. Other than the golden light that was released from its body, it seemed to be no different from an ordinary silkworm. If Su Yan did not know what was good for him and directly went to catch it, he would probably be attacked immediately. Su Yan, kid, I'll catch one for you now. Watch carefully. After Yang Tai-yi finished speaking, he immediately activated his mind, and then a powerful mind drifted over. When the mind fell on the golden silkworm, the previously very gentle golden silkworm immediately went berserk. Within its body, an extremely obvious and terrifying soul shadow appeared. This soul shadow exuded an extremely terrifying power. Su Yan sensed that this soul shadow revealed a powerful majesty similar to the might of a dragon. Not only that, this soul shadow had a very strong killing power to the soul. So powerful. Su Yan was frightened. Yang Tai-yi chuckled and then said, "This is the passage between the underworld and the human world. How can something that can survive here be simple?" At this moment, under the power of Yang Tai-yi's mind, the soul shadow was suddenly strangled by an invisible force, and its body began to tremble violently. "However, in front of me, no matter how powerful you are, you'd better behave. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Moreover, I won't hurt you. Instead, I'll give you a great opportunity." Yang Tai-yi said softly. The golden silkworm was actually intelligent. After hearing Yang Tai-yi's words, it immediately stopped moving, and the soul shadow also disappeared. Yang Tai-yi had existed here for thousands of years. These little things probably had a deep reverence for him from the depths of their souls. After comprehending his will, they no longer struggled. Chapter 495. After Su Yan kept the Buddha golden silkworm, he was overjoyed. This time, he had come for the Buddha golden silkworm. Now, the Buddha golden silkworm was finally in his pocket. Not only did he obtain the Buddha golden silkworm, but he also obtained the icy mystical iron. At this moment, he had collected all 4 divine objects. This time, he was confident that he could open the 10,000 demons' ancient tree and enter it. According to the records of the Monster Palace, the 10,000 demons' ancient tree contained the most powerful inheritance of the Monster Palace. During this trip to the Netherworld Cave, his cultivation had already reached the level of the 4 mountains. He did not know what level his cultivation would reach after this trip to the 10,000 demons' ancient tree. However, the experience this time was also a close shave with death. In particular, stealing the frigid ice mystic iron had been extremely dangerous. He had almost been killed by the frost dragon. Yang Tai-yi looked at Su Yan and said, "Su Yan, kid, now that you have everything you want, you should leave this place as soon as possible." Su Yan turned around and said to Yang Tai-yi, "Senior, Su Yan was able to have such a fortuitous encounter because of you. I will work hard to cultivate and help you get out of this predicament." Getting out of this predicament was not only about cutting the chain, but also about purifying the inner demons. Neither of these things were easy, but in comparison, cutting the chain was easier. However, even cutting the chain was not easy. Su Yan was still far from being able to activate the Godslayer sword. However, now was the time to say goodbye. Yang Tai-yi said, "Let's go. Leave this place, Su Yan. Don't embarrass the Stupa sect." Su Yan nodded solemnly and left. After today, he would embark on a new journey. However, no matter what, he would never forget what happened today. If there was a day when he had the ability, he would definitely come and rescue this senior. Su Yan's figure finally disappeared from the Netherworld Cave. Yang Tai looked at Su Yan's departure with a smile on his face. Finally, he said, "It's good to be young." His laughter echoed in the cold Netherworld Cave. It was also at this moment that a gale arose in the Netherworld Cave, and terrifying shadows appeared one after another. Every shadow possessed extremely powerful and terrifying power. After they appeared in the Netherworld Cave, they directly pounced towards Yang Tai. Yang Tai smiled as he watched them appear before him, as if he didn't care at all. When these shadows finally gathered in front of him, Yang Tai-yi's body immediately released an extremely powerful force. The force was like an invisible hand that grabbed the shadows and swallowed them whole. Following the devouring of these spirits, Yang Tai-yi's face began to glow with an extremely strange red light. After Su Yan left the Netherworld Cave, he didn't dare to stay any longer and directly flew forward on his sword. After all, he had an extremely terrifying enemy in this place. That was the Frost Wyrm. In the Netherworld Cave, the Frost Wyrm naturally didn't dare to be presumptuous because of Yang Tai A. This was because he had already paid a sufficient price for his actions. However, it was precisely because of this that this Frost Wyrm hated Su Yan to the extreme. Now that Su Yan was detected by him, this Frost Wyrm would definitely spare no effort to hunt him down and wouldn't rest until he was dead. Therefore, after Su Yan left the Netherworld cave, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He immediately concealed his aura and left at the fastest speed possible. However, Su Yan didn't know that the moment he left, in a distant place, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. The ferocious gaze was filled with the purest killing intent. At this moment, the enormous intent of this person was completely ignited. When he opened his eyes, countless powerful existences in the ice field began to tremble, not daring to make any movements. This was because the owner of this pair of eyes was none other than the powerful Frost Wyrm. Even though half of his wings had been chopped off, as a powerful Frost Wyrm, his aura still caused all the creatures in the ice field to feel shocked and tremble. However, just as he was about to spread his wings and fly towards Su Yan, his entire body suddenly froze. This was because there was an additional figure in front of him. Seeing this figure approaching, his enormous body began to tremble. "Roar, it's you. You're the mysterious existence of the Netherworld cave." The powerful Frost Wyrm actually began to tremble. However, he couldn't help but feel afraid. This was because he had personally experienced the power of this existence. In front of this existence, the dragon's aura that he was so proud of was so weak. His body, which he boasted of being strong, was also so weak. After being injured, he did not return to his original territory at all. Instead, he went to the edge of the cold land of the far north. On one hand, he was extremely fearful of this powerful existence. On the other hand, he was waiting for Su Yan to leave. When that time came, he would accumulate enough pent-up energy to deal a fatal blow to Su Yan. Previously, he had already sensed Su Yan's aura leaving the Netherworld cave. Therefore, he was prepared to directly end Su Yan's reputation. However, at this moment, he was shocked to find that this powerful and terrifying existence was already in front of him. "Damn it, weren't you unable to leave the Netherworld cave? You evil demon." After letting out a low roar, the Frost Wyrm directly raised his head and released a powerful dragon's aura. He did not expect the dragon's aura to hurt this human in front of him. He only hoped that the dragon's aura could buy him some time so that he could leave this place. The Frost Wyrm had made up his mind. He must leave the cold land of the far north. He flew high in the sky, but his heart was filled with lingering fear. He never thought that he would actually become neighbors with such a terrifying person. He regretted even more that he had actually impulsively barged into this person's territory. The Frost Wyrm flapped his wings and thought to himself at the same time, "Damned fellow, when I become a divine dragon one day, I'll definitely kill you." However, at this moment, a voice rang out above his head. "You pitiful reptile, you still want to become a divine dragon? Hee hee, since you want to kill me, I'll let you die now." Hearing this voice, the powerful Frost Wyrm's huge body trembled. Then, a painful dragon's roar resounded throughout the cold land of the far north. At this moment, Su Yan was rapidly leaving. At this moment, the terrifying dragon's roar was heard. This roar was filled with pain and anger. Su Yan was terrified, as expected of the legendary Frost Wyrm. "He's really too powerful. Even if I were to face him now, I'm afraid I wouldn't have any hope. I wouldn't even have a chance to escape." Su Yan didn't know what kind of torture this powerful holy dragon was going through at this moment. However, he no longer had any intention of staying here. Based on the roar, he knew that he was far enough away from the divine dragon. Hence, he immediately summoned his sword dragon and flew away. Flying like this, he was completely unrestrained. Naturally, he had barged into the territories of many powerful beasts. However, he was now a powerful cultivator of the Four Mountains. His battle powers were unparalleled. Furthermore, this was a relatively outer region. The Beast King would not be too powerful. If these demonic beasts did not have eyes and dared to provoke him, Su Yan would not show them any mercy and would directly kill them. Then, he would collect the demonic beasts' demonic crystals. Su Yan continued to travel at top speed. After a long time, he finally left the cold land of the far north. He turned back to look and realized that he still did not see the shadow of the frost Wyrm. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Looks like the frost Wyrm really didn't chase after me. I'm lucky. If he insisted on coming, I'm afraid I would be in danger this time. Su Yan jumped down from the sword dragon. Then, he took out a piece of jerky and ate it. After eating, he immediately began to circulate his qi and cultivate. The power of the four mountains was already very strong. Furthermore, because his blood contained some of the demonic dragon's blood, even though he had not reached the dragon realm, his body could still emit a faint dragon's aura. Ordinary beasts would not dare to come near him. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt the soul imprint that Duan Wulonghu had accumulated in him ring. Not only could this soul imprint allow one to surpass Su Duanmu and Longhu, it could also allow them to communicate over 1,000 miles. It was very convenient. Su Yan inserted his spirit qi and immediately activated the soul imprint. Then, Duan Wulonghu's face appeared in front of Su Yan. After seeing Su Yan, Duan Wulonghu immediately asked with a smile, "Brother Su Yan, it's been a long time. With Brother Su Yan's ability, you must have obtained the Buddha golden silkworm, right?" At this moment, Su Yan was also sizing up this guy. At this moment, Duan Wulonghu's body was still bleeding. His face was very pale, and there was a deep scar on his cheek. It was obvious that he had just experienced a battle. Su Yan asked directly, "What's wrong? Is the demonic sex pursuit here?" Duan Wulonghu nodded, then said with some elegance, "That's right. Brother Su Yan, you guessed right. The demonic sex pursuers have arrived. Moreover, they have already fought with me. The first batch of pursuers is all dead. However, the second batch of pursuers will be here soon. The one who is coming is an expert with 3 dragons and above in the dragon realm. Therefore, I am here to seek Brother Su Yan's protection." Su Yan lightly sneered. He did not doubt Duan Wulonghu's words. However, he did not believe the latter part about seeking protection. Chapter 496. At this moment, if Su Yan really wanted to fight with someone in the dragon realm, even if it was someone with 3 dragons like Yunhe, he wouldn't have any fear. After all, ever since he entered the Four Mountains, his battle strength had become much more tyrannical. However, facing the crown prince of the Devil's Sect, he had no intention of revealing his strength. He only spoke calmly. The crown prince seemed to have expected Su Yan to say this and didn't seem to care at all. He only smiled and said, "Brother Su Yan is too modest. I have absolute confidence in your battle strength. Also, I just fought with the pursuers and don't have enough strength right now. I hope Brother Su Yan can come quickly. If I accidentally meet someone at the peak of the dragon realm, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape. Of course, I won't regret my death. However, Brother Su Yan will have to go to the Devil's Sect alone to save people." Duan Wulonghu was still very calm, as if he didn't care about his own life or death. However, Su Yan inwardly cursed at Duan Wulonghu's shamelessness. He was clearly threatening him. However, there was nothing Su Yan could do about it because he was right. If he didn't help, it would be too difficult for him to go to the Devil's Sect alone. For Lu Lan, he had no choice but to help this guy. Su Yan thought for a while and said, "Don't worry, Su Yan, will keep my word. However, I'm still in the frigid north, so please delay for as long as possible. I'll rush over as soon as possible." After saying this, Su Yan didn't wait for the other party to react and immediately retracted his spiritual energy. Without the support of spiritual energy, the communication was cut off. However, Su Yan didn't immediately go. Instead, he sat down cross-legged to meditate. He would naturally go to help Duan Wulonghu, but he wasn't stupid. He couldn't let Duan Wulonghu play like a monkey and be his hired thug. He didn't believe that Duan Wulonghu didn't have any tricks up his sleeves. If he was so useless, he wouldn't have been able to revive after thousands of years. Moreover, although he and Duan Mulonghu were cooperating, he believed that as long as there was a chance, Duan Mulonghu would do anything to kill him. Another 13 days had passed since the last time he communicated with Su Yan. Duan Mulonghu was sitting beside a huge puddle of water. This was a desolate place. Of course, because it was desolate, naturally, it was very secretive. He was Duanmu Chen's wounds. Using countless amounts of death qi to revive, he was not in a good state. And this time, the person who came to capture him. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have taken such a person seriously. However, he couldn't do so now. He had already fought with this person 3 times. Each time, he narrowly escaped. This time, he was even more injured. 13 days had passed, and Su Yan still hadn't arrived. However, he still didn't show any signs of panic on his face. Everyone was not stupid, so of course, he could also understand Su Yan's thoughts. Because in reality, it was just as Su Yan had expected. He did indeed have such thoughts. At this moment, the wind started to blow. As soon as the wind blew, large patches of wild grass fell as if they were cut off by someone. His hair danced in the wind, but his eyes flickered with a flickering light. At this moment, his heart suddenly jolted, and a dangerous aura came over. What a powerful fellow! A light smile appeared on his face. It was an excited smile. If he could sense the other party, then the other party must have also discovered his existence. At this time, a thin figure appeared. Not only was he thin, but he was also very short. Just by standing there, he gave people a very cold feeling, as if they were facing a poisonous snake. Duan Mulonghu, I advise you to give up resisting. For the sake of my devil sect's great cause, I hope you won't make things difficult for me. Huh, the devil sect's great cause? You want my devil's soul? Don't talk nonsense. My life is right here. If you have the ability, come and take it. Duan Mulonghu stood up. When he sat down before, his whole person seemed to be calm, as if he had merged with the world. But at this moment, he stood up, and a powerful aura immediately appeared. That strong and terrifying aura caused people's hearts to tremble, and directly rushed towards the thin and short pursuer. Your Highness Crown Prince, you have already escaped from me, Hydralisk, 3 times. I have to say, you are indeed very strong. If you were given some time to recover, you would be even stronger. I might not even be your opponent. Unfortunately, I won't give you any more time. I also won't let you escape a 4th time. Hydralisk looked at Duan Mulonghu and said. Duan Mulonghu shook his head, then smiled and said, First of all, you shouldn't call me your Highness Crown Prince. After all, that was a matter of thousands of years ago. Since I've been resurrected, it means that my life has been reborn. Second, I don't feel that escaping from you 3 times is something to be proud of. Also, I don't feel that I need to escape a 4th time. Third, I don't need you to give me time. On the contrary, this time, I want your life. Duan Mulonghu finished speaking word by word. Hydralisk, an assassin from the 9 Regions demon sect, also listened attentively. I think it's about time. At this moment, Duan Mulonghu added. Hydralisk shook his head and said, I'm going to make my move. As his voice fell, his entire body had already rushed out. He really looked like a poisonous snake. In the 9 regions, Hydralisk's name was very famous. This was because he was recognized as one of the most terrifying assassins in the demon sect. Who knows how many experts from the sect had died in his hands. Hydralisk was most proficient in 2 types of power. One was speed, and the other was poison. Any one of these 2 skills was an extremely terrifying skill, and when these 2 skills were concentrated on a single person, who also possessed an extremely frightening speed, it was even more terrifying. In the 9 regions, who knows how many experts had died in his hands. And this time, Duan Mulonghu had broken free from the demon sect's control. After the demon sect discovered it, they actually sent this killing god over. The 9 regions continent was indeed stronger than the 5 regions continent. However, a Dragon Realm expert was still a powerful task for a sect leader. Using his strength at the peak of the Dragon Realm to deal with Duan Wulonghu, it was enough to see how much the demon sect valued and feared Duan Wulonghu. In a short time, Hydralisk had already rushed in front of Duan Wulonghu. Duan Wulonghu naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. The two of them directly exchanged blows. In a short time, the two of them had already exchanged blows no less than 100 times. Hydralisk's expression was solemn. For him to be able to become such a powerful assassin, he naturally had extraordinary skills. In fact, as long as he made a move, he would definitely not be careless. As the saying goes, even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Every time, he would subdue his opponent in the shortest amount of time. However, this was already the fourth time he had exchanged blows with Duan Wulonghu. He still couldn't do anything to this demon sect's crown prince. Furthermore, he had a vague feeling that this Duan Wulonghu didn't use his power every time he made a move. Although he didn't want to believe it, this feeling was getting clearer and clearer. Thus, when he made a move this time, he directly used his strongest strength. No, this strength was already exceeding his usual strength. He wanted to ensure that he could directly defeat Duan Wulonghu and then capture him. If he couldn't capture him alive, then he would kill him. As long as he could bring his soul back, his mission would be completed. Facing his opponent's crazy attacks, Duan Wulonghu used all his strength to deal with it. The fight between the two of them grew more and more intense. Finally, after another fierce clash, Duan Wulonghu's entire body retreated backwards. Hydralisk looked at Duan Wulonghu and said, "Your Highness Crown Prince, we've already reached this point. If you still want to hide your strength, then you're looking down on me, Hydralisk." At this moment, he directly released his aura. It was like a powerful poisonous dragon coldly staring at Duan Wulonghu. In the next moment, he directly stepped forward and once again pierced through. Poisonous dragon hunting technique. At this moment, Hydralisk's aura had also reached its peak. Feeling this terrifying attack, Duan Wulonghu could only continuously retreat. This attack was truly terrifying. However, even though he started to retreat, he was still locked onto by this powerful attack. "Your Highness Crown Prince, if you don't use your full strength, then I'll end your life." Hydralisk was very sure that Duan Wulonghu was hiding his strength. At the very least, he still had a powerful trump card that he hadn't used. However, even at this point, he still didn't have any intention of using this trump card. At this moment, Duan Wulonghu did something that shocked Hydralisk. Seeing that there was no way to escape, he actually directly shouted, "Brother Su Yan, save me." The dignified demon sect's crown prince, an expert from thousands of years ago, was actually so shameless as to directly shout. Hearing this, Hydralisk's expression suddenly changed. Because right at this moment, a figure had suddenly dashed out. That person's speed was so fast that even Hydralisk felt that it was fast. Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan finally made his move. Hydralisk saw that Duan Wulonghu was holding back. Naturally, he also saw it. He originally wanted to see Duan Wulonghu's trump card. However, this Duan Wulonghu was really cunning. He actually discovered him and ignored Hydralisk's desperate attack. Su Yan naturally understood that this guy was using his life to threaten Su Yan. Chapter 497. Hydralisk's venomous dragon hunting technique suddenly changed its direction and bombarded Su Yan. Su Yan's speed was too fast. Hydralisk felt threatened, so he changed his target. However, he didn't expect that although Su Yan came quickly, he retreated even faster. Hydralisk's venomous dragon hunting technique didn't even touch Su Yan's body. Su Yan had already retreated. Duan Wulonghu used his own life to carry out an open scheme, wanting to force Su Yan to show himself. Su Yan had no choice but to show himself. However, he wasn't stupid enough to risk his life and resist the venomous dragon hunting technique. Thus, when the venomous dragon changed its target to him, he immediately retreated. At this moment, he stood on the other side of Duan Wulonghu. The two of them surrounded Hydralisk. Hydralisk's gaze fell on Su Yan. Finally, he said, so your highness was waiting for your helper. However, your highness, do you really think that your helper has enough strength to deal with me? Hydralisk said without any trace of politeness. It wasn't arrogance, but self-confidence. Hydralisk had assassinated countless people. He had reached the point where he could see through his target's cultivation with a single glance. When Su Yan made his move earlier, he knew that Su Yan was definitely a ruthless character. He wasn't easy to deal with. However, no matter what, his cultivation realm was still there. He was only in the perimeter realm. At this moment, he had already made up his mind. That was to forcefully kill Duan Mulonghu. As long as he defeated the powerful Duan Mulonghu, then it would be much easier to deal with Su Yan. Of course, he also thought that if he wasn't a match for these two people, then he would immediately run away. Just from his current actions, he had already analyzed that Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu weren't on the same side. Since that was the case, it was impossible for Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu to be together forever. He was a hydralisk, he was the most patient. If he failed this time, then he would hide in the shadows and wait for an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. At this moment, Duan Mulonghu opened his mouth and said, "Brother Su Yan, it's great that you were able to arrive in time. Let me introduce you. According to what I know, this one is a famous hydralisk in the 9 regions. He's an expert in assassination. Therefore, if we let him escape this time, I think that Brother Su Yan and I will be in trouble." Duan Mulonghu's thoughts were truly meticulous. In just an instant, he had seen through Hydralisk's plan. The Hydralisk's eyes flashed with a cold light. He already knew that his previous plan would not be so easily realized. However, even so, he was not afraid. Even if these two people wanted to kill him, he was not a soft persimmon. "Brother Su Yan, I'll make the first move. You have to support me." Duan Mulonghu suddenly made his move. At this moment, his momentum had risen to the peak. Then, his hands changed, and an extremely powerful attack suddenly fell. The powerful force fiercely slapped down. Su Yan's heart began to beat at this moment. He could clearly see that this was the heaven-breaking 10 slashes. In his mind, the movement technique displayed by the demon's shadow appeared again. It was so clear. He knew that the devil's sect of Duan Mulonghu's era had a fanatical worship of the great heaven demon lord. Therefore, most of the achievements at that time came from that person's inheritance. As the crown prince of the devil's sect, Duan Mulonghu had indeed mastered such a powerful and terrifying martial skill. Countless rays of light flashed in Hydralisk's eyes and finally focused on one point. He immediately knew that the powerful attack of the former crown prince of the devil's sect had arrived. This was already his 4th fight with Duan Mulonghu. He deeply understood how powerful this crown prince of the devil's sect was. However, previously, he did not seem to be willing to fight to the death with him, so he had always had the upper hand. However, just from the previous words, he knew that Duan Mulonghu wanted to take his life this time. Boom! He had just endured this attack, and his entire body was directly sent flying. Hydralisk was shocked. Compared to the previous 3 fights, Duan Mulonghu's strength did not become stronger. However, this battle record was completely different. Although he had long known that the devil's sect's crown prince must have mastered an extremely powerful battle skill, the display of this battle skill at this moment was a little too heaven-defying. This was simply multiplying his strength by several times. Hydralisk quickly retreated, but at this moment, Duan Mulonghu's figure appeared in front of him again. His gaze fell on Hydralisk's body, his eyes seemed to be filled with ridicule. Hydralisk was not angry. Even if he had many reasons, he would not be angry. Because he knew very well that the most important thing at this time was to protect his heart. If his heart was in chaos, how could he continue to fight? He gathered his strength and condensed it in front of him. This strength was like a shield protecting his body. He didn't know if it was a coincidence, but the moment he finished condensing his strength, a powerful and violent force suddenly smashed down on him. An extremely heavy force suddenly slammed into his body. Boom! A burst of energy shockwave sounded. Hydralisk only felt extreme pain in his body. This kind of pain was unbearable for him. I can't continue like this. Hydralisk had already determined that this set of battle skills was definitely linked together. Each attack would be more powerful than the last. If this strength reached its peak, how could he survive? So this is the trump card of the former crown prince of the Devil's Sect. This kind of power was really very strong. At this moment, Hydralisk had already made up his mind to retreat. Snake pupil. At this moment, his glasses changed. His eyes were like the pupils of a snake, shocking and frightening people. This was an extremely frightening strength. Then, a black light shot out from his eyes. If Duan Mulonghu were to be struck by such a force, he would definitely not feel good. However, Duan Mulonghu didn't retreat at all. Instead, he directly charged towards Hydralisk. Su Yan still didn't make a move. He could clearly see that this was the third strike of the 10 heaven slashes. This strength had already reached an extremely frightening level. Hydralisk definitely couldn't block this strength. Sure enough, Hydralisk's attack was instantly destroyed. Moreover, the Crown Prince's speed didn't even decrease in the slightest. However, Su Yan suddenly discovered that under such circumstances, the Hydralisk's expression didn't change at all. This guy still has a trump card. Su Yan immediately understood. At this moment, Duan Mulonghu suddenly roared, "Snake venom!" This snake pupil attack not only contained an extremely powerful strength, it also contained an intense venom. This powerful and intense venom was what Hydralisk relied on. Seeing Duan Mulonghu being injured by the venom, he didn't act rashly and wanted to kill Duan Mulonghu. Instead, he directly turned around and left. This Hydralisk was truly a ruthless character. He made a prompt decision and didn't hesitate in the slightest. He directly left without hesitation. However, at this moment, Su Yan suddenly made a move. Because he understood that Duan Mulonghu wasn't wrong. Hydralisk was an extremely frightening opponent. If he allowed him to escape, it would be a huge threat to him. If such a powerful and frightening assassin suddenly attacked him, he didn't have 100% confidence that he could block it. Moreover, if he attacked his friend, it would be even more frightening. Therefore, Hydralisk must die today. Su Yan's figure flashed and blocked Hydralisk's path of retreat. Then, he grabbed the air and the Scorching Sun sword appeared in his hand. With a light twist of the Scorching Sun sword, a crimson-red sword light erupted and slashed towards Hydralisk. If Hydralisk wholeheartedly wanted to leave, then he would definitely be injured by this sword. Hydralisk clenched his teeth. The sinister viper sword in his hand suddenly shot out and welcomed the sword light. He understood that he had to leave as soon as possible. If he waited until Duan Mulonghu struggled free from his venom, then he would have no chance at all. Therefore, even if he acted hastily, he still unsheathed his sword. Of course, subconsciously, he didn't think that Su Yan's sword would be able to hurt him. After all, Su Yan was a Radius Realm powerhouse. But in the next moment, he immediately regretted it. Because the power of this sword was much more frightening than he imagined. That crimson-red sword light suddenly transformed into the shape of a ichthyosaur. The ichthyosaur was incomparably ferocious. Its dense aura directly rushed towards his body. His viper sword almost broke under the impact of this sword chi. The Scorching Sun sword was a semi-artifact after all. Its innate sharpness was unparalleled. Coupled with a terrifying killing move like the Zenith sword technique, its might was even more powerful and frightening. Damn it, how can a Radius Realm kid be so powerful? His heart trembled. But at this moment, he had no choice but to descend. Su Yan's sword cut off his path of retreat. At this moment, Hydralisk's heart began to panic. He knew that he had misjudged. Although Su Yan's realm was Radius Realm, his battle strength had far exceeded his estimation. Coupled with Duan Mulonghu, he was afraid that he would die today. Good. As expected of the demon sex crown prince. It seems that I, Hydralisk, will have to kill you here today. His gaze swept back and forth between Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu. At this moment, Duan Mulonghu had already escaped from his venom. He walked towards him with a smile. Chapter 498. Su Yan's eyes narrowed. Killing intent surged in his heart. He hadn't expected that Duan Mulonghu would actually have the intention to make him surrender. Duan Mulonghu alone was already terrifying enough. If he had a hydralisk, it would be even more terrifying. Although Su Yan was cooperating with Duan Mulonghu, in the depths of his heart, he didn't want Duan Mulonghu to become stronger. Because if Duan Mulonghu's strength increased to a certain extent, he might become a threat to himself. This was definitely not good news. But in the end, Su Yan restrained himself. Right now, Hydralisk didn't agree, but if he directly attacked, he might force Hydralisk to lean towards Duan Mulonghu. This was something he had to consider. Of course, he was already on guard because he couldn't guarantee that Duan Mulonghu wouldn't directly kill him after the Hydralisk statue. Although he had Duan Mulonghu's soul imprint, he didn't believe that Duan Mulonghu wouldn't have a backup plan and be restricted by the soul imprint. Hydralisk stared at Duan Mulonghu. He never thought that Duan Mulonghu would persuade him to surrender at this time. This really surprised him. Moreover, Duan Mulonghu's words did indeed move his heart a little. An ancient battle technique. He had already personally witnessed how terrifying this battle technique was. This kind of power was simply terrifying. If he could obtain this battle technique, his battle strength would immediately increase by leaps and bounds. Duan Mulonghu saw the hesitation in Hydralisk's eyes. He knew that this expert in front of him was already moved by his proposal, so he continued, "What I displayed before was only the first 3 strikes. The power of this, heaven-crushing 10 strikes, is stronger than the previous. I believe that Brother Hydralisk is already moved. Of course, in addition to the heaven-crushing 10 strikes, there's also the soul-extinguishing finger. I won't hold back anything." Hydralisk finally opened his mouth. "You're right, I'm indeed moved, but I can't agree to it." When he said this, even Hydralisk felt that it was a pity. After all, the temptation of an ancient battle technique was too strong. However, although the ancient battle technique was powerful, his life was more important. Since he had joined the demon sect, how could he just leave? However, Duan Mulonghu seemed to know what he was thinking. He smiled and said, "Brother Hydralisk, are you afraid of the demonic soul oath?" The soul oath was a method of the demon sect too. The disciples who joined the demon sect had to use their own blood to swear to the demonic soul oath. If they betrayed this oath, then their fate would be miserable and they would be better off dead. There had always been many traitors in the demon sect, but none of them could escape from the soul oath. Therefore, Hydralisk didn't dare and didn't want to try. However, Duan Mulonghu's next words shocked him. "Brother Hydralisk, how can I, Duan Mulonghu, not know what you're worried about? Don't worry, I was once the crown prince of the demon sect. I can remove your soul oath." Looking at Duan Mulonghu's confident expression, Hydralisk hesitated. If he could really remove the soul oath, then it would be for the best. He would have less restrictions on his body, and he would be able to learn the ancient battle technique. However, what if Duan Mulonghu couldn't do it? Wouldn't that be a waste of his life? This was a matter of life and death. He definitely couldn't try it. However, Duan Mulonghu continued, "This generation of the demon sect vainly attempted to create a supreme demon and thus betrayed the great heavenly demon lord. However, the target of the soul oath is still the great heavenly demon lord. I am the crown prince of the demon sect. I was once bestowed with a mark by the great heavenly demon lord. Therefore, I can definitely remove the soul oath. Moreover, I won't harm you, Brother Hydralisk." As Duan Mulonghu spoke, he had already walked towards Hydralisk. He casually walked over, completely unguarded against Hydralisk's sudden attack. This was because he had already guessed that Hydralisk's heart would be moved. "Brother Su Yan, I don't think you mind if we have another powerful ally, right?" Duan Mulonghu glanced at Su Yan. Su Yan sneered in his heart, but he didn't express it. He only said, "Duan Mulonghu, since you're no longer in danger and you have a powerful ally, then Su will take his leave." Duan Mulonghu said, "Good. Brother Su Yan, be careful. I'll contact you again in the future." At that time, we'll head to 9 regions together. Su Yan nodded and left. In any case, Su Yan leaving at this time was the wisest choice. As soon as Su Yan left, Duan Wulonghu chuckled and said, "What a smart person. It's really interesting to deal with such a guy." He had to admit that Su Yan leaving at this time was really wise to the extreme. Because Su Yan had left, Duan Wulonghu wouldn't be able to do anything to him even if he wanted to. Because he had to pull out the Hydralisk's demonic soul oath, he couldn't free himself. Since the demonic soul oath hadn't been pulled out, Hydralisk wouldn't be of the same mind as him. It would be extremely difficult for them to kill Su Yan. Secondly, if Su Yan was still here, it would incite conflict. This was because it would give Duan Wulonghu and Hydralisk a dangerous signal. Hydralisk nodded and said, "Indeed, not only is he smart, he's also very dangerous." This was what Hydralisk relied on for Su Yan. Dangerous, it referred to Su Yan's extraordinary strength. Duan Wulonghu smiled faintly and said, "At least for now, he's our ally. To an ally, the stronger and smarter the better. All right, Brother Hydralisk, I'll help you clear the demonic soul oath." After Su Yan left, he returned to the Qian Cloud Alliance without stopping. He didn't pay any attention to the 2 people behind him because he knew that it was meaningless. There was one reason that he couldn't avoid, and that was that he needed the strength of these 2 people. After spending another 10 days, Su Yan finally returned to the Qian Cloud Alliance. At this time, many sects in the Qian Cloud Alliance had already left. The Heaven and Earth organization was also unprecedentedly peaceful. After all, before Su Yan went to the Arctic North, he had directly wiped out the Black Fiend Alliance. The Black Fiend Alliance didn't have any top-notch experts, and Duan Wulonghu didn't pay any attention to them. Naturally, they couldn't fight against Su Yan. After Su Yan returned, the first person he went to see was Yun Wanqing. He knew that this beautiful woman must have been worried about him during this time. To Su Yan, this was a kind of guilt. Yun Wanqing didn't notice Su Yan's arrival. After a period of recuperation, her injuries had clearly healed. Under the sunlight, her face was so beautiful. However, there was a faint trace of worry between her eyebrows. She just looked at the sky quietly, probably hoping to see Su Yan's shadow in the sky. At this moment, Su Yan only wanted to personally brush away the worry in her eyes. "Wanqing." When Su Yan's voice sounded, Yun Wanqing immediately turned around in surprise. When she saw Su Yan standing not far away from her, she still couldn't believe it. Su Yan smiled and said, "Wanqing, I'm back." These calm words were simply the most beautiful sound in the world to Yun Wanqing. She could no longer control her body and ran directly towards Su Yan. Without any hesitation, she was already attached to Su Yan's body. Su Yan opened his hands and hugged this beautiful woman into his arms, using his chest to warm her heart. The 2 of them didn't say anything and just enjoyed the quiet moment. After an unknown amount of time, Yun Wanqing looked up at Su Yan and said, "It's good that you came back safely." She missed him countless times, but at this moment, there was only such a simple sentence left. Su Yan was moved in his heart. Looking at Yun Wanqing's beautiful face, he lowered his head and kissed her. The 2 people were so immersed in love, as if they were going to forget the whole world. Many disciples of the burial sword tomb had already returned, but Master Heaven's sword still hadn't returned. This was because he was worried about Su Yan. As for the matters in the sect, the various elders were responsible for it. One must know that the Black Fiend Alliance had already been beaten so badly by Su Yan that they couldn't raise their heads. It was impossible for them to continue provoking the people of the righteous Tao, so he had nothing to worry about. Of course, Lei Wanjun was the same as Master Heaven's sword. He was also worried about Su Yan's safety. Now that Su Yan had finally returned, a huge stone was lifted from their hearts. However, when they saw Suya, their hearts were filled with shock. This was because at this moment, they could no longer sense how powerful Su Yan's aura was. Lei Wanjun looked at Su Yan walking toward him and only stuttered, "Kid, could it be that you've already reached the dragon realm?" Thinking back to when he looked down on Su Yan directly retorted, "Don't bully a young man for being poor." Looking at the current Su Yan, he probably wouldn't forget this sentence for the rest of his life. Su Yan smiled and said, "Brother Lei, how am I so abnormal? Right now, I'm still in the circumference realm, circumference 4 mountains." Master Heaven Sword glanced at him unhappily and said, "Isn't this abnormal? Circumference 4 mountains, how long have you cultivated? You've already surpassed the 2 of us old men." Sigh, comparisons are odious. Master Heaven Sword sighed. At the same time, he admired his own foresight. When he first saw Su Yan, he had a premonition that Su Yan would soar to the heavens. However, he didn't expect that it would be so fierce. However, this time, Su Yan was able to return safely from the netherworld cave, and his strength had improved greatly. This made him pleasantly surprised. After all, before Su Yan set off, he didn't have much hope. It seemed like he couldn't use normal thinking to understand Su Yan. Chapter 499. Su Yan finally returned to the Monster Palace. As the palace master of the Monster Palace, Su Yan was almost never in the Monster Palace. When Su Yan stepped into the Monster Palace, there were even some disciples who didn't recognize Su Yan. After Su Yan slightly revealed his aura, these disciples thought that some powerful figure came to the Monster Palace to cause trouble, scaring them into hurriedly informing the experts in the Monster Palace. The first to come out were the brothers Rat Sang and Ratli. Ratli was worthy of being one of the top 10 experts of the Eastern Palace. At this time, his cultivation had already reached the end of the spiritual ocean realm. With an opportunity, he could directly break through and become a powerful warrior of the area. Although Rat Sang was much weaker, it could be seen that Ratli was extremely strict with his cultivation. At this time, he had already reached the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. When they saw Su Yan, they were extremely surprised and immediately greeted Su Yan. Then, under the stunned gazes of several disciples, they welcomed Su Yan in. Su Yan entered the Monster Palace. Soon, Mu Lu Shui and his old friends came one after another. Dong Qinghao also came. Back in the Divine Dragon's abyss, Dong Qinghao narrowly escaped death and almost became the flesh shell of the white bone demon Venerable. However, he survived in the end, and at this moment, his cultivation soared rapidly, becoming a powerful warrior of the area. He played an important role in the Monster Palace, suppressing the universe. As for Mu Lu Shui, his cultivation was slightly weaker, but he was also at the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. What Su Yan didn't expect was that Lu Fei was also in the Monster Palace. However, it wasn't strange. The demonic beast bloodline in his body was already very strong. Strictly speaking, he was the same as the disciples of the Monster Palace here, possessing a demonic beast bloodline. There was nothing in the burial sword tomb that was worth staying in. It was better to bring the blood giant to live in the Monster Palace. Su Yan, come. Let's compete. Lu Fei's first reaction after seeing Su Yan was to compete with Su Yan. It was probably because the density of his bloodline had increased once again, causing his strength to become even more powerful. Thus, he was filled with confidence. Su Yan just smiled and looked at Lu Fei, who was rushing towards him. His body suddenly disappeared, and the next time he appeared, he was already behind Lu Fei. At the same time, he placed a hand on Lu Fei's shoulder. Lu Fei shuddered violently. The powerful strength bestowed upon him by the bloodline of the blood-sucking scourge burst forth. However, his powerful aura, which had already reached the realm of circumference, did not even have time to activate it before it was suppressed by Su Yan and directly dissipated. In front of Su Yan, he couldn't even use his true strength. With Su Yan's gentle pressure, countless spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground under his feet and then spread out into the distance. With just a light display of his hand, Su Yan had already displayed his formidable strength. When everyone saw this scene, their hearts were filled with horror. Lu Fei shouted again and again, "Don't do it, don't do it. You must be shameless." Regarding Lu Fei's nonsense, no one was surprised. Su Yan glanced at Mu Lu Shui and then asked, "How is it? Is everything okay in the Monster Palace?" Mu Lu Shui nodded gently and then said, "With the 3 puppets you left behind, and Dong Qinghao and the others returning one after another, there naturally won't be any trouble in the monster palace, but Mu Lushui wanted to say something but stopped. Su Yan narrowed his eyes, and then he immediately guessed what was going on. Is it the celestial pig monster king and Luo Yaofeng? At this time, everyone in the monster palace had arrived, but these two people did not appear. Su Yan roughly guessed the reason. Although these two people had chosen to submit, they had no choice but to submit under the powerful pressure of the three puppets. At this time, Lu Fei said, "These two old things are very arrogant. A few days ago, their cultivation had broken through to the realm of circumference 2 mountains, so they did not put Xiao Shui, the acting palace master, in their eyes." When Mu Lushui heard Lu Fei call him Xiao Shui, he directly rolled his eyes. However, he also knew that Lu Fei liked to give people nicknames the most. Compared to Little Rat, Little Mouse, and so on, this was already giving him a lot of face. Dong Qinghao also said at this time, "Su Yan, this is indeed the case. These two guys' monster beast bloodlines were originally powerful. At this time, after reaching the realm of circumference 2 mountains, they are even more powerful. Although they can't do anything to us, we can't suppress them either. Now, they have the intention to rebuild their own palace." After Su Yan heard this, he smiled coldly and said, "Build their own palace? These two guys really came up with it, but since they are so noisy, I want to see what they are capable of." After Su Yan finished speaking, he directly closed his eyes and released his divine sense. In just a moment, he had already detected the location of these two old guys. "Let's go, we'll go and take a look. If these two fellows don't know what's good for them, we can only send them to the afterlife." Su Yan's voice was extremely cold. Hearing those words, everyone was a little apprehensive. Firstly, it was because of Su Yan's murderous intent. Secondly, it was because of Su Yan's confidence. He already knew that Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Jiaofeng had reached the realm of circumference 2 mountains, but he still said such words. This meant that Su Yan's strength was far beyond them, and he didn't put them in his eyes at all. At this moment, Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Jiaofeng were gathered together to discuss something. "Zhu Tian, I think you have also received the news that Su Yan has returned. Isn't it a little bad if we don't go and see him?" Luo Jiaofeng asked Zhu Tian Demon King. Su Yan's return made him feel a little uneasy. However, Zhu Tian Demon King said, "See him? Is that necessary? Right now, both our cultivations have been greatly improved. Moreover, if you give me a few more days, my cultivation will be able to rise to the next level and directly reach the boundary of the 3 mountains. I'm sure you're the same. Right now, I still don't have the confidence to directly defeat those guys and the 3 puppets. As long as you and I reach the realm of circumference 2 mountains, this monster palace will still be ours." Zhu Tian Demon King sneered, then continued, "As for Su Yan, it's fine if he doesn't provoke us today. He's still the palace master of Monster Palace. Let him enjoy himself for a while. If he dares to provoke us today, then we'll go our separate ways." At this moment, the door of their palace was directly broken open, and then Su Yan's laughter came directly, "Go our separate ways? Ha ha ha, you stupid pig, you think too highly of yourself." Before he finished speaking, Su Yan was already standing in front of Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Yaofeng. "You two old things, I gave you a chance back then, but I didn't expect you to still want to make trouble for me. In that case, you can go to hell." Su Yan's voice was cold, and he didn't care about them at all. The celestial pig demon king was immediately enraged because Su Yan's words were simply too arrogant. They were already at the realm of circumference 2 mountains, but Su Yan was still so rude to them. He jumped up, then pointed at Su Yan's nose and scolded with a smile, "Kid, I think you're crazy. You want us to die? Why? Is it the 3 puppets or this bunch of kids?" At that moment, his fat body was lightly trembling. Evidently, he was extremely furious. Then, his eyes began to flicker with light. Those were streaks of killing intent. "I said earlier that you'd better not provoke me, but you still came. In that case, you can go to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly attacked. A strong demonic aura burst out, and the terrifying demonic aura suddenly rushed towards Su Yan. This kind of power was already extremely terrifying. Following the activation of his power, a whirlwind blew in the palace. Luo Yaofeng originally didn't want to make a move, but since Zhu Tian Demon King had already made a move, he naturally wouldn't hold back. His figure quickly flew out, and his entire body turned into a stream of light. In terms of speed, Zhu Tian Demon King was far inferior to him. The two powerhouses of Circumference 2 Mountains made a move, and the power was even stronger. Xu Sang, Ratley, and the others who hadn't reached Circumference 2 Mountains couldn't even stand and were directly blown away. Although Lu Fei, Dong Qinghao, and the others were still standing in place, they also swayed a little. The gap between the 1 mountain realm and the 2 mountain realm was fully displayed at this moment. However, Su Yan smiled coldly, then said, "You're a wild wolf, but unfortunately, you don't have the ability to do so." Luo Yaofeng had already arrived in front of him, and then an extremely powerful demonic blade suddenly slashed toward him. The power of the demonic blade combined with his speed was really an extremely terrifying killing move. An ordinary person would have probably been killed directly. However, the moment the demonic blade was about to land on Su Yan directly reached out and grabbed the demonic blade. He didn't care about the demonic aura on the demonic blade. Humph, boring. Su Yan lifted his leg and kicked Luo Yaofeng's abdomen. With a painful cry, Luo Yaofeng's entire body was sent flying at an even faster speed, and then he crashed heavily into the wall. At this moment, Su Yan didn't stop at all, and he directly blasted out a punch. Zhu Tian Demon King's punch had already gathered his momentum and stimulated his powerful bloodline power. However, the moment Su Yan punched out, an extremely powerful and dense aura immediately appeared. The moment this aura appeared, he felt as if he was facing a huge dragon. That was Dragon's Might. He was shocked, but before he could react, Su Yan's fist had already arrived. The two fists met directly. Chapter 500. Spare me. In the end, all that was left was these two words. He was begging for mercy because he was already afraid. The power that Su Yan displayed was so strong that it directly swept him away. In the face of such power, there was no room for luck. In the beginning, he was fearless and did not take Su Yan seriously at all. This was because he thought that he was strong enough to be lawless after reaching the boundary of the Boundary and Boundary Mountains. He could turn a blind eye to everything. He even thought that when he advanced further, he would directly take revenge and beat Su Yan to a pulp. He would regret what he had done in the past. However, at this moment, Su Yan directly displayed his absolute strength and directly crushed him and Luo Jiaofeng with his own strength. This had already shaken him to the core. Although he had long counted the increase in Su Yan's strength, he had never thought that the increase in his strength would actually be so abnormal. How could they fight such a battle? The last time Su Yan appeared, he had to rely on the power of the three great puppets to force them to compromise. However, at this moment, Su Yan had single-handedly defeated them in an instant. They knew that there was no longer any chance for them to survive. The only thing he could do was to kneel and beg for mercy. It seemed that this was the only way to give him a sense of security. Su Yan's eyes were cold as he looked straight at the two of them. Su Yan, no, Palace Master, please be magnanimous and don't bother with us. From now on, we will definitely do our best and never be disloyal. Please spare me. The celestial boar monster king no longer had his previous arrogance at this moment. At this moment, he had completely turned into a grandson, kneeling on the ground pitifully. Luo Jiaofeng was not much better. At this moment, she was also trembling, hoping that Su Yan would spare her life. She panicked and said, "Palace Master, please be magnanimous and let us go this time. We won't dare to do it again. As long as you give us another chance, we will do our best and serve you like dogs and horses. We won't dare to have any second thoughts." These two people were already at the boundary of the two mountains. Even in the entire Qian Cloud Alliance, there were only a few people who could firmly suppress them. In the entire 5 counties, they were already top-notch experts. However, in order to survive, they no longer had the slightest bit of dignity. They knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. However, there was no change in Su Yan's eyes. He just sneered and said, "It's too late to beg for mercy now." As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped down with his palm. Although the celestial pig demon king was begging for mercy, he clearly didn't want to sit still and wait for death. When Su Yan directly attacked, his eyes were filled with shock and fear. However, when Su Yan's palm came down, he couldn't care less anymore. He directly used his most powerful strength and fiercely clashed with Su Yan's palm again. Under the will to live, even if the bones in one of his arms were shattered, he couldn't care less and directly attacked with all his might. However, he wasn't a match for Su Yan before, so how could he be a match for him now? Before his palm could even get close to Su Yan's palm, he was already blown away by an extremely terrifying gust of wind. Su Yan's eyes didn't change as he stared straight at him. "Celestial pig, Luo Jiaofeng, I don't have the time to play these games with you now. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish so that you won't cause trouble behind my back." His eyes were even colder, and his killing intent was even stronger. At this moment, not only Luo Jiaofeng and the celestial pig demon king, but also everyone else felt afraid. Su Yan was acquainted with everyone. Although he was never a sloppy person, he had never displayed such a dense murderous aura. This Su Yan made them feel fear and respect. In their hearts, they knew that this was what a real monster palace master should be like. At this moment, he was even stronger than the princess of Chu back then. The fear in Luo Jiaofeng and the celestial pig demon king's eyes had completely disappeared and was replaced by determination. At this moment, they had become desperados. "Fight!" The two of them roared almost at the same time. However, the moment they were about to attack, a scarlet sword light directly swept past in front of them. At the same time, a cold voice sounded, "One sword to settle the universe." With Su Yan's current realm, it was unknown how terrifying a powerful sword move like one sword to settle the universe was. Not to mention them, even ordinary powerhouses in the dragon realm would find it difficult to resist. They only felt that their movements seemed to have been frozen. It was also as if the time around them had directly stopped at this moment. When they came back to their senses, they were shocked to find that there was a streak of blood on their necks. A scorching pain was released from this blood-red color and then quickly spread throughout the heavenly demon's body. In the end, the two of them finally lost consciousness. Plop! Plop! Two sounds were heard. The two monster palace masters, who were once insufferably arrogant, died just like that. There was not even a trace of breath left. This battle had started so suddenly and ended so suddenly as well. Everyone who saw this scene was incomparably shocked. Lu Fei, in particular, had wanted to directly challenge Su Yan to show off his rapid improvement during this period of time. However, at this moment, it seemed that the distance between him and Su Yan had not only not narrowed, but was also getting farther and farther. "Pervert, Su Yan, you are simply a pervert," Lu Fei said helplessly. However, this was not just his thought. At this moment, Su Yan had truly shown his unparalleled side. At this point, everyone was afraid of Su Yan to the extreme. Mu Lushui, arrange for people to deal with these two people. In addition, directly eliminate the forces that belong to them, Su Yan said lightly. His words were still very polite, but at this moment, Mu Lushui felt a sense of reverence from the bottom of his heart. This was because the current Su Yan was simply too powerful. He was so powerful that he was simply unparalleled. Facing such a Su Yan, he did not dare to say anything to refute. He only said, "Yes, Palace Master, I will take care of everything." Naturally, Su Yan could see that Mu Lushui was in awe of him, but he did not say anything because he knew very well in his heart. The gap in strength between the two of them had been completely widened, so their status had quietly changed. Moreover, as time passed, this gap would only grow bigger and bigger. It was meaningless to try to bridge this gap. Therefore, he did not say much and continued to say to everyone, "This time, I returned to the monster palace mainly for the ancient divine tree. As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Qinghao immediately asked in surprise, Palace Master, have you already obtained the other 2 divine items? In the monster palace, the real Holy Land was actually the ancient divine tree. According to ancient legends, the most important inheritance of the supreme demon lineage was in the ancient divine tree. However, until now, the 4 divine items were difficult to find. It had been several generations since anyone had been able to enter the monster palace. But he did not expect that Su Yan actually found these 4 great divine objects. Su Yan nodded and then said, this time, I have indeed found the Buddha golden silkworm and the frost mysterious iron. In addition to the Milky Way tortoise shell from Murong Fu and the spring and autumn tree that I originally obtained, the 4 divine items have finally been gathered. I will go in and explore first. If I confirm that it is safe, then I will let you in. Regarding this, no one had any objections. If it was in the past, everyone would be worried about Su Yan's safety and want to go in with Su Yan. However, as Su Yan displayed such powerful strength, everyone already knew that the gap between them and Su Yan was already unimaginable. If even Su Yan was in any danger, then they would not be of any use if they entered. On the contrary, they would only be a burden. Therefore, they had no objections to Su Yan's words at all. All of you can leave first. I want to be alone for a while. Looking at Su Yan's solemn face, everyone left. Su Yan sighed. He walked out of the monster palace and then went to the place where he first met Chu Linger. The scene of him meeting Chu Linger was still vivid in his mind, but at this moment, Chu Linger had disappeared. She had been taken away by the beauty of love. Su Yan knew nothing about this mysterious beauty of love, but he knew that he had to bring Chu Linger back. If he remembered correctly, they seemed to be in the 9 states. Lu Lan, Chu Linger, and now his cousin Su Tian. It seemed that he had to go to the 9 states. However, the 9 states was far more dangerous than here. This was because there were more experts there. According to what Su Yan knew, the spiritual energy between the 9 states and the 5 counties could not be compared. Therefore, the 9 states had more experts than the 5 counties. He could not forget the scene of that guy from the Devil sect breaking into the monster palace and taking Lu Lan away. If he met that guy this time, Su Yan would definitely not show mercy. He would directly kill him. At this moment, the light in his eyes flickered again. He finally put away all his thoughts and then headed towards the ancient god tree. In the secret realm deep in the mountains of the monster palace, the ancient god tree was quietly growing. This ancient god tree did not seem to be any different from an ordinary ancient tree. However, Su Yan knew that this ancient god tree hid a great secret. It was the most fundamental existence of the supreme demon lineage. Chapter 501. As Su Yan's spirit qi seeped in, the ordinary 10,000 demons' ancient tree began to emit an extremely weak glow. Within this weak glow, one could vaguely see 4 patterns. It was obvious that these were the grooves that contained the 4 great divine items. Each of these 4 items was extremely precious. Putting everything else aside, just the frost meteoric iron alone was enough to catch the eye of the frost Wyrm. She wanted to extract the ancient frost aura from it to increase her cultivation by 1 level. That alone was enough to show how precious this item was. The Buddha golden silkworm that devoured souls and bathed in the light of the sun and moon was even more precious. There was also the milky tortoise shell and the spring-autumn ancient tree, which had their own precious points. Not to mention 4 of them, even one of them would be extremely precious. However, at this moment, Su Yan finally gathered all 4 divine items after paying a huge price. He took out the 4 divine items one by one. Among them, the most special one was the frost meteoric iron. Su Yan placed the frost meteoric iron in the red parting sword case. If not for the fact that the red parting sword case was extremely warm and burning like a flame, it would have been very difficult for Su Yan to bring it back. One could imagine how cold it was to catch the eye of the frost dragon. At this moment, the frost meteoric iron left the red parting sword case, and the powerful cold was immediately suppressed. In an instant, cold air spread. The cold air drifted, and even Su Yan felt a chill. However, at this moment, a ray of light was suddenly released from the 10,000 demons' ancient tree. This ray of brilliance was like a piece of clothing, wrapping around the profound ice-cold iron. Even the red parting sword case could only suppress the cold air with its blazing power. However, the appearance of this ray of light stopped the cold air from dissipating. At the same time, another 3 rays of light appeared. Just like before, they wrapped around the 3 great divine items. The 4 divine items were supported by the light emitted by the 10,000 demons' ancient tree. At that very moment, the brilliance within grew stronger and stronger. In the end, it actually directly soared into the sky, engulfing everything in its path. Su Yan was directly enveloped by this ray of light. However, at this time, Su Yan did not move at all. He just quietly watched the light become stronger and stronger. In the end, the light completely engulfed Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's figure suddenly shrunk, and then he actually vanished into thin air. This was simply unimaginable. As for the person involved, Su Yan didn't even know what was happening at this time. He just watched the changes. When he came back to his senses, Su Yan immediately realized that he was no longer in the same place. He looked around and found himself in an extremely mysterious place. This place was like a cave, but also like a tree hole. This tree hole was very large, almost the size of a stadium. Moreover, this tree hole did not have the slightest bit of a gloomy, damp, or cold feeling. Instead, it was filled with a green luster. In the tree hole, the sound of flowing water could even be heard. Su Yan looked in the direction of the sound and finally found that the green luster was actually emitted from the water. This spring water was unknown, but it emitted a strange fragrance. Just by smelling it, Su Yan felt that his whole body was floating, and it was indescribably comfortable. Su Yan walked in front of the spirit spring and then wanted to drink this magical spring water. Then, at this moment, a dense light gathered directly in the spring water, as if countless fireflies had gathered directly. This kind of hazy beauty was intoxicating. In the end, this beautiful flame actually turned into a human figure. After so many years, someone has finally found these 4 divine objects. That figure actually opened his mouth to speak. Her voice was very beautiful. When her voice entered one's ears, one would not hesitate to believe that this was the most beautiful voice one had ever heard in one's life. Su Yan did not act rashly. He stayed where he was and asked, "What kind of existence are you? Why are you here?" The person looked at Su Yan and was silent for a while. Finally, she sighed and said, "Me? I'm the tree spirit of the 10,000 demons' ancient tree. From the moment I was born, I appeared in this 10,000 demons' ancient tree. It's just that due to the battle a long time ago, the 10,000 demons' ancient tree's foundation was damaged and can directly become an ordinary sapling to survive. Fortunately, you found the 4 divine items. With these 4 divine items, the 10,000 demons' ancient tree can gradually recover." Her beautiful voice fell, making people feel very reluctant to part with her. However, Su Yan's determination had become extremely firm. He would not be lost in these words. He asked directly, "What is the significance of the 10,000 demons' ancient tree to the monster palace? Is it because of this spirit spring? Why has the monster palace always treated the 10,000 demons' ancient tree as a sacred tree?" This was what Su Yan did not understand. The monster palace had been passed down from generation to generation. The 10,000 demons' ancient tree was very important to the monster palace. Almost everyone in the monster palace treated this tree as their religion. Su Yan had secretly studied it before. This was not a belief that was instilled. It was as if this belief had been imprinted in the souls of these disciples since they were born. The beautiful elf said, "You should know that the supreme demons have the bloodline of monsters, but they have the bodies of humans. Therefore, strictly speaking, they are not humans, nor can they be considered monsters. It is precisely because of this that the supreme demons were not tolerated by humans and monsters in ancient times. It was the 10,000 demons' ancient tree that protected them." The elf's short sentence had already explained Su Yan's doubts clearly. However, Su Yan frowned and did not say anything. The elf continued, the 10,000 demons ancient tree should be called the Supreme Demon Ancient Tree. Back then, it was one of the most powerful existences in this world, on par with the great celestial devil lord and the others. However, in order to protect these people, it died in battle. Then, its body turned into an ancient tree. The people it protected were grateful for its kindness and called themselves the Supreme Demons from then on. Later on, more and more people believed in it. The Supreme Demon Ancient Tree was already known as the protection of all demons. Therefore, it was unknown when it was called the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree. Su Yan listened quietly and said, I see. However, the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree is not just a matter of belief for the Supreme Demons, right? The elf nodded and said, You're right. Belief is one part of it. The other part is power. Under the protection of the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree, the Supreme Demons can completely awaken their bloodline and become peerless experts. The Monster Palace was extremely powerful back then. Unfortunately, the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree was heavily damaged, so the bloodline awakening power disappeared. I can feel that the people in the Monster Palace are not very strong now. Of course, you're an exception. Perhaps you're not from the Supreme Demon's Ancient Tree. I see. The fairy nodded and said, You should have seen the green liquid. This is a kind of spirit spring. In ancient times, the Supreme Demon clan called it the Demon's Summoning Spring. It can gradually awaken the bloodline power in the Supreme Demon clan, but it won't trigger the demon nature. This green liquid is the life essence of the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree. When its life force was still very strong, it used its roots to penetrate the earth and nourish the Supreme Demon's Ancient Tree. Su Yan thought for a moment and asked, So you're saying that this liquid can awaken the bloodline power? The elf said with certainty, Of course. However, this spirit liquid is very domineering. Those who aren't very talented and don't have high cultivation can't directly be baptized by this spirit liquid. They still need to accept it subtly. That's the best way. Su Yan nodded. This was normal. If one could directly use this spirit liquid to grow, then wouldn't everyone in the Supreme Demon's Ancient Tree become an expert in an instant? However, Su Yan grasped the point in her words and asked, Elf, if I want to increase my strength in a short time, do you think it's possible? The elf sighed and said, Your bloodline and talent are already very strong. You don't need to do this at all. As long as you do it step by step, you will definitely become an extremely powerful figure. Since she was an elf born from the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree, her vision was naturally extraordinary. She could see Su Yan's strength at a glance. Su Yan shook his head and said, I don't have the right time. Therefore, I need to become stronger in a short time. If it was only in the 5 counties, his strength was about the same. However, the 5 counties was just a cage that was separated. The experts here could not compete with the people in the 9 provinces. Last time, Su Yan fought with Sheng Wansheng, who took Su Tian away. Although they did not fight, Sheng Wansheng's words, in a battle of life and death, I can escape unscathed, still remained in Su Yan's mind. Sheng Wansheng was very strong. Even at this moment, he didn't feel that he had absolute confidence in defeating him. Moreover, whether it was Hydralisk or Duan Wulonghu, both of them were threatening characters. And now that they had joined forces, they were even more terrifying. Cooperating with such a person was definitely like asking a tiger for its skin. If he did not have enough strength, he might not even know how he died. Therefore, until now, Su Yan's thirst for strength had reached an extremely strong level.